streets with diamonds in our eyes. Out with the vampires under a midnight sky. My mind so hypnotized. It was exciting. It was the 90s. Mama didn't understand it, and Daddy always said that I was going too far. Said there's never any compromising. If you try to win the battle to be who you are. I dance to the left, I dance to the right. Hold hands with my demons and creatures of night. On an undercover mission to find somebody else like me. Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Someone who can hear me and drink from the light, to see things from the same side. Is there anybody out there? 5 years later, I'm out with the same old faces and dead end places. Things kept going wrong. I'm getting to thinking my daddy was right all along. So will you take a little walk on the wild side? Be careful that you never slip your hands from the wheel. There's never any compromising when you're blinded by reflections from the part of you that's real. I dance to the left, I dance to the right. Hold hands with my demons and creatures of night. On an undercover mission to find somebody else like me.
Hey now, what's up everybody? It's time. Full context time. We're going deep. We're going hard in the paint. Like the great Philip. The great Philip of the future Boston Celtics. As he sits on his couch here with his mother. Legendary Philip on the screen for you. Anyways, what's up everybody? Hope you're having a good day. Today we're going to go back to the years 2014 and 2015, a magical time for many different people, for many different reasons. So we're going to go deep today, all the way to about 2 p.m. Then we'll get the tunes rolling for you for about an hour. And then we'll get, that being said, going live 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the house. And then, of course, the Tractor Beam later tonight. Thursdays are the fun days, right? The best days of the week, in my opinion. Thursday. But there's a lot of ground to cover, so we got to get to it right the fuck now. Big ups to Regis Filgen, by the way. Let me see your message here, Regis. Planets aligned and are telling ALT do Project 7 now. No. I'm not doing Project 7. I will never do Project 7. I don't believe in the concept. I believe there was some merit to the concept back when it was first, born. There was a lot of cringy videos like that people were putting out for some reason. It was like, the internet's not serious. I mean, like, we want to be serious content creators, even though we're all, like, movie reviewers and shit. So we want to show how we can make stuff, too, but they all sucked. And everyone did it. Like, everyone did it. But it just, they never... If you go back at them, they're all cringe. They're all fucking cringe. But at the time, it was something everyone did. So I don't damn anybody for that, for trying. At least there was an effort. But that is not the theme of today. The theme of today is Patreon. And we're going to start with the Patreon. The first Patreon mention we're going to go to. I'm sure most people kind of know the outline of this story here. So we're not going to go to like the ending and then fill in the blanks. We're just going to go through the whole story here. And the story starts in 2014 when Philip was asked about Patreon on his legendary question style show, Ask the King, as you do, right? As you do. So here we go. Let's get into it. 2014, April 17th, 2014 is when we first hear about this crazy Patreon idea. Let's go.
Okay. All right, next question. He says, "Hey, Phil, my name is Greg, and I'm a longtime fan. I know you hate taking donations, and you do not accept them. But
you hate donations? All right. That's a bridge too far, sir." He didn't ask for them, but he always let people know you could do it. It's like he hated them. Oh, please. Oh, donation, please.
You consider something like Patreon.com or Subbable and offer your fans benefits like the
shoutouts to Subbable. That was probably a competitor to Patreon that didn't last,
subscription model on Twitch. I would imagine you would get more subscribers to support than on Twitch because your audience is primarily on YouTube.
Yes.
It also allows your fans to choose to subscribe and support what you do monthly for as little as $1 or $2, which would probably increase the amount of people who can afford it. And frankly, Adblock is killing it for networks and for YouTube and everywhere all over the internet.
Yeah.
And at least you can cover some of your business-related expenses if you did something like these two
Good
things.
idea,
now,
dude.
I'm going to be honest, Greg. Before you sent me this post, I don't know what Patreon.com is. I've never heard of Subbable. From what he's explaining it to be, it seems to be that if you join those programs, you get some kind of a premium content. You get some kind of something above and beyond the standard content.
Cool.
Here's the problem.
Uh-oh. Here's the problem. Reminder, just not to spoil, we are less than a year away from Philip starting his own Patreon. So keep that in mind when we hear his opinion on Patreon. We are less than a year away from him opening his own Patreon. By the way, Subbable, Patreon bought Subbable, so get fucked, competitor. We'll just buy you. So there we go. That's what happened to Subbable. Oh, Philip, here we go.
Why do I allow for the subscription program on Twitch? It's very simple. Because whether you're a subscriber or not on Twitch, you get the same content. You get the highest quality content.
Cool.
Right?
That's cool.
You don't get locked out of certain things because you're not paying me money.
Oh, awesome.
And since day one when I started on YouTube, it's always been about I provide free content that everyone can see.
Oh, cool.
I put ads on it, and that's how I basically get my living.
Oh, that sounds like a good program. So everything's free for everybody. Awesome.
Okay. Now, yeah, the dawn of ad block, the fact that everyone's running ad block, that these networks are making less and less money every year because of ad block, and that traditional models of making money on YouTube are kind of going away. It's a huge concern. And I've always said, I will not ask for donations unless it comes to the point where I can't make a living doing what I'm doing based off of what I'm doing. Right now, I'm making a living doing it. So I have no right to ask anyone, send me free money for nothing, which is why I say...
I'm making a living doing it, so I have no right to say, send me money to do this.
Making a living doing it. So I have no right to ask anyone, send me free money for nothing, which is why I say, if you want to support me, become a paid subscriber on Twitch where you get things out of it, but it's not more content. It's just, okay, chat privileges, cool chat emotes, and priority access to contests and giveaways.
Okay, great. So cool. It sounds like a good system, actually. Okay.
If I were to do something like these, what it sounds to me like is that I do need to give you some kind of premium content. Maybe I need to make it so that you can get advanced access to videos before other people do and stuff like that.
That sounds cool.
I don't like that because that always. Why should I penalize the poor person who has been a viewer? And I don't mean poor that they don't have a lot of money. I mean the poor. I feel
poor as in they just suck.
feel bad for them. If there's a person, you've been my fan since the beginning, you love all my content, you watch it, you know, you've been a loyal viewer and fan, but now I start charging to watch my content right away.
Yeah.
You can't afford it. Now you get locked out. How's that
would
fair?
suck.
How's that being fair to the loyal viewers and fans who've been there since day one?
that
It's
does
not.
suck.
In fact, it's a slap to their face. It's an insult. And I would
That was a slap?
and fans who've been there since day one. It's not. In fact, it's a slap to their face. It's an
Slap,
insult.
clap.
And I would never change my business model to be that. So the question is,
Okay.
with these new business models, it seems like a lot of people, I'm an artist, be a patron of the arts, send me money through this and I'll give you something. Is there something that I could do that's not content based, but is still able to be something premium that I could give people if they were to help me through those? I don't know.
All right.
And I would love to hear your suggestions on that, whether it's in the comments, send me information on Twitter.
All right.
What do you guys think about a model like that where, you know, you could become a subscriber, a paid subscriber, you get stuff, but it's not content. I don't want people, I got to see that game a week ahead of time because I'm a paid sub of DSP, and everyone else is like, well, that's not fair. Just because I don't have the money to spend on it, I don't get to see it first, you know? That's not fair. That's ridiculous, and I wouldn't want to do that.
All right, so he oddly... Okay, so keep this in your mind. His initial opinions of Patreon are right here. Like, he lays it out very clearly. And you'll see he oddly sticks to this. All right? So he oddly sticks to this opinion. There's going to be more. Don't worry. There's more stuff coming to it. But remember his first opinion here. Here is what he is he doesn't want to put anything behind a paywall or nothing premium for it. Okay? Take a sip.
So there you go.
Okay, that sounds like a fair point so far.
I'm, you know, thinking about it, gears grinding in my head. We'll see.
Gears are grinding. All right, well, they certainly are grinding. All right, so it is April 17, 2014, his first time he ever heard of Patreon, according to him, of course. Now we're going to go to May 22nd, which is only, a month later. So let's hear what he says now. We're still in 2014.
Let's go, okay? So I'll continue with this question. He said, my question to you is, will you be planning to allow fans to donate money directly to you just like you used to? Like those YouTuber Street Fighter Challenge days where you fought against popular YouTubers like Free One Up and the King Kindred and Street Fighter. I'd very much like to support you on a larger scale. First of all...
Oh, God, this guy. This is his dream. Is this like Young OIC or something? Who is this? Let me hear if we get the name.
Used to. Like those YouTuber Street Fighter Challenge days
okay,
where you
much.
fought against popular YouTubers like Free One Up and the King Kindred and Street Fighter. I'd very much like to support you on a larger scale. First of all, I don't know what
First of all, you're awesome.
he's talking about, because those Free One Up and the King Kindred challenges that I did had nothing to do with PayPal. And I didn't take any donations for those, so I think he may have a misconception there about what really happened. Those were just guys who challenged me. I said, okay, I'll play you. And both matches were incredibly laggy. I won one and I lost one. So, and then I said, forget it. It's too laggy. I don't care about this. I'm not doing it anymore. It is true that at one point I did accept PayPal donations.
Yes, you did. Definitely. Many times.
That was way before I ever got partnered with Machinima. That was before I was just doing it as a hobby, and I still had a full-time job. And I said, if you want to see me do this continuously as a hobby, and you want to send a donation, I'll use that money to buy new games, right? I wasn't making money doing it, so there was nothing to reciprocate the hobby. Then, when I got laid off from my full-time job, yes, I said, please, by all means, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm unemployed right now. I have no hope of getting another job in the same sector.
So second instance of you accepting money. He's going to tell us he never accepted money, but this is the second time.
I don't know if this YouTube thing is going to work out. And for a couple months there, I accepted donations. But as of early 2011, I cut it off, and I no longer accept donations. There were actually a couple people who didn't listen, sent me money, and I sent it back to them. I said, no,
look at this.
If I can make a living doing this, right, if I can earn my living, I will do it. I will not sit here and beg. I will not sit here and do all this kind of stuff. I want to earn my living. Or at least if you're going to give me money, let me give you something back through the form of the Twitch partnership. Okay?
Yes.
So, no, I have no plans to open up anything. Now, here's the thing. There's actually someone, I don't believe I put them in here, but there's people who recently have been sending me stuff. I talked about this on a previous Ask the King, this website called Patreon.com, where basically people who are artistic, people who put out entertainment content, whether it's music, movies.
I thought he said something else at first. I automatically heard it.
Gameplay, video series on YouTube, live streaming on Twitch, people who create content for you on a daily basis.
Yes.
All right? This is a way for you, I guess, to support them.
No, it's not only on a daily basis, sir. That's your part of it. That's not everybody.
On a daily basis, streaming on Twitch, people who create content for you on a daily basis.
No, that's not true.
This is a way for you, I guess, to support them through this website. I don't know if this legitimizes it, so it's not just money thrown towards PayPal, but it shows, it's through a third-party website. It's all documented income and stuff like that for tax purposes.
So you're saying money thrown at a PayPal is not legitimate then? Huh.
I have no idea how it works. Now, if I knew how it works, maybe I would look into it. I don't understand how it works. But again, if it's just that you're going to throw money at me for nothing, no, then I don't want that. I want you to get something out of it. But on the flip side of it, I don't want to make it.
Yes. Hold on, I wasn't even ready. Wasn't prepared. Usually we don't get this during these streams, but hold on, hang on. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Flip side, boys. Hell
so
yeah.
I'm only making certain content or certain quality of content available to people who pay. I think that's wrong. I think that all content should be free. All content should be of the highest quality. And then if you want to help me out through the, watching the videos, watching the ads, disabling your ad block when you watch my content, or becoming a paid subscriber on Twitch, then you can go the extra mile and do it. But not that I'm forcing you to do it to get the content. I don't like that. Okay? The whole YouTube thing didn't work like that, right? The whole YouTube thing doesn't work like that.
Okay.
So, I'm actually just looking at some people here who were talking in the chat, but it doesn't seem like anything is too interesting or like impertinent to the subject.
I don't think anything's too interesting. A lot of dumbasses in the chat right now.
So it is what it is. All right. In the future, if I am fundraising for a specific project, so let's say I move to this new place in Washington, it's working out, I sell this condo in Connecticut, that's great. Year or two down the line,
that doesn't happen.
I want to do something different, creative, interesting, and fun. Maybe Project 7 gets revived.
Woo!
Maybe it's a new...
Ding, 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 ding. He said the thing. Keep that in your mind, my friends. It was in 2014, May 22nd, the first time he got the idea of Project 7 reboot. B Plus says, why does he wear a cowboy hat? When did it start? Well, he got that hat during a fighting game tournament thing. And for Ask the King, I think he just put it on as kind of a joke the first time. And then after that, it kind of just was the thing he did for Ask the King. So whenever he does Ask the King, we get the hat.
And fun. Maybe
Texas,
Project 7
Texas.
Gets revived.
Nashville,
Maybe it's a new creative series that I want to do. But I know that myself, I don't have the means to do it. I may have to hire a videographer. I may have to hire someone who's good at editing and video effects to do it. I don't have that money to front them. Maybe then I would do a project on Kickstarter or Patreon or whatever and say, here's the scope, here's what you'll get, the project will be created, you'll get perks or whatever, just like everyone else does. Because this is becoming more and more popular, Kickstarter or whatever, everyone's doing stuff on it. Then I would do it. But not just send me money so that I can keep doing what I'm doing. I don't agree with that. There's plenty of people who beg for it on Twitch, who beg for it on YouTube. Here's my PayPal account. I'm not going to do that unless I'm so fucking destitute, right? But even then, if I was destitute, I would go try to get another job to support this rather than begging you guys for money. That's just how I am.
Oh, we got to start that over. Let me start that whole thing over.
There's plenty of people who beg for Send me money or whatever. Everyone's doing stuff on perks or whatever, just like everyone else does. Because this is becoming more and more popular. Kickstarter or whatever, everyone's doing stuff on it. Then I would do it. But not just send me money so that I can keep doing what I'm doing. I don't agree with that. There's plenty of people who beg for it on Twitch, who beg for it on YouTube. Here's my PayPal account. I'm not going to do that unless I'm so fucking destitute, right? But even then, if I was destitute, I would go try to get another job to support this rather than begging you guys for money. That's just how I am, okay?
That's just how I am. Right. Okay, sound good.
All right.
But that's going on Twitter later, I'll tell you that. That's a That Being Said play for sure right there later today. Get ready for that again.
Let's see here. Oh my god. All right, this is a long question. I'll answer this, then we'll take a break and we'll do the final part. It's going to be a 4-parter this time, guys. I apologize for the technical difficulties and everything going on. All right. This one is from Trinjetta.
All right, let's see what Trinjetta's, Galaxy Brain question here.
He says, before I share my question, I need to share with you a story.
Oh, God!
I'm a senior in high school, and as a senior, a lot of events have opened up for me, one of them being prom night.
Oh, God, prom story. We're not hearing prom story again. You know it. This is Phil's dented prom story. Okay, so we're going to go forward to some Twitter stuff. In December 11th of 2014... someone made a fake Patreon for Philip. And it's real. It's still actually there, actually. It was DSP Gaming. Phil Burnell is creating content. And this was someone set this up just to troll. It's not really him. But I love how they said Phil Burnell is creating content. And Philip had to say that is not him. Just to make it clear, I currently don't have a Patreon account or accept donations. Someone's impersonating me to steal money. And yes, that was true. As you can see, Fred Fucks responds, says, I personally donated $50,000. It's fake. Those incentives were so realistic. And of course, I can't see the incentive. Oh, here we go. We can see one incentive. Call child support. Oh my God. How much are you giving per each piece of quality content that I release? Call child support. That's great. Let me bring up the picture here. You can see it better. Nice troll, whoever did this. Legend. Select your reward. No reward? No thanks. I just want to support. At the $1 tier, it says, this is how you don't donate tier. I'm going to assume that you made a mistake if you chose this reward. This is how you don't donate reward. I'll show it so you can see. Here you go. Look at the $1 tier. This is how you don't donate tier. Big ups, dude. Nice troll. That's a legendary troll right there. So Philip had to say, I'm not doing that. Those imposter dumb facts. Okay. Next up, let me get rid of that. Next up on Twitter, December 11th, the very same day, my friends. Philip said, huh? Hang on. Speaking of which means speaking of the fake Twitter account I just showed you, if I did use Patreon, what would you like in exchange for membership? Early access to projects, exclusive streams? Now remember, 6 months ago he said we don't want to do this. Exclusive streams, remember? I'm not about that. I don't want to do that. In December, we're already there. All right? Prixie here says, really? Paying for exclusive streams? LOL, man oh man, good luck. Philip responds, tons of people do it. It's a requirement to actually give something regularly to have legit Patreon. Makes sense to me, so that opinion has changed clearly. Next up, Philip says, for one specific stream, and it wouldn't be gameplay, maybe a live Q&A, which would ensure legit questions, etc. for patrons. The Air Raid Lord says, just my opinion, this isn't a good practice to get involved with. It's not what your content is about. You should know that, bro. Ooh, scathing commentary from the one and only Air Raid Lord. Everything else, let's see. Nothing that hype in here. I'd honestly just donate to help you, Phil. Years of free content from you is enough for me. So there we go. Next up, we're going to go to December 20th, just 9 days later. He says, would love feedback regarding how to properly utilize Patreon 2015, but Twitter is going to flood with crap, I'm sure. Website up soon. So he definitely is now basically saying, I want to do it. I want to do Patreon. Give me some feedback, motherfuckers, because I want to do it, all right? Let's see, any good comments here? Nothing much, nothing of honest, nothing of ask your manager. That means ask Leanna, I'm guessing. Big ups to that. Yeah, I did see the detractor stream. I will definitely do something with it. I'm sure. We'll definitely do something. Big ups Frog Machine. He's hurting for... Yeah, he realized money is of the essence here, if you know what I'm saying. So, yeah. All right, so now that's the last thing we get from 2014. Now we go into the year of big consequence, huge consequences. 2015, all right? We're going to go to Twitter again. January 9th, for your information, my Patreon page is live. Patreon Darkside Phil. Consider it a soft launch as I won't be pushing it for it until I start up new series. I can't see KG Galleon's...
Yeah.
Big ups, J-Dog.
Dude, I'm an alcoholic.
This is Sparta! J-Dog says, his use of the term project is so weird. Oh, yeah. It's a special project. It's a special... Everything he does is a special project, basically. And he gives game coverage and projects. Big ups, J-Dog. K. Galleon said something, but I can't see it. It's not here anymore. Yeah, that's why I made it easy with no special stuff. Way easier to avoid confusion that way. So what kind of series... Haseo asks, what kind of series did you have in mind to start with? All right. So I do want to show you... actually, I'm going to wait till the perk... I'm going to show the perks after it's officially launched. Because remember, this is just a soft launch, guys. I'm going to wait till the launch happens. So January 8th, we're going to talk about Patreon here. So let's go.
So, thanks very much, everyone, for that.
Whatever.
Now what I want to do, before we move on to wrestling, where I'm going to vent a ton of shit and I'm going to be all pissed off or whatever, I know I am.
About wrestling? All right, we're not watching that. I don't give a shit, but...
Before we move on to that, what I'd like to do is talk to you about Patreon, what it is.
Yes, please.
My adoption of it.
Ooh.
I want to explain what's going on fully, so there's no... Because I know there's been some misconceptions over the past couple of weeks that I've been
Nice.
mentioning. I'm going to use Patreon, and a lot of people are saying, but Phil said he would never accept donations.
Yeah, you did
and
say
stuff
that.
like that.
Last year
I
you
want to
said that.
explain to you guys, especially what Patreon is,
Okay.
how it works, all right, when I'm going to be using it, some good news regarding it, and I need your opinion and your feedback, because I've been trying to get feedback from the forums. I've got some really good positive feedback, but I need more. I need more than just a few people who are posting on the forums. I need to know who you, the common viewer, what you think, and what you think I could give back to you if you were to become a Patreon of mine. All right.
Cool.
So
That
let's
sounds
get
really hype.
started. Let's completely reset here and let's explain the situation so you
What
know
the
exactly.
fuck was that? Oh, don't
Start.
do this. There we go.
Let's what you think I could give back to you if you were to become a Patreon of mine. All right. So let's get started. Let's completely reset here and let's explain the situation so you know exactly what's going on.
Okay.
All right. I'll be honest with you.
Absolutely, yes, Gribbus. We are entering the I need money from you in a consistent basis era. This is 2015, so we're not in the worst phases of it yet, but this is where it really kicks off.
You guys know I'm an extremely honest person. Back in 2008, I started making videos on YouTube as a hobby. It was completely independent from anything that I had thought that I was going to be doing as an ongoing thing. It was a complete shot in the dark. It wasn't like,
It's just a shot in the dark. YouTube, I'm streaming.
I'm going to become internet famous by putting videos on YouTube, because the bottom line was no one really did that back then. In 2008, yeah, there were people who went viral.
Project
I still remember
7!
the guy who sang Chocolate Rain.
Project 7, big ups. Project 7 was the fall, if you saw it.
That back then. In 2008, yeah, there were people who went viral. I still remember the guy who sang Chocolate Rain and stuff like that. A few people were
What's
getting
Chocolate
popularity
Rain?
based off of what they did on YouTube, but it wasn't like people thought, oh, I can make a living if I just start making videos for YouTube. It was nothing like that at all. At the time, for a year, I'd been diagnosed with a pretty bad back injury. I wasn't able to do a lot of physical things, and I was trying to get back into gaming as a hobby, because I knew this was something that was easy to do. I could sit on a couch and relax and do it. It wasn't a physical thing like football or driving.
All right, if I'm getting control for not knowing Chocolate Rain, I guess I got to check out Chocolate Rain. All right, I'll check out Chocolate Rain. If we get banned for this, sounds very sexual.
We've got the conclusion
Shut up.
of Life is
Chocolate Rain, original song, 17 years ago. Oh, yeah, I know this.
The prisons make you wonder where it went.
I know this. I don't know why I didn't know the name. There we go. I know that.
long distances to attend video game tournaments like I used to, Street Fighter tournaments. I was trying to get back into long distances to attend video game tournaments like I used to, Street Fighter tournaments. I was trying to get back into gaming as a hobby and as a fun thing.
It was a fun thing.
And I got into it just for the hell of doing it. And say,
chat.
You know, I want to make gameplay videos, and if people care about them, they do. If they don't, they don't. When I started, I had a shitty Sony digital camera that didn't even film widescreen, so it was propped on the side of my television, and the videos looked terrible, but people loved it because it was raw, unedited footage of me basically talking shit to games and failing in games and having fun with games. Street Fighter and other stuff, all that stuff was kind of included.
Oh, and yes. So that's why people loved them. Failing at games, getting angry at games, and what was it? And having fun with games. Yes. Big ups, Aid Robinson. Hope you had a good May 1st.
Having fun with
definitely
games, Street Fighter and other stuff.
Very meaningful.
All that stuff was kind of included. And after doing it for like 6 months, it started picking up and getting popular on YouTube, which I never imagined would ever happen.
Who cares?
Right?
All right,
so
I'm
fast forward now to late 2010. In late 2010, I had gotten like popular on the internet. Every playthrough that I did was getting 20, 30,000, 40,000 views a video, which was out of control at the time. Everyone wanted to see Phil Burnell, Darkside Phil, play the hottest new games because it was like, wow, we get to see a Joe Average guy. The guy's not very good at games, but he's funny when he fails, and we get to see him play the new games. We get to
that's not exactly the narrative you had at the time, sir. You didn't take too kindly when people said you weren't good at games, sir. But all right.
Whether or not the game's good, we get to have a good laugh with him as he does his stupid commentary, and it's a lot of fun, and we really enjoyed it. And up to late 2010,
everyone was saying that, dude.
Basically, things went swimmingly. Yeah, there were road bumps. Yeah, someone completely impersonated some third-party company and tried to shut down my YouTube channel, forcing me to make a new one. That's right. I had to go from the old Darkside Phil to the DSP Gaming channel and all that. But for the most part, up to late 2010, even though YouTube was very successful,
that's a successful op right there. I don't know if I ever knew the details of that. That's a fucking successful op. Made him shut down Darkside Phil.
For me, I wanted it to just be a hobby. I always thought...
Oh, is that the person that did it?
If I have a consistent 9-to-5 job, a desk job where I can have healthcare, a consistent salary, I don't have to worry about things like YouTube paying the bills or fluctuating views or performance or anything like that because it's just my hobby that I do for fun. Cool that I have popularity for doing it, but I don't give a shit because I get to just do my 9-to-5 job, okay?
Yes. Nice. Well, that's maybe Steve Jones needs a card or something because I got to do that. Ubisoft troll. Yeah, he pretended to be someone from Ubisoft. And yeah, it was the yeah. I do know that, but I got to get the details right on that. I think that's going to be a stream in the future. That's a deep op there, deep lore.
Well, if only that had worked out, because I actually in the year of 2010 had moved to a brand new condo that was literally 3 blocks away from my current office job at the time. I'd worked at that office job for almost 4.5 years, going on 5. I'd gotten multiple recommendations and commendations and all these awards and things from the company just for there to be a shift in management, and within 3 months of the shift in management, I got laid off. Now, I just want to give you guys some perspective. There's no jobs in Connecticut. Like, even today,
zero. There's no job. There's no businesses in Connecticut. Did you guys know that? There's no businesses in Connecticut at all. It's crazy. It's just grass. There's nothing there. You can't work anywhere. What's wrong with you?
Today, in the job sector that I was working in, there's no jobs. The company that I worked for that laid me off in 2010 has laid off everyone in the company and is leaving Connecticut, is probably leaving the United States.
That never happened. Thank you.
That's how bad off they are, all right? So I got dumped, and I was like, this is completely out of left field. I didn't think, I was 4.5 years, all I got were commendations at my job that I think that I was going to get laid off. No, I didn't. It was just out of control. I couldn't believe it.
It was out of control. I couldn't believe it. I don't want to hear this whole story again. Can we get to the Patreon part? How long is this? I don't need to hear the whole story again.
And it sucked because I just bought a condo. You know what I mean? What was I going to do? How was I going to pay the bills? I did. I looked around for, and as there's nothing in the job sector of what I was doing to get another job. And so I said, I'm going to do something crazy.
Oh my God, I don't need the whole story. I'm jumping 5 minutes ahead. Let's see where we are in the story.
A big chunk of my viewer base during that period of time. And if I could have somehow continuously kept doing gameplay and doing interesting stuff.
Hold on. Now we're going to the downfall.
Bigger house. Maybe this means he's going to do more creative stuff. He'll have more filming locations, like he said. And that didn't come to fruition simply because I spent so much time moving and furnishing the house.
Oh, okay, good, sweet. I like talking about how the moving was bad, but yet he tries to say it in a way where it's not his fault. I like these.
They are here in Washington State. I now have a house that's more than twice as big as I had in Connecticut, and I'm barely even paying what I paid in Connecticut for the old place.
Okay,
so I need to get out of Connecticut. Connecticut was bleeding me dry. All right, and it became my main focus for 2014. And so
Connecticut was bleeding me dry, and yet he would still continue to pay for that and this house for many years. So instead of living in the place that's bleeding you dry, you just go buy another place to also bleed you dry. Now you're bleeding dry without even getting the benefit of living there. That's a raw bleed dry. What the fuck is that?
So halfway through 2014, I did move finally across.
Well, that's not true, because his aunt lived there for a while. But still, then she dropped dead. Fucking bitch.
Across the country, right? I got set up here. I bought all this new equipment to do the highest quality stuff or whatever, right? And I ended up going
highest quality stuff? What?
ahead and doing my same old thing.
Yes.
Which, for some people, is fine, but let's face it. People are like, wow, Phil's going to move across the country. He's going to have a bigger house. Maybe this means he's going to do more creative stuff. He'll have more filming locations. Like
you said all that. You promised so much, sir. What happened?
he said, and that didn't come to fruition. Simply
Why?
because I spent so much time moving and furnishing the house and finally getting set up with the equipment and getting used to the stream setup and doing that. Next thing you know, the hardcore gaming season hit, and that was it. I was slammed to the end of the year. And so now here I am in
Slammed to the end of the year, 6 hours a day doing gameplay. All right.
2015, and I find myself looking and saying, damn, I really wanted to start doing things differently in 2014, and I didn't. You know?
Yep.
From the outsider, from someone who wasn't maybe following
Oh, the Outsider. Shout outs to the Outsider. Legendary This How You Don't Playmaker.
along the fact that I was moving across the country and all this personal stuff was happening to me behind the scenes, and you look at just the content I put out in 2014, you see it was just the same old gameplay that Phil does all the time. And
Yes.
there were games, but there were few and far between great games last year, let's face it, and a year that's dried up and there's not as many great games means that there's not a lot of great stuff to watch me do. And I understand that, and I actually agree with that. After looking retrospectively back, I say, yeah, you know what? The bottom line is, you're right. Me just doing raw gameplay doesn't cut it in this day and age anymore. All right? I understand
So he recognized this in 2015. Hell yeah.
that. Here's the problem, though. And here's unfortunately where
Here's where you come in.
this is where the whole Patreon discussion comes into play.
I was right.
In mid-2014, when I did move across the country, there was a good 2 to 3 week period there where I wasn't live streaming. When I did come back and I started doing live streaming and gameplay, it was of like filler games for the summer. And I get the feeling a big chunk of people right there within that 1 to 2 months where it was really dead and there wasn't a lot going on, kind of said, well, it was great while it lasted, but Phil's not really up to anything fun, so I'm going to move on.
Yes.
And it seemed like I lost a big chunk of my viewer base during that period of time. And you know,
Wow, great business. 2 weeks off and everyone's fucks off. Everyone's like, you know what? I don't need this shit. He took 2 weeks off from hardcore AAA releases, and everyone's like, all right, fuck this. I'm done.
I could have somehow continuously kept doing gameplay and doing interesting stuff during that period of time for you guys. I would have. The problem is there was nothing to do. You know what I mean? I was playing the games that
I don't think Maximilian Dude or Sir Moist, I don't think they have problems finding things to do, you know? It's kind of crazy how that is.
were out. They just weren't great. And I think it just caused this downward trend. And it never
I thought it said downward climb.
recovered. You know, the hardcore gaming season came. Let's face it, half the games that came out during that season weren't very good. The ones that were good, don't get me wrong, actually did pretty good performance-wise. Games like The Evil Within, Alien Isolation, a few others here and there mixed into that season that ended up being pretty good, did pretty good.
Cool.
But overall, it wasn't anywhere near like what I would usually get near the end of the year. And so, especially considering the fact that I just moved across the country, I do have a huge amount of debt on my back right now because I have to pay it off in order.
That's a mortgage. You also had a lot more in terms of credit cards, sir. You didn't mention those?
Just moved across the country. I do have a huge amount of debt on my back right now because I have to pay it off in order to you know, I financed the whole move. I have to pay off all these finances.
You financed the whole move? Now that's something you don't have to do, sir. A mortgage, yes. I understand. Everyone has to get a mortgage. Well, not everybody, but every normal person has to get a mortgage. However, you don't have to finance everything else. You know, you can say, you know what, guest room, that doesn't need to have a bed. You know what I mean? You know, we don't need the $200 trash can. We don't need that one. We could get one at the dollar store. You know, that's the part where you lose me there, brother. Yeah, and by finance he means Visa and Chase and MasterCard and however other many companies there were in the 13 he had.
And the fact that people want to see me do stuff other than just play games, I kind of had to sit down these past couple of months and reassess everything around me. And I came to a conclusion, an epiphany, whatever it is that you want to call it. I came to a decision, ultimate decision. All right?
I'm fucked. I am definitely fucked here. So how can I beg them for money? Yeah, $300 a week at Supercard. Remember, yeah, he's our... Oh, hype! At the end of this video, we're going to get WWE Immortals news. All right, we're going to see the WWE Immortals news. I'll tell you that right now. It's not on topic. I don't give a shit. Shout-outs to WWE Immortals, a different mobile game.
And the ultimate decision was... that I am going to have to change up the method of what I do
Oh.
in order to make it continue to be successful.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is not the
You need to give me money right now.
fact I'm not going to completely change. No, I'm not going to become a political analyst tomorrow. You're not going to see me talking about celebrity news and shit like that, which a
why
lot
not?
of other YouTubers
Yeah,
do. No,
Keem-
that's
sorry,
not what I mean.
Keem?
What I mean is I need to change up my formula. I can't just be the guy who plays new games from start to finish, raw, unedited footage anymore. I have to diversify myself. I have to try to find some other area where people are going to like to watch my content. To some degree, the vlogging channel, the King of Hate Vlogs, has done that. I actually have people on there. I have over 20,000 subs on that channel, and most of the people on there tell me, Phil, we don't even really watch your gameplay anymore. We primarily watch your vlogs because we like...
Fuck, there's so much longer in this video. We gotta find an exit point here. All right, so I'm gonna fast forward to he somehow he's not talking. So he basically, I can see the timestamps here, as you can see too. I'm going to fast forward to when he literally just starts talking about Patreon, the Patreon ideas, okay? Because we can't spend 20 minutes here. So I'm going to go to the ideas for things I can give to patrons, okay? That's what we're going to jump to. Here's the link to the video. Well, here's the link to the video in case you want to go through this whole thing on your own time, but I have to make a move here.
About this is why don't you time lock some footage? So, for example, I just mentioned a million times in this podcast alone about Project 7, and I said I want to bring back Project 7.
Ooh, King Jet saying 2015 might be better than 2023, which some say is the great year. We should do a tier list of years.
Creative thing. It's going to be way different from other stuff that I've done. Yada yada yada.
Yada yada yada.
So why don't? If, for example, this is just an idea, I'm not saying that I'm doing this definitely, but this is a big idea that I'm leaning towards.
Here we go.
If you become a Patreon of mine, okay,
what do we
regardless
get?
if it's $1 a month or how much ever you pay a month, doesn't matter to me. All
what
right,
do we get?
I think that everyone should be held in equal regard, and I think that if you are going to, that's another thing. If you are going to donate money to anyone, you shouldn't say, because I donated 100, I get more than the guy who donated $1. Well, no, then you missed the point. The point was you care enough about the person and you're grateful enough that they've been giving you free content for so long that you want to help them out to continue to do it, not that you're trying to get something out of it. This isn't Kickstarter.
What? That's kind of... I mean, that's just a fine way to approach Patreon, isn't it? You give me okay, so if someone gives you $1, you could say like, all right, I'll give you a shout out at the end of the video. But if then someone gives 100, then they get the private react video, right? I mean, he did that himself, right? He's saying you don't get, it doesn't matter what the fuck you do, everyone gets the same shit. Very odd.
Okay, so regardless of how much that you do pay, maybe you'll get advanced access. Or maybe I do episode 1 of Project 7, I release it...
I do episode... Okay, I want you to be very clear. Episode 1 of Project 7, okay? Every time we say Project 7, I want to be extremely clear about how he brings it up, okay? So you heard that. Episode 1 of Project 7.
Advanced access. Or maybe I do episode 1 of Project 7. I release it only to Patreons, right? The Patreons get a day to look at it, and they all give me their feedback, and based off their feedback, maybe I tweak something a little bit here. Maybe they noticed an audio jump or a bug here or there that I can streamline, and then I...
Audio jump here or there that I can streamline? Oh, yeah, I hate those audio jumps.
A little bit here, maybe they noticed an audio jump or a bug here or there that I can streamline, and then I refine it, and then 2 days later, boom, now the real final edition goes public to everyone, right? That could be one thing that I do.
Cool.
I could do exclusive Q&A segments where if you're a Patreon, you get to submit questions to me, and it'll be like a special edition of Ask the King. Because let's face it, right now with Ask the King, you've got people doing 100 to 200, if not more, questions just on the forums. Then you've got people asking me Twitter questions. You've got questions coming in from Facebook, and a million questions all get lost in the mix. And frequently, a lot of people say, man, I asked this question 5 months in a row, and Phil never answers my damn question on Ask the King, and that's frustrating. Well, maybe I'll do a special Q&A for Patreons where you get to ask your questions, and we'll go through them. It'll be a stream chat like atmosphere maybe or something. I don't know. Okay. Again, this is just an idea I'm throwing out there where I will try to answer your exclusive questions. All right.
Okay.
One thing that I would like to do and I can't do anymore, and I want to make this clear to everyone.
What's it? What could this be?
Unfortunately, the more the research that I do, it looks like I'm not going to be able to do anything on Skype ever again.
Oh God, Skype kids shares your IP.
And I know that sounds bad, right? I definitely know that sounds terrible. That, oh my God, Skype, you can't ever use Skype again. You used to have callers to your show. You used to even have Rambo call in and do stuff. Remember the one episode of Smart Guys that we did where Rambo called in? And they might say, well, I don't understand. Why can't you do that? It's very simple. Unfortunately, last week I was attacked by someone. I don't know who or whatever the circumstances were. I have no clue. But I was knocked off the internet a few times, basically DDoS attacked. So someone had gotten with my IP address. And what I found out was it was a really stupid
Did he say someone has whiffed? I think he there's IP sniffers. I think he's using that same terminology incorrectly. Did he say sniffed?
My IP address. Times, basically DDoS.
I think he said, excuse me, I think he said whiffed.
Attacked. So someone had gotten with of my IP address.
Someone had gotten whiff. Someone has gotten whiff. Yeah. Someone's gotten whiff of my IP address. What the fuck? Gotten whiff.
And
so he's definitely confusing those terms in his mind. IP sniffer. He's gotten whiff. Someone got a whiff of this like it's a hound dog.
DOS attack. So someone had gotten whiff of my IP address. And what I found out was that it was a really stupid means, right? I was using MIRC to chat, and everyone can find apparently your IP on MIRC, regardless of if you're hiding it or not, whatever. So fast forward, to now, and I'm like, well, I have to make sure that there's other methods that people can't get my IP address, or they can DDoS attack me during a live stream or whatever. So I can't use Skype because I actually found out Skype has huge security holes where anyone, if they just know who you are, can go on Skype and type in your name and immediately get your IP, no matter what. Yep. And someone proved this to me a couple days ago, and I was like, really? It's that easy? Yeah, it's that easy. They have that many security holes in that stupid program. And it's just like, there's nothing I can do about it. So unfortunately, it was like, at least in the near future, until something can be found, I can't use Skype for anything. Some people were saying, well, could you do a call-in session with Patreons and stuff like that? And the answer is unfortunately no. I can't do any Skype conversations. I can't go on a podcast. I can't do anything until I figure out another means to do it. Now, some people suggested TeamSpeak. Other people suggested another Ventrilo. But everyone seems to say, no, those have problems too. Nothing is foolproof right now.
Yeah, just don't talk to anyone. It's much easier.
So, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm looking for your ideas. All right, your ideas of what kind of things I could
tell me what
to
do,
Patreons.
dumb fucks.
Also, things obviously aren't going to piss everyone else off. I said this 2 years ago when I started on Twitch and I got to the subscriber program on Twitch. I would never hold it against you, the viewer. Never. That you couldn't afford to become a Patreon, or back then it was become a Twitch sub, whatever it was. That's ridiculous. The whole relationship we've had since 2008 is I make free and fun content for you, you watch it, and somehow I make out, whether it's getting internet popularity, whether it's making money since I've been with Machinima, whatever that may be.
Okay.
I'm not going to change my business model. That would be so screwed up for me to make a paywall, or even, remember a couple years ago they made subscriber-only YouTube channels and how those all fucking failed? No one pays to see a YouTube channel, but they had that. That was a big discussion. You must pay to see the YouTube channel. And everyone was like, wow, they're really going to do that. No, that's not the spirit.
That is true, though. I remember when YouTube first started, ads, legitimately, and people, YouTube had ads for a while, but, it would be at the beginning of the video, and then when they started doing ads in the middle of the video, people flipped the fuck out. People did not like that shit. It took a while for that to be a normal thing, and now, of course, it is, but...
Spirit of how I became popular. Why would I change that? The spirit of how I became popular I want to retain. But I want to try to find a way to give back to those who want to help me without doing some kind of a super unfair advantage.
Yeah, just give them bubbles or wear a vest.
So this is the conversation I want to start tonight. Whether it's on the comments of this video, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on the forums, which we're going to walk through later. I'm going to show you the new forums, and I'm going to show you where you can contribute and talk about these things. I need your feedback, because I need honest feedback. I want glaringly honest feedback. Now, one thing I do want to say, and I already explained this on the forums, I'm going to say it again. This is not a conversation of should Phil do Patreon. I'm doing Patreon. There's no way.
Get fucked. I don't want to hear how you hate Patreon, you dumb fucks. I'm doing it. So you tell me how to do it, and that's the beginning and end of it, you dumb bitch.
Around not doing Patreon, because I had a big decline in views on gameplay videos. If anything, if you actually look at my video content this past year, my vlog videos are up. The videos that I do on my vlogging channel actually have more views now than they did a year ago. I'm getting more viewership and better, more subs and all that on that channel. It's the gameplay that's now getting played out, and I need to start mixing it up. So there's no way that I'm not, I have to stay afloat, to pay my bills, I have to do this. It's not something that I ever wanted to do, and that's another misconception, is that people say, well, Phil, for years, you said to people, oh, well, how dare you, talk down to people who maybe take donations.
How dare you talk down to them?
Who do streams and gameplay where there are donations that are involved. Because, there are people who need to do that in order to stay afloat. And I understand that. I completely understand that, utterly, 100%, all right? I've been lucky. I've been the exception to the rule, guys. I really have. In a lot of ways, I've been the exception to the rule.
I don't need to hear him. I don't need to hear this again. So I want to hear his... Okay, so... This is his full... Oh, no, I don't want to hear this either. Let's just go to WWE Immortals real quick, because it's funny. It's a short segment, too. So let's hear what he thinks about WWE Immortals. So real quick, just to recap this video. He's starting Patreon. I don't know what perks to do. Tell me what to do. It's basically the long and short of it, right? We got the point. And also he said episode 1 of Project 7. So I could give you like episode 1 of Project 7 or something. So keep that in mind. All right, WWE Immortals. I want to hear what he says.
So the first thing I want to show you guys is that there's a new game coming out next week. This game is, once again, it's a mobile game, and I know you guys, Phil's playing mobile games, right? It's something that looked interesting to me.
That's a good quote. Oh, Phil's playing mobile games. Hang on, let me hear it again. Oh, Phil's playing mobile games.
I know you guys, Phil's playing mobile games, right? It's something that looked interesting to me because it's actually from the same people who made, of all things, Injustice for mobile devices.
And you love that.
Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, yeah, if you remember, I played that fighting game Injustice, right?
You love
I played
that.
Injustice a couple years ago. And, this game was a fighting game made by NetherRealm, the same people who made Mortal Kombat.
Can we get to it?
This game featured DC heroes in Mortal Kombat-like fighting situations. They almost looked like Mortal Kombat characters, right? And basically, it was pretty good. It actually ended up being quite good. Oof, when you actually, played it, it was like a combination of Mortal Kombat and a few other things, and I actually liked it. So there was a mobile...
I know this is stupid, but why is the P different... because it's Mr. T, and the T is bigger for Mr. T? That's the gimmick, why DS is smaller than P? Doesn't make sense, though, for DSP. Why aren't they just the same size? Like, even look at the stickers inside part. DS, and then uppercase P. What the fuck is this? Very stupid.
Version of the game, okay? That actually ended up being it wasn't a port, it didn't even play like the fighting game itself, alright?
Come on!
Is you build up supers, you tap the screen to do a super move or whatever, and it was like 3-on-3 combat, and you would get characters, you would level them up, you would buy credits to level them up even more, buy items to put on these characters, and for those of you who didn't see the Injustice mobile game, it was quite good. Now, at this point, the mobile game is almost 2 years old, it's very outdated at this point, and very few people are playing it. So, guess what happened?
What?
NetherRealm, because they did so well, it actually was reported, if you can believe this, it was actually reported that this Injustice mobile game was doing better in the long run than the actual console fighting game. The mobile version of the game did better than the console version, the mainstream retail game. It actually made more money. As silly as that sounds, apparently it was true.
So that's the gimmick, and of course they did a great job. I mean, they did match it pretty well, but that I don't get why the P has to be uppercase. It's like it's not essential to the bit. You know what I mean? Like Mr. T is bigger because it's like T. That's like his name is T. Rest in peace. But you know what I'm saying? Anyways, small nitpick here.
Okay, and a lot of people were blown away by that, saying things, oh, really? So a mobile game did better than the console version. That's like a first. It's actually, the truth of the matter is, it's happening more and more in this day and age, and people just don't really want to admit it, that mobile gaming is becoming such a freaking huge market that it's actually making more money because it's repeated transactions. You know, retail game, you spend $60, you have the game, you have all the characters for the game, you play it, and that's it. A mobile game, it's free.
Legion of Moom, I wasn't talking about Mr. T, sir. I wasn't talking about that T.
But then, after you play for a few hours, you want the next level of character. You got
I wasn't talking about that T, guys.
Credits to play or buy this character, and people get hooked and addicted, and they put money into these games, and they end up making way more money than the actual regular console versions of the games. Okay? So, what I want to show you guys is the newest game, ladies and gentlemen. The newest game coming from NetherRealm Studios. Again, the same people who made Injustice. They made a game, they have teamed with WWE to make a video game. Okay? The video game is called Immortals.
Show it!
You may say, what is that? I don't understand. What am I looking at? Hold on.
Okay. Oh,
Ladies
yeah.
and gentlemen,
well, you can't see that one, though. I don't see anything.
This is ridiculous. This is John Cena in Immortals. So you may say to yourself,
oh, are you going to say this is ridiculous, sir? Because I can tell you some people that are on your roster, or were very recently, that look very similar to this John Cena, sir. I hope he doesn't say that.
oh yeah, they call John Cena Super Cena, right? They joke that he's like Superman, he's unbeatable. In Immortals, he is Superman. He actually has the stupid hustle, loyalty, and respect symbol on his chest where the Superman S would be. He looks like Superman. And I almost guarantee you, he's going to be like Superman. Because it's made by NetherRealm. So what they probably did, they probably reskinned the Injustice app game to be a new game and called it Immortals.
Yeah, how stupid is that?
Pictures for you. Here's the
logo. Don't want to give money to that, right?
What the fuck?
Who would ever give money to a game like that, right?
I wonder if I can fix that. Hold on.
Dumb fucks. Man, look how dumb this is. What the fuck? Who would give money to this shit? I don't know.
Hold on. Here, I'll do a new screen region. Oh my god. This is just something else.
Oh my god, I love when he talks shit about mobile games.
Oh my, look at this.
It's my favorite.
On the left, you've got the Big Show, And on the right, you've got Roman Reigns.
How ridiculous
the Big
is
Show,
this?
Who's been buffed up to be this giant barbarian-looking motherfucker. And on the right, you've got Roman Reigns with a stupid, like, stretched-out goatee ponytail kind of a deal.
I mean, he looks kind of cool.
All right,
What?
let's keep going. Hold on, there's more pictures. All right, so what you got here, if you can't tell, on the left there is John Cena looking like Superman. In the middle, I think that's...
Yeah, I agree, Phil. That Roman Reigns looks like shit. This one's much cooler, right? I agree with you. This one is much cooler. Like, this is what you want. The one you saw on the previous slide sucks ass. This one kicks ass. And I definitely want to be pulling this one. I agree with Philip on this. Oh, man. All right, we're wasting too much time. We got to get out of this.
Dude. And on the right, you've got The Rock. I mean, it's undoubted from his tattoo there, right? You can tell his tattoo.
Undoubtable.
Oh,
what a legend.
That's definitely him.
Well, look at the Sherlock Holmes we got here. I think that's The Rock. I can definitely tell that's The Rock. How is that a question?
That's all we got here. Hold on. I know there's another picture of Nikki Bella too. I gotta see if I
Nikki
can find
Bella.
it. Hold on a
Hell
second.
yeah. I don't know who that is. Let me see. Let me see if she's on WWE Champions
Bella
first.
Twins Immortals. I've seen this. And there's one of Sheamus. Ah, here it is. Look at this.
Look at this.
So here's the Bella Twins. These are supposed to be the Bella Twins. They look more like, looks kind of like Kitana and maybe another one of those generic ninjas from Mortal Kombat. Yeah, but it's supposed to be Nikki and Brie Bella, even though it looks absolutely nothing like them whatsoever.
We want this one. You're right, Philip. I agree. We want the fearless version. That's much better. This one's worth thousands on the left. The ones on the right, fuck that shit, dude.
Oh, here's the other picture. Hold on. Let me keep going here.
Oh, another picture.
That's not it. Here we go. Here's Sheamus.
Sheamus, hell yeah.
Sheamus with 3 different ponytail beards. This is going to be, if it's not, oh wait, there's more? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, that looks dumb,
Triple
dude.
H. Yes, the Conqueror Triple H, who doesn't look any different than he did when he wore that stupid He-Man looking shit at one of those WrestleManias when he went up against John Cena.
Why are we shitting on this so hard? And he ended up playing this, by the way, so remember that when he says how much he's shitting on it, he would play this.
And then, of course, the final character, it's the girl from...
the girl from Lego. Awesome. Girl from the Lego movie. Cool. That's a good character, dude.
The Lego movie. She's the final character. No, that's just another picture that somehow is in this weird slideshow.
That's an ad.
Yeah, pretty weird game, huh? And so just so you guys understand, this game launches supposedly next week. I've seen conflicting dates. I've seen some things say it's launching on the 13th of January.
All right, anyways, he's going to play that game. Let's get back on topic here. All right. So, January 12th, just 3 days after that video, he said, thought about ideas for the premiere episode of Project 7. I'm going to say this very slowly. The premiere episode, episode of Project 7, and I've already come up with tons. I need to start work, write stuff down soon. I'm going to read that one more time just to make sure we get it correct. Thought about ideas for the premiere episode of Project 7, and I've already come up with tons. I need to start work, write stuff down soon. Okay, just want to make sure we say that. People have questions about it. Are you going to explain what happens to John and Howard in the first episode, or just start fresh? Phil will have Leanna play parts, hopefully, since he has no other friends to do it. Oh, wowzers. Nice one, wowzers. All right, so there we go. He's thinking about ideas for the premiere episode of Project 7. Big ups, dude. Awesome. That'll be a good episode. All right, next up, January 18th. We're still slowly working our way through 2015 here. A lot of the action is in the beginning of the year, and then the downfall happens at the end, but there's less mentions. Here we go.
Which it's not supposed to come out for...
All right, sir.
Months away, though, from what they're saying. That's going to come out right before it comes out for PC, which it's not supposed to come out for PC until late March now. It got delayed. So
okay, cool.
That's the deal with GTA 5. All right.
Can't wait for that one.
Okay. Another thing to explain. A couple weeks ago, I talked a little bit about this. I said Patreon. Patreon is a program by which people
not a
can
program.
pledge a certain amount of donation
Program.
money to me. It's no way and or buts about it. It's donation money, okay? You can
So scared of saying that.
No if and buts about it. It's a donation.
money to me. It's no way and or buts about it. It's donation money, okay? You can pledge a certain amount a month, similarly to how it used to be a paid sub back on Twitch TV, okay?
What happened to that?
For that, you get something out of it. Now, I don't have to provide anything. I actually could just say, no, it's not that at all. You get nothing for it. But I've decided I am going to provide either perks or...
Oh, what a saint! Oh my God, what a charitable gentleman. He doesn't have to offer you stuff, but he will. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
some kind of goals or something for this program. And I've been trying to figure out what would it be? What kind of things would people like for perks for this program? And I've had a thread on my forums for the past couple of weeks, thekingofhate.com, where I've had people suggesting things, all right?
And we do have that. I will show that in a second.
Now, the Patreon page has been live now for about a week and a half because basically Patreon said, oh, we're going to give you that URL, the Dark Side Phil URL, but we need you to register immediately and put your page up immediately so that no other troll or whatever tries to take control of the page, so I did.
Yeah.
Now, in the meantime, some people have taken it upon themselves to go over there and pledge, which is awesome. But some people are kind of upset and saying, well, Phil has a Patreon page now, but there's no perks or anything. Why does he have it up? The answer is simply because Patreon told me to put it up. This is a soft launch. This isn't anything where I was promising anyone perks by any particular period of time.
So that's just trolls getting pissed.
And I've already said this publicly, so I'll say it here.
Yeah, they said trolls. Good point, Incorrect Beans. Better put that up before trolls get to it. That was the official email from Patreon.
I'm not going to be doing anything in regards to solid perks and or goals or anything with Patreon until probably the middle of February when I'm finally settled in from all this year-end stuff being over and I can finally start working
It
on
is now January 18th, and we're still worried about the year-end stuff.
new projects. You know, like
Okay.
I said, there's things I want to work on, like Project 7, new vlog series, but I can't get to that yet.
Project 7, again mentioned there.
I have to get through a few more weeks before I can get to that stuff. So understand, if you did pledge already to the Patreon page, no perks are coming immediately. We're still discussing what those perks are. And I would like it if everyone would go to thekingofhate.com. There is a thread there right there, Patreon perks discussion, and you could let me know what kind of stuff that you would like. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Uh-oh.
Number one, if you pledged and in the expectation of getting something in the month of January, I would actually ask that you withdraw your pledge. I'll say it
the
publicly.
pledge.
Withdraw your pledge because I'm not ready. The only reason the page is up now is because
I think you should withdraw your pledge. I'll actually say that publicly. Withdraw your pledge. Thank you.
Patreon asked me to. And I don't want to be dishonest and be like, I want to take your money if you were in the expectation you were getting something in January. It's not going to be ready, okay? We're still discussing it. And
You know what? Guys, that being said, starts at 3:30 p.m. today. You know what? Actually, I'm going to say that publicly. That being said, starts at 3:30 p.m. Eastern today.
I had some really great ideas, actually. Unfortunately, one thing that looks like it's off the table is exclusive videos that are going to be up early for Patreon subscribers because, unfortunately, we already had people come out and say, oh, well, if Phil does that, I'm going to subscribe for like $1, and I'll just spam the link everywhere so people can see the video regardless.
So that's trolls. He's scared of... one troll probably said that, and now he's not going to do that for anybody.
Of course, you're going to have those kind of malicious people, and I was already kind of worried about that. So I said, you know what, that doesn't make sense. But what I am seriously considering is doing, for certain levels, there's actually goal levels that you can set. So if I reach a certain amount of Patreon support a month, I will do a special event that normally I wouldn't have done. And some things that have been tossed around, or do a game that I never would have played, or people have asked me to play it for years and I never played before because I really didn't have that much interest, but people are dying to see me play it. Oh, yes, the two big ones that everyone's throwing around right now are Persona and Minecraft. Now, I'm not saying these would be full playthroughs, but maybe me playing these games for a little bit to see what they are. If you reach a certain goal, maybe I'll do that. Another thing has been maybe do a gameplay marathon where I could basically jump on stream and play a marathon of certain games, and it wouldn't be 24 hours or anything like that, but maybe a 5-6 hour marathon of me just playing games straight rather than, it's a set playthrough. Maybe it's like, I want you to see you play 4 games in this series.
Big difference there. 24 hours goes down to 5.
Play them an hour each or something back to back. Things like that.
So like a normal stream then. Okay.
Things I've never done before. Those are the kind of things that people...
Big up Jasper the Cat says he begs more than I do for my claws back. Well, Jasper, you can't get those back. They don't regrow, unfortunately.
People are talking about when it comes to Patreon. So again, these are just ideas. I need your input. And I really need more input because unfortunately now it's like the same dozen people keep suggesting stuff, and it's like you go in a circle. I need more outsider input on what kind of stuff you'd like to see on there, okay?
No clawbacks.
So please post up on thekingofhate.com. I'll put a link in the description of this video where you can post up directly in that thread and let me know what you think, suggestions for perks and or goals set for the Patreon program. Again, I'll say this one more time.
What?
I'm not ready yet. Month of January, it was only there, set there because Patreon told me to, so no one else could steal the URL. It's kind of what they call a, a vanity URL. If you want a special URL, you need to get
a vanity URL. Let's see. Remake, please. K Galleon says, I'm cool with GTA 5 going away for a while. You did play that already. I'm more interested in the new Saints Row game. Still donate to your Patreon since you've provided years of free videos to me anyway. Big ups, dude. All right, so Patreon is rocking and rolling. Few people donating already. And I think I can tell you the exact number of that, because there is charts still up somehow that track all that shit. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Got it. What's this? Hold on, I'll get it in a second. Let's watch the next video and I'll get it. Oh, little bottom left corner demon action, but that's not strong enough yet. We'll find a better one. All right. February 1st now, just 2 weeks later. After a month of consideration, here is my first attempt at Patreon goals and perks. Please give me your feedback. All right, so let's look at this. So this is the suggestion thread. I'm going to make so you can see it. This is the suggestion thread. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, what the? Here it is. All right, suggestion thread. So after a month, what the fuck? Hold on a second. Why do I have both this up? Why do I have two of these up? Hang on. Not only two of these, right? Let me make sure this has that. No, get out of here. Get out of here. All right. After a month of debate, it seems that we've come to the conclusion about doing perks for contributors to my Patreon account simply isn't going to work. Mostly thanks to detractors who stated that who will be $1 patrons just to get out the perks to everyone else. Therefore, I've decided that my Patreon account will be based on set goals, which will serve as landmarks for level of contribution, each of which will trigger unlock a new special event. These events will be either, 1, ways to give back to contributors, fans, or things to overall improve my content in the long run. All right, so he must be drunk on this one. Before I get started with suggestions, I'm going to I'll answer the common question. Why does Phil need to hit certain donation goals to do these things? Can he just do them now? No. The answer is yes. I could do all the below things right now, but that would mean taking away from my daily schedule of work. You know what that means. Which would be a decrease in income. The reason I'm using Patreon is to offset the decrease in income I already suffered mid-2014, and I can't afford another one. That's machinima restructuring, I believe. But therefore, I'm setting up these goals in hopes that the Patreon contributions will offset any decrease in income during the time we've taken to complete them so that I can improve my content in the long run and increase overall viewership. Well, that didn't happen. So far, here are the ideas I've come up with. Taking 1 to 2 days off from gameplay to set up, learn how to use my green screens. Okay, so let's count the things that didn't happen. So I'm going to use my green screen setup, which has been the closet since last summer. I'll make setup vlogs of it to document the process, as well as do demo streams, vids utilizing the green screen. The green screen will then be used in future projects such as vlogs and the Project 7 reboot, among others. Both of the items in here did not happen. The green screen was set up, and we did get the famous green screen footage, but it stayed in the closet. Project 7 reboot, well, we'll get there in a second. My first gaming marathon, where I'll stream from 6 to 10 straight hours, with a few breaks, of a series of games that fans have requested. This will include lots of fan interaction in the stream chat, something I don't frequently do, which will make it very unique from my usual gameplay content. That did happen. I don't think he ever got to 6 hours or whatever, but there we go. Playing sessions of games that I normally would not play, or that Patreon donators could vote on. The obvious one here is tons of people asked me to play over the years is Minecraft, but I think that would be the absolutely highest goal out of all of them. Well, that would turn out to be a lie. There may be more, such as the worst game ever made in E.T., Superman 64, Sonic 06. I'm seriously dreading all of these, as I know how awful they are, but I'd be willing to play them if we hit the goals. This one is kind of out there, but if I hit certain goals, maybe I could make trips to Microsoft, Sony, other gaming studios in the area and do studio tours, behind the scenes kind of stuff that I could vlog or give an in-depth explanations If they don't allow cameras, living in Seattle has put me into the perfect position to do this, as many game studios have their headquarters right here. He would not get within 100 miles of any of those studios, but all right. Here we go. This one would be the biggest overall goal. I dramatically reduced the amount of overall gameplay content I put out in order to focus on, get ready for this, fighting games. I focus solely on getting into competitive shape in Street Fighter, extensively playtest the new Mortal Kombat, and actively seek out, become a frequent attendee of the local fighting game scene in Seattle. If I went so far, I'd even attend EVO. Keep in mind, this would be a stretch goal, as it would be completely changing up the way I do things and require a massive Patreon investment to offset the guaranteed declines in YouTube revenue I receive. All right, well, that's a hell of a promise there. All right, so we got, out of these 5, we got 1. One of those things did happen. That was the playing session of games I would not normally play, and I guess you could say the marathon. Those both happened in some way. Next up, as for perks, we've all but shot down all of them, but I believe there are 1 or 2 we could still do. 1, if someone donates $50, I'll put them into Project 7 in some way. Webcam video segment, special guest, voiceover, per what they're capable of doing. I'll read that one more time. I'll put them into Project 7 in some way. Webcam video segment, special guest, voiceover, per what they're capable of doing. Okay, so you tell me which of these things are required for trailers. Not to spoil, but which of these are required for trailers? Webcam video segments, special guests, and voiceovers. Okay, we're going to keep going, though. If someone donates $25, they'll get a shout-out that month in the credits or a special segment on my vlogs or shows. This is my first serious attempt at setting up my Patreon perks and goals. Please, if you will, respond with the following. Suggested prices for the goals, feedback on the goals, feedback on the perks. As always, please try to stay on topic and refrain from being overly negative. Just saying it won't work, you don't deserve more money, isn't going to fly and will result in moderation action. That means get that ass banned. And try to remain positive and constructive. Okay. Whoa, Moses, shout-outs. These are all awesome suggestions, especially where you play Superman 64. End of the lines. I'm sorry to say, but this is reality. You could, in theory, spend your free time learning how to use your new equipment. That is life. You sacrifice something to get results. For example, after work, I sacrifice my free time to catch up on work or be on call. You do not need money to learn how to use equipment you may or not even bother learning how to use. From your experience of buying capture cards that haven't worked, I personally, as a patron, wouldn't trust you to do that. Ooh, mama. Like I said above, with your experience, I wouldn't trust you to do that in the slightest. Plus, it relates to what I said above as well. You don't need to be paid to learn how to use things. You have free time to do that. Surprised this one lasted. This is from the Wayback Machine, so this might have got limbed. But anyways, let's see. Did they talk about Patreon 7? Project 7? No. Blah, 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 blah. I want to see if there's any response from Philip here. Sadly, we are only on Wayback Machine. I completely agree with this. These goals strike me as very ingenuine. $25 for a shout-out? Wow! Cooper, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Some dense responses. Oh, yeah. Look at this. I'm setting up these goals in hopes for the Patreon contribution will offset my decreasing income during the time. That's not your fans' responsibility to pay for. Get that ass banned, bitch. 26 pages here. Let's see if I can get any of these pages to load. As you can see, though, this is his. It's odd he mentioned. So right now, let me say this, which is kind of odd to me. Maybe someone in chat knows. So he's talking about. Notice these perks. Let me see if there's Philip here real quick before I get to my point there. People are definitely fucking responding, but Philip's not responding. I don't want to read through all these. Oh, here we go. This is a good one from the YouTube. Seriously, one of your goals is to set up your green screen? That's something you're going to have to do regardless of Patreon. It would be essential paying you to do your work. I'd reconsider that. Philip responds, the point of Patreon is to allow for things that are either special events to a donator or overall improvement of the business. I've had this green screen ever since last summer and have not been able to spend any time with it at all due to a crazy schedule and business demands. People have been asking for me to use this for months, but at the same time, don't want interruptions in content. You can't have it both ways. Having this as a Patreon goal allows me to take a couple of days off from gameplay to figure it out fully. You need days to figure out a green screen? And utilize an upcoming project. Saying things like, you should just do it anyway without Patreon is unrealistic. There's only so much time in a day, and for me to take 2 days off with no income, reminder, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, this is someone that admitted himself, out of his own mouth, to have spent 80 hours on WWE Supercard in 2 weeks. 80 hours in 2 weeks on WWE Supercard.
Now let me repeat that again.
80 hours in 2 weeks on WWE Supercard. But there's only so many hours in a day. Oh, man. That's why it's a goal. In a perfect world, I have a team of people working under me to do video editing, effects, etc. And I can take off an infinite time for side projects. This is not a perfect world. I'm not rich. And for me to continue on making content daily, stuff like this has to happen. I've been responding to everyone's opinions hopefully later today. Thanks for all the feedback, be it positive or negative. Already got lots of ideas and things to adjust. Okay, so hopefully we can see his kind of wrap up. Che, that's the SOK member. Alright, it's not worth it. It's going to take this long to load everything. But anyway, so one thing my point about what I was going to say was the Project 7 was not a perk. It was like something that is kind of assumed to happen. Right? Like, that was just like, we're doing it. You hear that? If you donate $50, you'll get a part in it, but it's already happening, oddly. That was odd for me. Right? So anyways, this is the first goal. This is February 2nd. So yeah, we're a little bit late off on our order there. So let me get back to it here. So we already did this one. Let me fix our screen here. All right. And did we watch this one yet? I think we did, right?
And the bottom line is, even though I'm not getting back to that stuff, people are still saying that I'm putting out so much gaming footage that they're overwhelmed.
Oh yeah, we did. This was the day before, but anyways, it's worth playing. There's a little bit here.
I know. That's how life works, is that, we're moving fast, and there's only so much time to do whatnot, okay?
Yeah. What?
Is that, we're moving fast, and there's only so much time to do whatnot, okay? And the bottom line is, even though I'm not getting back to that stuff, people are still saying that I'm putting out so much gaming footage that they're overwhelmed and they can't keep up.
There's only so much time to do whatnot. That's when you know you're busy, when there's only so much time to do whatnot.
With it. So it's not like I could play more. Playing more would make no sense, okay? What I do want to do is by the middle to late February, I want to start work on my new vlogging show. So, for example, I told you guys there's going to be a show about movies. I want to work on that. There's going to be the return of Smark Guys, although it probably won't be called Smark Guys, but people have been clamoring for me to talk about pro wrestling because I started watching it again.
Have they?
And I wanted to clamoring for me to talk about pro wrestling because I started watching it again, and I want to do that. So that might be coming up soon, okay? Project 7 will be rebooted this year. I don't know if it's going to happen in February. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Project 7 will be rebooted this year.
Guys, with all the stuff I just mentioned, the fact that there's actually 2 to 3 more games in February that are going to be new that people want to see, okay? And the fact that I haven't even set up my Patreon yet, right? To support me to take time out to work on a big project like Project 7 that's going to take a lot of time out of my gameplay. I don't think I'm going to get started in February. However, I just want to let everyone know that hopefully by the end of February, my Patreon will be 100% set up. I will have set goals. I've already started thinking of new goals. So one goal that I'm really thinking is that if I reach a certain set amount of contributions a month, called a Patreon goal, I will actually take time out one day, not fucking stream every day, but I will purposely take time out. I'll go into my closet. I'll rip out all that green screen equipment that I bought in the summer of last year. I'll try to set up the green screen. I'll get all the lighting rigs going, and we'll do some demo work and see if we can implement the green screen into things coming up, because how
He did that in the garage, and he did it one day with the garage.
What would it be if I could do that in Project 7, or I could do that in vlogs, or I could do that in anything? The problem is I need to stop working for a period of time to do it, which means I need to have something to make up for the fact that there's no new gameplay that day, and that's how Patreon works, okay? So for those of you who've been waiting and say, wow, Phil, it's been a month since you announced Patreon, you're still not doing anything with it, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do my best. I got market feedback from you guys from the...
Market feedback?
Still not doing anything with it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do my best. I got market feedback from you guys from the forums. I'm doing my best to try to get as much information as I can before I launch it. I don't want to launch it and say, here we go. And, well, I don't want that goal. I don't care about that. This doesn't make...
I got market feedback. He's a day trader.
Make any sense to me, so why would anyone care? I'm trying to do things that people are going to want to actively participate in, all right?
Okay. Ooh, nice sip.
Ultimately, if I'm going to be asking you guys for a contribution like that I've never asked for before. Ever since I started making money doing this in 2011, I never asked for donations or anything. I always refused them, right?
You can't really say you always refuse them. You explained earlier how you did take them before, but okay.
If I'm going to start asking for that, I want to in turn give you something new and different. So, using a green screen, starting Project 7, implementing new vlogs.
Starting Project 7.
Shows. That's the kind of stuff that I want to do in the new year. More editing of videos like I've already started doing. I want to do this, but that's why I need your support with Patreon, and that's why I want to set those goals on Patreon so we can maybe reach them and we can start implementing some of that stuff, okay? That's coming in the near future. Just tossing that out there because, again, people ask about it all the time, and I'm like, I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, thanks for tossing that out there, brother. All right, next, February 9th, throwing out Patreon perk ideas. $5 a month gets you a vlog, thanks mention. $50 gets a part in Project 7. $100 gets a private vid t-shirt. So $100 a month gets you a private video and t-shirt. $50 gets you a part in Project 7. And so there we go. I so badly wish we could see this first one. Of course we can't. But this guy said, if that's what Philip responded with, if that's what you really think, you're nowhere near as big a fan as you think you are. Of course, we can't see what he said, but I've explained many times that for the past few months, don't know how you haven't heard, you don't have to participate, but don't be mean. He wasn't being mean. You just need a thicker skin. You need to learn how to talk to your fans. No. So, get out of here. No one cares about perks, Phil. They just want to know what games you're going to play for members. All right, there we go. That was February 9th. Things on Twitter are going great. February 19th, just counted, and we have 53 Project 7 shirts left over. Took inventory of sizes and such. Have everything from S to XL of both shirts. So 53 Project 7 shirts are available for the taking, okay? All right, now, as you can see, the length of this video, it's very, 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 very scary. We can't watch it all, but this is the special launch announcement, okay? So I really want to just watch. Let's watch the beginning, of course, and then I really want to get to the perks, all right? Because the perk breakdown, because sadly, the original Patreon page, when it started, I couldn't find it all. I found parts of it, but not all of it. So hopefully he's going to go through it here, so we'll have a better idea of what the perks actually were when he opened it. All right, so let's go. This is the Patreon launch special announcement. Hell yeah. Hello? It's not muted. Is this the intro? Oh, this is the intro.
Okay, hello everyone.
Okay, yeah.
Welcome. Today is Thursday, February 19th, 2015. I'm Darkside Phil, but most of you know me as Phil Burnell.
Is that
Little
true?
old homebody from Connecticut, right? The guy who's been around.
What?
Little old homebody
Little old homebody. That's a new one.
from Connecticut, right? The guy who's been around for quite some time making videos for you since 2008 on YouTube. And a very important day today.
Oh,
all right.
what
So
is
without further ado, without jumping into it, let's
Without further ado, without jumping into it, those are exactly the opposite. Without further ado means I'm starting right now, and without jumping into it means I'm not starting right now. Big ups.
So without further ado, without jumping into it, let's talk a little bit, okay? Here I am broadcasting to you guys live and, of course, recording out of my new office in Washington. Also, I say new, even though I've been doing this for 8 months, right?
Oh, yeah.
And, boy, let me tell you guys something. Before
Joe Dub says now he's Ultra Instinct Homebody. Yep. 8 months at this new house, things went to shit. 13 credit cards. Now we got to start getting to work, and this is how we're doing
before
it.
we even start talking about the subject of this video,
Oh, God,
which
I'm going
is
past this.
the launch of my Patreon, the fact that some content is going to be changing, that there's going to be some awesome new ways for you to participate and interact.
Comment, rate, participate.
Activity and all kinds of stuff coming up, positive stuff. What I want to do before we even talk about that is I want to talk about the thing that I think is more important than any of that, and that's thanking you. All right,
I do not care.
I've made gameplay videos since
Let's see
2000.
this.
Camera at an angle towards my widescreen TV.
God, please.
Whether it was my original channel, Dark Side Phil, or different vlogging situations, DSP Gaming's now been around for over 4 years. I mean,
Oh, God.
I know I don't. I know that I need to sit here and say thank you, thank you, thank you every day. I need you guys to understand how grateful I am, because some days I could come in here like a grump and I take it for granted, and I shouldn't, because this is a crazy shot in the dark, different
Just a shot in the dark.
experience from what 99% of the people on planet Earth
Project
experience.
7.
What I'm going through is very much the crazy exception. When I talk to my neighbors and I talk to people and I apply for a loan or I do anything and they say, what do you do for a living? And I tell them I make
When I apply for a loan, yeah, so that's something you did many times, sir.
gameplay videos and I'm a YouTuber, they're like, huh?
Huh?
Like,
Then why do you need money then? If you're going so great, why do you need this business loan, sir? It's a very bad interest rate. Why do you need that?
how does that work? Because, of course, you would think everyone wants to get into that, right? And I'm just the anomaly, the person that... Connecticut. Too expensive, taxes out the ass, not enough space to even have an office, everything...
This is a great idea for a Patreon launch video. Most people spend about 2 or 3 minutes explaining like how awesome stuff you get. Philip Burnell goes through his entire history first. Wow. We are still in 12 minutes in now. Are we still going through the history?
Or I'm going to just do the montage and no gameplay. You know what I mean? I can't. My business model is based off of putting videos out every day, getting views on those videos so I can pay my bills. And I almost feel, I'll be honest with you guys, because you know I'm a very honest person, I feel trapped at times where it's like, there's pressure. I have to every day be on stream, play the games, upload the videos. And there's times when I would like to take time off and think about creative projects that I would like to do or work more on those projects, and I feel like I can't. I feel, especially during that hardcore gaming season, that end of the year time every year, I feel like I'm a prisoner. I must play every game because that's the time when I'm going to get the views and I'm going to make my business really successful. And after doing that every
5 minutes later, we're getting to it yet?
And understand that's out of my comfort zone. This is all new to me. I never ever called myself a great video editor or anything like that. I just called myself a gamer. I would sit there, play a game, record it, and give raw commentary, and people loved it. And times change. Not saying that that's going anywhere, because that will still be a part of my core product and the core videos that I put out for you. But there's going to be other stuff as well. Now, not only do I provide you with that raw gameplay, right?
Elk, I'm no stylist, but damn. Or is that damn good or positive or negative, Elk? It's tough to tell. Could be positive, actually. Like, damn. All right, here we go. Perks right here. 19 minutes in, we get to perks.
Based on the feedback of those who care the most,
I
have set up a series of perks and goals from my Patreon page. Set up a series of perks and goals.
What the fuck was that high pitch? Perks and goals.
From my Patreon page, by which you can get stuff back, and collectively we can reach milestones and we can do fun special events. Okay,
here we go.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over right now to my PC. We're going to take a look at the Patreon page.
Yes. Okay, we can see everything. Perfect. Yes, I was worried we couldn't do this.
Okay.
Yes.
And we're going to run through it. I'm going to review all the perks and explain them in detail so you know how they work. I'm going to run through the goals and explain how those work. So there's no misconceptions. A lot of people have a misconception about Patreon that it's like...
Let's get to it. We don't need to hear about
I gotta remember which button it was. Shit.
Yeah, it's
this one?
Power button.
There we go. I almost didn't remember which one it was. Okay.
Perks.
So let's go ahead I'm moving my mic right now, which is what you're hearing as I move over here. I'm moving over to my PC. This is my Patreon page, ladies and gentlemen. You can find this at /DarksidePhil. It is spelled as you see it right here. Okay? All in lowercase. I want to make that clear.
It doesn't fucking matter, dude.
There are people out there who are impersonating me, who are trying to do malicious stuff to trick you or make fun of me.
Yeah, please type the URL in lowercase. Thank you.
And they've used variations of the spelling, capitals and stuff. It's just all lowercase my name. That's how you access this page. Okay?
It's all lowercase. Write lowercase in the URL, guys. If you do uppercase in the URL, you will get somewhere else. Okay? Just keep that in mind. Thank you.
So what is this?
What is it?
Basically, I give a little synopsis of who I am and what the point of my whole Patreon is, why I'm doing it. All right?
Are we going to read it?
I say right here, since 2008, I've created independent and driven gaming content on YouTube. You know,
I have created independent driven content? Driven content. What is driven gaming content? Hang on.
I've been partnered with Machinima since 2010, and it's been my primary source of income, my job. Pledging to me on Patreon is going to allow me more freedom in the daily burden of overall video views and let me do more creative things. In a nutshell, I'm tired of every day waking up and wondering who's going to be on stream, who's going to watch my videos on YouTube. And I don't want that to be what I become. I only care about views and I have to worry about views constantly.
You almost said it.
All right?
You almost said
it. I wake up and I can play fun games.
So I want less responsibility. I don't want to work at all, actually. I just want to do whatever the fuck I want. And that's where you come in.
No matter what the game is, no matter what the viewership is, I could wake up and work on a creative project like Project 7, or I could work on a montage, or I can work on whatever, and I don't have to worry about paying the bills. I want to be at a level where that doesn't matter anymore, okay? Where it's about enjoying myself and having the fun, because that's when it's going to come through in the videos and the content I make for you, is I'm having fun and I'm not pressured.
Now listen, guys, I just want enough money that I don't have to worry about money, and then I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's what I'm looking for. So here's the perks you get for that.
Okay. In addition to just that, I want to be able to...
Hold on. I want to make sure we say that part. Including a reboot, restart of an idea I originally had in 2009 titled Project 7. So we're calling it now a reboot / restart of an idea I originally had in 2009 titled Project 7. Okay, just keep that in your mind as well.
To play games that aren't necessarily viewed as popular games. And I'm going to give a perfect example. 2 years ago, I did what was called the Summer of Retro.
Whoa.
Where I went back to games from my childhood and I actually played them. Some people said the games that I played that year could have been considered walkthroughs, not playthroughs.
Why?
Because I knew everything about the games. I went and did all the Easter eggs. I did all the fun stuff. You know, games like Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, Final Fantasy VI, Earthbound. These were playthroughs that were at a different level than just me playing a game for the first time raw.
Were they really, though? I haven't watched those, but were they really, though?
And I love to do it.
Did he get to, like, the Chris Houlihan room in Link to the Past? Like, did he find all the Easter eggs? Did he tell you everything about it?
And the viewership was terrible on them because people basically said, oh, these are old games, they're class, we don't care about those, right? We want the new fancy, flashy games. And unfortunately, that's the double-edged sword of YouTube, is that you're going to have things that the mainstream want to see and catch on, you're going to have things that don't. I want to have the flexibility that if I say, man, I wake up today and I don't care what game is out this week, I want to really fucking play this game, that I can do that. Because, again, that's what's going to be the best content for you guys, right? Not that I have to play this because of a time frame.
His bolding choices always amaze me. Like, I will also be setting up overall goal levels. Like, that's bolded for some reason. Like, I get premium perks because that's like, oh, the customer, I get premium perks. Pretty cool. But then why is goal levels? Like, goal levels is money. I got to give you money for goal levels. What the fuck is that? You know, why is goal level? Okay, goal levels.
Frame because it's a new release, because of views. I don't want to be Mr. View.
Yeah, we got there. There it is. All right, one more time for old time's sake.
Because it's a new release, because of views. I don't want to be Mr. View.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate how
it sounds like out of place almost, doesn't it? Because you hear it so many times out of this context. It sounds weird almost.
Because of views. I don't want to be Mr. Views. I hate it. I hate having to even fucking talk about it. I really do.
It's the best.
I want to have freedom from that. Okay?
Yes.
So, in addition to all of that, I'm going to provide you guys with perks and gold levels.
Oh, cool.
I'm actually trying, as you can see right here, I'm trying to keep the best levels of rewards as low of a donation amount as possible. I actually went back to the board several times and completely wiped it clean and started over because I said I want the common person who has, you don't have
the common person. I want the common person, the common peasant, to be able to contribute to my Patreon page. Thank you. Big ups, Christian C. Enjoyed you and Meerkat on yesterday's Gundam. Big ups. Thanks, Christian C. That was a fun time. Meaningful time.
Rich to be a major part of this. Someone who has $1 a month, as low as $1 a month, you can be a part of this experience and you can help to keep me being someone who can keep doing what he loves for a job, but is going to improve because of the support.
Okay, you're going to improve because of the support. Got it. Free ice cream in the house. I don't want to be Mr. Views. Monkey paw curls. Yeah.
So let's get down
That's
to
a good
it.
skit in
Enough
there.
dilly-dallying. Let's talk about perks.
Yeah, perks.
And let's talk about
perks.
Goals.
Yeah, I want to hear
All
both these things.
Perks.
I'm very
Perks
interested.
Are basically levels that you reach by donating a certain amount of money a month.
That's not true, sir. Perks are things you get for hitting goals. He said perks are certain levels?
Levels
Wait,
that you reach.
What are perks?
Goals.
Yeah.
All right.
What are perks?
Perks are basically levels that you reach by donating a certain amount of money a month.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Perks.
Now, some people might say, "Well, how does this work?"
Yeah, how does it work?
It's once a month. Not, and it is recurring, but you have the ability to change your donation amount at any time. So you can donate as little as $1 a month. If one month you want to up your donation amount, you can. If one month you say, I can't afford this, you can completely drop out of the program. There's no obligation. It's not a subscription where you're stuck in it. Okay?
Okay,
There's
thank you. I was worried about
multiple
that.
forms of payment. You can check out on the Patreon website. They're very flexible with credit cards, PayPal, all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
All right?
Yeah,
The way it works is that
he did say donation, yeah.
you pledge a certain amount the first week of a month. So for those of you who are watching this live, if you were to decide, I'm going to pledge tonight, this would be applied the first week of March. You would be charged, and then you would receive whatever that perk is for the entire month.
Whoa.
All right. So let's get into it. So you
let's see. Let me read you what you were. No, he's going to read it anyway. I won't read it.
understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what do I
Pledge
get?
$1 or more per month.
Yeah.
And you will receive your name in a text form featured in a special segment of my podcast and or Ask the King, or both, depending on what I actually do that month. So for perfect example here, if you were to donate $1 tonight, next month in March, if I do a Hate Live podcast, your name will be featured in a special thank you on that podcast.
This
Your
is
name
really
will be
cool.
featured if I do an Ask the King in the month
And
of
that lasts the whole month, he just said, so that's pretty hype.
March as a thank you.
Oh, thank you. Great.
This is a recurring perk that will happen once a month for as long as you remain a $1 patron. So that'll every month renew unless you decide to back out, what you can do. Okay? For $5 or more per month.
Wait, what are you guys doing the if for? Hold on.
Happen once a month of March as a thank you. Next month in March, if I do a Hate Live podcast, your name
If. I might not do it. That's what he's saying, yeah. I might not do it, so don't expect it.
to back out what you can do. Okay? For $5 or more per
Oh, here we
month.
go.
Not only will you get this, you'll get the special text thank you.
Oh,
but
God,
now
I
you're
want
gonna
that.
get an exclusive forum title and a section, a special Patreon-only section on my website, thekingofhate.com, where you can interact exclusively with other patrons of my work.
Yes.
In addition to that, you're going to be included in the nomination and voting process for goals. Now, goals are special
Whoa.
events
This
that will
one's
happen
big.
once I hit a certain level of financing. Those will be explained last.
Financing.
We're going to do that last. And
A certain level of financing.
those are on the left-hand side, and there will be more than just the three that are there in the future.
that's pretty
But
hype.
basically, $5 a month makes you part of the interactive experience. You get your name, a special thank you text in videos, you get a special area of the forums with a special title, and you get to vote on
Those section of forums are always the deadest, by the way.
special events as we hit them.
Even if they're like people that have 1,000 subscribers to their Patreon, it's always dead.
Okay? For $10 or more a month.
Whoa, what do you get here?
You're going to get not only that text thank you and the special section on the forums,
thank God.
and the ability to vote, but you also get a verbal shout out. Now, this is something I've literally never done. You guys know
Verbal! Hello!
that over the years I've said, You know, I don't want to interrupt my gameplay content with a shout out to this or a shout out to that, right?
Uppercase verbal.
And I understand that it's disrupting, and that's why this isn't going to be during gameplay.
Okay, thank
This
God.
is again going to be during podcasts.
So you just read off the names like at the end.
During vlog style videos, you're going to get a verbal shout out. Say, this month these were our $10, Patreon pledges. Boom, 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 and I'll run down the list of who exactly they were in a verbal manner. Okay?
In a verbal manner.
Verbal versus just text.
Oh God, thank God. That's definitely worth $9 more.
$20 or more per month, and this is where you really start to get some really cool stuff.
Oh, definitely.
That a lot of people have actually, quite honestly,
let me
not
hear
only
this.
asked for, but kind of said, I don't understand why you don't do this.
Thank you all very much for the engagement
like
today.
other people
I
did.
appreciate
Okay,
it.
hold on, I'm grabbing my water. I
Oh
left it over on the
please,
table.
this is very high.
For $20 a month, this puts you into a special category. What this means is that when I do Ask the King, which as you guys know, I typically do it once a month.
I'm not going to lie.
You're going to have incredible priority access to submit your question and have it answered on the show.
Incredible priority access.
The way it's going to work is that every single episode of Ask the King moving forward, I'm going to have up to 10 questions from this level of pledges who I'm going to specifically pick just from those people and answer those questions.
Oh, thank God.
Because every month I get, some over 100 questions just on my forums, then I get Twitter questions, I get Facebook questions, and people are always like, Phil, you always pick this particular question or that particular question. I've been asking for months. I'd really like my question answered, and, you never get around to it, or for whatever reason, you never pick it. This is a way to get priority placed on your questions, all right? So if we don't have 10 people who do the $20 a month, great. We'll just answer everyone's question who did. If there is more than 10 people who pledge $20 or more in 1 month, which I would actually, quite honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, I think that majority of people who do this are going to do the low amounts, right? They're probably never going to go to these higher amounts. Then, yeah, I'm only going to dedicate 10 questions to this because I don't want Ask the King to become Pay to Ask the King. If anything, I've said I don't want this to be a paywall. I don't want any of my content hidden behind a paywall. I'm still going to be taking...
So I will just paywall you a little bit. There's a limit to the paywalling I will do.
Random questions from the forums, from Twitter, and from Facebook that have nothing to do with Patreon. So don't think that that's changing in any way, shape, or form. It's just that this is a way to give priority to a few people who gave a little bit. Okay?
Ooh, okay.
Now, if you didn't get picked, let's say that 1 month 22 people happened to pledge, 12 people happened to pledge $20 or more.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
22
going to happen.
sounds too
Let's
big.
say, things go really positively well and it happens. Well, no, I'm not going to answer every question, but those people will basically get priority for the next month. And even if you don't donate,
Oh, God.
it's a mainly personal question or something about politics.
There will be guidelines established as to what kinds of questions can be asked. Typically, I do not want to discuss politics, religion, sex, as those are hot topics that can tend to polarize a viewing audience. Oh, definitely. Don't ask any sex questions.
Or religion, and the reason that I say that is very
How come you
simple.
didn't say
Personal
sex?
question or something about politics or religion, and the reason that I say that is very simple.
Why?
There's certain topics that are considered kind of taboo, hot topics. Sure,
Yeah, politics and religion and sex are definitely taboo, dude.
there's people who make their entire existence based off of those kind of topics. I don't want.
Okay, I'm getting bored of this $20
taking
pledge.
a
Or 30,
lot of
okay.
max.
30.
Just want to throw this updated.
What?
All right.
What was that last
Understand that you'll be within the bounds of what you can ask.
one? Okay, got it.
That I just updated, and I'm going to be honest with you guys. More than likely, I'm going to be taking a loss on it. For those who
Oh, what a saint.
And I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest-
thank you, King of Hate. You're taking a loss. Thank you.
honest with you guys, more than likely I'm going to be taking a loss on it.
Thank you.
For those who actually want to do this.
Oh,
But
yes.
It's basically the Project 7 t-shirts from 2012. For those of you who have been viewers of mine for a long period
Well, I'm hoping that Howard gets some of this money, too, because remember, he did pay for those.
of time, that back in 2012, I launched a creative series. It was a gaming comedy series,
Oh, God.
live action, called Project 7 that starred myself and my friends Howard and John Rambo.
My
as well as
friends
a
Howard and Rambo.
few other people called Respect to the Pact, who were more of the filmmakers and editors of that series. And the series lasted
Me too,
4 episodes and was
low-key.
very well received.
High-key, I do too.
Unfortunately, the series had to end because the team of Respect the Pact wanted to move on to other stuff, and as of today, they don't even do that kind of stuff anymore. It was a little experiment for them. They enjoyed doing it, but they wanted to move on to other stuff. But what happened was, at the time, we didn't know that was going to happen, and we had actually started touring convention circuits, and we made like 100 t-shirts or something like that, okay? And I've got them left over. and they're just sitting here.
Right on time.
And I'm like, well, I can't just give them away and mail them out because that's, money out of my pocket. I got to do something with these, but I haven't attended conventions or anything either. So what I've decided to do is make it a pledge level that if you do pledge $30 or more per month or in a month, you're going to get a Project 7 t-shirt. I've actually listed
All right, we got the
what
point
I
of
have
this
left
perk.
right here.
We got to move through for this fast positively. Let's go to 50 real quick. That is one patron, which I guess is K Galleon, right?
Have one. Now we start heading into the very, very premium levels.
Yeah, premium. Oh, you know who I see there? You know who I see on the left? Anyone see anybody on the left interesting? I won't spoil it. There's a very interesting icon I see on the left. Yes, it is. Kevin got it. Daspo Cook is the top right. Daspo Cook is there. On the top right, already a Patreon. 2015. Hell yeah.
This is stuff that I would not expect very many people to go for, but if you ever feel like going for it, it's pretty awesome. And these are also one-time things, meaning, the $20, $10, all these are kind of recurring perks. Once you hit $30 or more, these are one-time things.
Okay,
meaning,
get
I'm
to
not going
it.
to send you a new t-shirt every month. You know what I mean? The $50 Patreon perk.
All right, so anyone doesn't know, by the way, I'm sure there's some people that might not. Daspo Shit was someone that was a very popular YouTuber, like legitimately just very popular. And they made fun of Philip. And I'll just show you a little taste of it. This is from... Oh, here we go. This is from 10 years ago. So this
Time?
Yes, feel it.
Time?
Yes, feel it is time. Round up the other minions.
Like, this is from 2014. So, same year before he joined his Patreon, 620,000 views on this.
On your face cam that obnoxious genitalia jokes, and don't report back until you've spoiled the whole game as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. But has been talking, okay? And they kind of want to know.
Like, this is effort, man. This is some real fucking effort that went into this. So I just have no idea how you go from this and understanding the troll memes and everything. Like, they definitely understood the troll memes and stuff. And to just change. I don't get it.
Is that if you send me a $50 or more a month pledge, I am going to make you a personal video, roughly anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes in length. It is going to be a vlog
private style videos. Okay, we know those.
Me a personalized video. There you go. You're going to get it. In addition to that, these people are going to get a very, very special thank you and a shout out during my podcast and or vlogs. Like I said, either Hate Live or Ask the King. Where basically
very
I say,
special.
These were the big guys this month. Thank you so much. Okay?
Big guys.
That's the $50 per, and then the $75.
All right, 75. I'd better be getting at least digital relief, if you know what I'm saying.
More month. Now this is kind of like.
You better be going at least 2 nucks deep. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, what an investment! That's a lot of money. $75. You can go.
What an investment! What do I get?
More than a video game. You can go probably feed yourself for 3 or 4 days. That's a lot, and so that's why I kind of made this
feed yourself for 3 or 4 days.
This is one of the rarest things. I doubt that a lot of people will ever go for this one.
Okay, but what do I get?
But for $75 or more a month. If you desire it, you don't have
And
to.
I want you to listen so carefully here. So carefully, please, everybody.
To do it. If you desire it, I am going to get you involved in some kind of a creative project that I'm doing, notably Project 7, okay, as I state right there, or something else. The reason I say...
he's not going to read it, so I will. Patrons who donate $75 or more will be featured, if they desire to be, in a future episode. Episode. EPISODE.
Or another creative project is simply because I don't want to promise you something that never comes to fruition. We don't know what the future holds, right? Anything could change at any time. I could break my leg tomorrow and now, I can't do certain things that I wanted to do. Who knows? So the intention here is that for $75 or more a month, you will have a part or a special appearance or whatever in Project 7 when it relaunches later this year. Whether it's you want a webcam doing a quick thing, you're a character in it quickly, you do some voice acting for it, maybe you're in a picture, whatever you want, basically, I'm willing to do. Of course, keep in mind, I have to write the script, I have to produce the show, I have to do all that first.
One more time. He said a word here I want to make sure we highlight.
Willing to do. Of course, keep in mind, I have to write the script, I have to produce the show, I have to do all...
Write the script, produce the Show. SHOW show.
All that first before we get to that point. All right? And so I want you to understand that. That's why I'm saying.
Oh, big us punishes on you. The Patreon scam turned me from a casual ESP observer to a full-blown track. There we go. That's what we're here for. We'll let you relive the hate.
Another creative project, because if something goes wrong with Project 7, I'll get you in something else. Okay? Again, that's a because if something goes wrong with Project 7, I'll get you in something else.
All right, something goes wrong with Project 7, I'll get you something else.
Again, that's a one-time thing. I don't want to have, well, someone donated $75 3 months in a row, so now they're basically
all right, we got
personalized.
We got the perks. So let's get to the left side real quick. We got to go through this faster, though. It's already fucking 12. All right, let's go to the side of the left side here.
And there's going to be ones in the future. So the first milestone goal, it's called DSP Does Mine.
He's cutting it off, not me.
Kind of an inside joke for those who have followed me for so many years and heard the things that I've said about Minecraft.
All right, so you got it. $5 a month. $500 a month gets him Minecraft. $750. That's Patron's Choice. What's next? I'm just gonna run through these myself. 1,000 does DSP does the Indies special stream event. Oh, we're doing that this month too, right? In current day, and that is it. So as you notice here, there is no Project 7 perk at all. It's just something that's happening, right? Now, this was different than I remembered it. But as you can see, there was no perk above that 1,000. That's the top level. And there's no Project 7, but he's giving goals about Project 7. As you heard, that person, you're going to be a member of Project 7. You're going to be an actor in Project 7, basically. So Project 7 is happening, the show, the episode, but it's not a patron goal yet, all right? Let's move on from this video. We know the perks are in place. We're all set. They were still in mid-February. Someone said these shirts will be one of the limited-time perks that will be offered to patrons until we run out of them. More info tomorrow. Someone asked, Andrew says, do you still have the shirt with Rambo and Howard and yourself on them? And is Project 7 going to continue on or be a reboot? Well, Philip says, yep, half the shirts are that one. Other half is Death Phase. Not a reboot, but the original plan for the series. Big ups, dude. Original plan for the series coming at you. All right, that sounds pretty hype. Let's go to the week in review.
Valve. Thing that really happened, very well received. If you guys check that out, I'd appreciate it. The biggest thing that really happened this week is that Thursday night I had a very special stream and or video that I released. It was my Patreon launch special.
And the biggest thing of the week was the opportunity for you to give me money.
So if you guys don't know yet, here it is. It's my Patreon account at Patreon.
So look at the numbers here. He's up to 76 patrons, $1,202 per month. He's already reached the top goal.
.com/DarksidePhil. I announced it. I launched it with a series of fun perks for the individual who would donate.
And make sure...
As well as...
Yep. Okay. So he's reached the top goal, and there's no other future goal there. Okay. So we already reached $1,000 a month, and there's no written goal of Project 7. I want to keep that clear.
As goals, the good news is so many people donated within a 24-hour period that we hit all the goals. I had absolutely no expectation that was going to happen. I thought it was going to take a long time to reach these goals, and we reached them overnight pretty much. Now, here's the thing that I need you guys to understand about Patreon. Anyone can say they're going to donate, but they don't get charged until early the next month, the first week of, say, March in this case. So even though it says that this many people, pledged, and
I don't got any money yet, so keep watching, guys. I don't think I'm rich or anything.
This is the amount that I may get. I may not get that, and in fact, I'd even go as far to say I probably won't get that full amount. All right.
Spoony, Exalted Donut, Spoony, good shout out there, but Spoony wrecked him. Spoony got to $4,000 a month. Phil never got close to that.
So a lot of people may say that and say, wow, that's awesome that Phil raised that much money, but don't get your hopes up. There's a chance that it may not actually become that amount at the end of the...
Don't get your hopes up? For what? Don't get your hopes up for what? What am I getting my hopes up for?
That much money, but don't get your hopes up. There's a chance that it may not actually become that amount at the end of the month.
Don't get your hopes up.
We may not actually hit all of these goals. All right, I just want to make that clear.
For the goals, okay, I got it. For the goals, I got it.
To see what happens come early March. But since it did launch this week, please watch the video over here on DSP Gaming for the full explanation of how it works, and I would definitely like if some of you would consider possibly becoming patrons of mine. All right, there's a lot of positive benefits to doing it for you and for me, which are all fully explained in this video, so please check it out.
Careful, it's 15 minutes long, though.
Outside of that, the last thing...
Ooh, any tabs? All right, we got Patreon goal suggestions, forums, library title templates for Adobe Premiere. It's babysitting uploads. 14 of 22 uploaded, so he's uploading right now. You rarely get tabs on Philip's desktop, so we got to observe them when we can. There you go.
thing that happened this week is that I just started
related channels on YouTube. Big ups, Maximilian Dude. Hell yeah. And we got Howard Showcases. We got P-Dog, the Air Raid Lord, Machinima. That's the only ones I recognize. Maximilian Dude on the right. Hell yeah.
the order.
All right, that's all we're talking about Patreon. All right, next. All right, break time. I got to make a big tweet, actually. So, why don't I give you some songs, huh? We got some interludes for you today, of course. This one I want to rush because I want to see this one, too. I've not heard this yet, but this is from Salute Your Snorts, one of my favorite names. And as you can see from the picture here, looks like we're going to get some hype Alanis Morissette action for you here. This is not an AI song. AI song haters get fucked. This is original. It's an original singing performance by Salute Your Snort. So here we go. This is Alanis Snortisette. Pathetic. Here we go. WBIG 1651. Be back in a minute. real quick, one more time.
I mean, what the fuck else could have possibly... He sees Urban Man on his divorce-style day. Tyrone kicks him out, and he goes downstairs and plays. Let's get profits, boys.
Prepare the slave trade.
So prepare the slave trade. And he called them all knit motherfuckers.
That part hits hard. All right, big ups, dude. That is Salute Your Snorts. Please go watch on his own channel. Comment, like, participate. What, I fucked it up. I always do. Big ups, dude. Amazing. We got more interludes today as well. So we got some more hype interludes coming your way. All right. Okay, we got rid of this one. All right, now we're in February 22nd. The Patreon's launched. We're ready to rock. Let's get back into it. We're getting closer to the formation of the scam. Here we go.
Start making mention of this every day now. Ask the King. Ask the King returns this coming Thursday. It's my first stream, okay? It's the last Ask the King we're going to do before my Patreon goes into effect. If you don't know what that means, there is a new perk available on my Patreon, which launched this past week, where if you donate a certain amount of money to me or pledge a certain amount of money to me a month, whatever you want to call it, is a donation. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You get priority access.
Why is he so scared of saying it? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's a donation.
Money to me a month, whatever you want to call it, is a donation. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You get priority access to Ask the King, meaning that in future episodes of Ask the King, there will be people who will have an incredibly increased chance of having their questions answered, but it's going to be its own separate segment of Ask the King. People like you who maybe don't donate or don't have the capability of donating because, you know, let's face it, not everyone has a lot of money, and that's cool. Even if you feel it's not worth a donation, I'm cool with that. You're still going to have the
I can't
ability
make you
to
do it.
Submit your questions on the forums, Twitter, Facebook, just like you used to, and I'm still going to be answering tons of those questions. I just want you guys to understand that even though Ask the King is changing next month, it's not going to change the way that you submit your questions or the chance you have to have your questions submitted. And this month is staying the same. This month it's all based off the forums, Twitter, and Facebook. So please, right now I have about 60 questions on thekingofhate.com. There's a thread there for it. I'll put a link to that thread in the description of this video. Please post up more questions. I say this every month. The more questions I get, the better the show will be.
Why? You only answer like 20 of them.
Questions means I have a limited amount.
All right, you get the point. That's it for this video. Next up, still in February.
Hey Phil, I hope everything's going well. One question since you started doing the DSP's Best and Worst series recently. Will you go back to doing some of your best and worst playthroughs like Heavy Rain, Alan Wake? Probably do them during your free time like the summer. It will make it easier for new-time viewers to see all of your work. Long-time fan, and I hope you can successfully achieve your goals this year. I'm not going to lie, this has been an idea. Now that I am doing
like
video
throwback.
editing a lot more, that has popped up. Some people have actually suggested that this be a Patreon goal, that if I hit a certain amount of funding, I take a couple days off, and instead of doing new games, I go back through my old classic playthroughs, I file through them watching them, I pick great moments, and I do an awesome edited montage of that gameplay.
You need a couple of days for that?
Here's my thoughts on the matter. I think absolutely that it would make sense for me to take these playthroughs, a lot of which a lot of people haven't even checked out because they're so old at this point, and make them fresh again through editing and stuff. I think that would be a cool idea.
Yeah, but
I have to understand though, those playthroughs aren't going to look great. Those were filmed with a 720p
you can just upscale them, dude.
Camera with not good lighting settings, you know, aimed at a TV, and it's definitely, the commentary is going to be very echoey, way more echoey than it sounds today.
Oh, it still sounds echoey.
The visuals aren't going to be on par with something that I do today, and people would have to understand this is a really old playthrough. Okay. In addition to that, you have to realize that with the business, it is a business, and it's like, as much as I'd like to reminisce on the past, you also have to constantly be covering what's new and what's hot.
I thought that's what Patreon is for, sir, so we don't have to worry about that shit.
In the present and future. So I can't just say, oh, I'm just going to live on my past laurels and undo highlights, nonstop highlights of my...
Live on my past laurels, not current laurels, past laurels.
So I can't just say, oh, I'm just going to live on my past laurels and undo highlights, nonstop highlights of my old classic stuff, right?
Got it.
But I could do from time to time
past laurels.
A montage of, you know, those playthroughs. I think that might be a good thing. Should it be a Patreon goal? I don't know. Maybe it could be like during the summer months when times are slow, I take 1 or 2 days off to go back through one of my favorite playthroughs or ones that the fans have deemed one of their favorites, and I pick cool highlighted moments and I do a highlight reel. The thing is, for a lot of those playthroughs, they're long. Like, for example, Fallout 3, any of the Mass Effects that I've played, those are longer playthroughs. You're talking 12 plus hours. Is one montage of 10 minutes enough to highlight that? No, maybe it could be like an ongoing series, the best of Mass Effect.
All right, next, this is funny.
And spend a few days going to Portland because
someone said, "Are you going to travel?"
There are lots of popular things and there's lots of fun stuff to do. That would be a cool vacation for us, I think, for us to go to Portland and spend.
Now, remember, he's doing this Patreon because he needs money. And since he got that money, he is already counting on things he can do with said money. Like, remember how now he says, like, vacation, I'll have money for it? He said that too. But now that he has Patreon, all of a sudden he's thinking about vacations.
Spend a few days there and go around and doing stuff, and a convention would definitely be something we would consider.
Yeah.
However, I'm going to tell you this right now. I've already mentioned this before. We're very tight on money this year.
Maybe I'm
There's
dented.
a very definitive reason why I'm in the process of selling my statue collection, why Leanna's about to launch a brand new business, why I've got a Patreon that just launched. We need funds right now. Number 1, to pay my taxes. Number 2, to help us pay down all the debt that we accrued when we were moving across the country.
What do you mean, we, sir?
And number 3, to help out because right now my viewership on YouTube has dwindled over the years because I think, a lot of stagnation, right? I was doing the same thing. I wasn't keeping up with the times. People have blatantly told me you should have done editing, you should have done montages, you should have done all these things, and you didn't do them, and people moved on from your work. So I'm trying to get some of that back this year, in addition to juggling all these financial responsibilities. Unfortunately, we don't have any money for travel in the budget.
Okay, I'm wrong. I was dented. He's admitting he doesn't have money for the budget.
Mini staycation to Seattle earlier this month. That's it until the end of the year when we're actually going to be going to Leanna's brother's wedding, which is going to be on the East Coast.
You're going to go to that? Awesome.
We're actually going to be going to Leanna's brother's wedding,
cool.
which is going to be on the East Coast in Pennsylvania in November sometime.
Thank God
so
for
we're going to
that.
have to pay for a cross-country flight and hotel stay and all that then. So that's it for this year.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I hope we get some good stories out of that wedding.
Consider in the future going to Portland, Oregon, and doing a convention and or tourism and stuff, absolutely 100% yes. It's one of the things we're actually looking forward to. We want to do Portland. We want to do the LA, Hollywood area at one point. And we're even looking to go even maybe a little further south than that eventually, because all those things now are much closer.
Yeah, I think we just heard the real reason they didn't go. Just for timeline's sake, big ups to Mr. Hut Stuff for this. The timeline of DSP, which I think I really want to do a stream where I update this to current day as well. But as you can see, we are currently in the move to Renton. See the move to Renton? We're just to the right of that. And that's where, we are, the downfall is on, right? We're still in the middle of that downfall still. So there we go. That's why Patreon started all that stuff.
Closer to us than they were when we lived on the East Coast. They're cheaper. They're going to be a lot of fun.
And when I say downfall, though, he's still getting 4.5 million views a month. So incredible. Still incredible. But, it's going down.
We're looking forward to taking in the West Coast. We just can't do it right now. We have to pay off some stuff before we can get there. Okay? But thank you for your offer. And I hope that when it comes time for that, in a year or two, hopefully, when things are a little bit better financially, we can talk about that again. Okay.
Oh, what did that person say? He wants to give money? All right, anyways.
Next question.
Going back. It's not worth it. We got to move on. February 26th, still in February 26th, and I like this title. Damn, this show has been running long. Pre-stream.
Yes, this you can still watch it on demand afterwards. And keep in mind, this is the last month where we are doing...
Big guy, big ups. This is after he left Twitch. Tevin always points out how Phil started Patreon right after he stopped getting Twitch subs. Yeah, so this was a replacement for Twitch subs. Is another reason. He had to recoup those losses.
Pure, open questions. What I mean by that is there will be priority given to those who are a certain patron level. That is one of the perks that I'm giving on my Patreon account, is that if you are a certain level of pledge, that you will get priority access to have your question answered. Now, it's funny because the way I set it up was that I said I'd probably answer around 10 questions from patrons every month, because I assumed I'd probably have about 10 people who donated that amount that month. We've got over 20, which I didn't expect. I mean, it's been an overwhelming amount of positivity.
So 20 by 20? So, figure that one out, dude. All right, don't care. This is just about the asking for the king thing. One funny thing I want to point out here is this Ask the King picture. I think that Philip face is from one of his outside pictures with Leanna. I'll have to find it for you a different time, but if you know what I'm talking about, there's one like Leanna and Philip picture where he's outside, and I think that's the picture they used here. Like, it looks like a troll. I mean, a troll picture because it's so shiny, but it's definitely an outside picture, I think. I'll see if I can find it. DSP and Leanna searches are very dangerous because you get pictures like this, which are humorous but not helpful right here. Okay, come on, that's not really helpful, sir. Yeah, Seattle Tower picture. That's what I think. The Seattle Tower picture. Anyways, the Leanna plus DSP is a funny search. But all right, moving on. We're still in February somehow. Oh no, we already saw this one. Get out of here. All right, next up. Ooh, Black Currant, my favorite soap store.
Since I tweeted about it earlier today, so you can check that out. That launched this week. And then, of course, last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to talk about the overwhelming amount of support that I received from you guys over here with the launch of my Patreon account. Holy moly. I mean,
all right, we were up to 1,363. I believe that is an all-time high in terms of money gained. No, there's a little bit more at the end of coming up in this year, but this is almost the highest he ever gets.
I ever expect when I launched this a week ago that I was going to get this amount of support. 97 people have contributed to my Patreon account so far. Now, this is great. Thank you guys very much. However, if you're watching this on Friday night or Saturday, now is your last chance to become a patron for the month of March. Actually, everyone is going to be charged on March 1st, supposedly. I guess March 1st, March 2nd
last
is when
chance,
everything
bitches.
gets charged. And then if you do pledge after that, it won't go into effect until April. So if you want to jump in on some of these...
All right, so still no Patreon Project 7 yet in the stretch goals.
These perk goals, like getting your name listed as a special thank you in my vlogs, getting an exclusive forum access, a forum title.
That. Go now! Go!
On these goals that it looks like we're definitely going to hit. If you want to, get in on priority access to Ask the King next month, etc. Any of these goals, you must pledge right away. If you don't
eat a lunch meat sandwich.
Big ups Gribbus Gibbon with the burger. Oh, but just don't, guys, don't get your hopes up. That might not go through.
Don't pledge by the end of Saturday. It will not count for this month, and you're going to have to wait until April to get your perk. Okay?
I do not care. Next.
All right, hello everyone.
We've entered March.
Darkside Phil here, and welcome to the Weekend Preview. Tonight is March 1st, 2015. I've got a ton of stuff to talk about in this video, so I hope that you guys will be patient with me. This is a very important special week, a first week ever when it comes to some things. All really hinging and dependent on what happens with my Patreon.
Oh, God,
for those
here
of you
we
who
go.
don't know, it was about a week and a half ago when I officially launched my Patreon account for Darkside Phil. And what this is a cooperative kind of a deal between you and I.
It's a cooperative kind of deal.
Many of my viewers, in fact, over 100 people pledged to my Patreon for the month of March. And we are currently in the process of this being processed and charged. Basically, the way it works is 160.
They're taking the money out of your account right now, so you better hope you have the money in your account, dumb fucks.
People pledged to me for the month of March, and Patreon is going to take a certain number of days to charge everyone and have that go through and clear. Unfortunately, I just did some research. I found out it could take 72 hours or longer for everyone to be going through. In fact, it's been almost 18 hours since the deadline for March, and only 11 people have been charged out of the 106.
God,
yeah, I know.
You're watching that, aren't you? He's got his eye on that, doesn't he? Holy shit.
Doesn't seem too efficient, does it? So,
wow.
Here's the deal. Once everyone is charged, once everything is cleared later this week, I'm going to be personally going through everyone who pledged to my Patreon. I'm going to be enabling their perks, whether that means getting, premium forum access on thekingofhate.com, whether that means preparing a bunch of the Project 7 t-shirts to be mailed out, whether that actually means me preparing to send you a message and ask for special instructions on a Q&A video that you guys are going to have personally made, depending on what level people pledged on the Patreon, all right? But in addition to that,
okay,
once that's determined, we'll be able to see what was the total amount hit for the month. Did we hit the 3 goals that were in place? And if we do, then I can add those into my schedule for March. What were the goals? Number 1, a weekly session where
Are we already talking down these fucking goals? We're already worried about them?
Actually play Minecraft after
Minecraft, whatever.
Actually, I said this would be the great inaugural event for Patreon where I will get back to you guys and say, even though all these years I've avoided it, you've asked for it enough, you'll have it. Okay? So that's number 1. Number 2, a special patron-voted playthrough. This is probably going to end up being a game that's outside of my comfort zone or is something that people have wanted to see me play for years and I just avoided it.
It's a video game.
Reason. That's going to be coming up. And then the biggest goal.
All right, hold on. Let me see this.
On their forums, right? If they get a t-shirt, which we have over 20 people who pledged enough to get a Project 7 t-shirt.
That's 20 times 50, right? That was what he said. I think the $50 was the shirt, right? Or was it 30? 30 was the shirt, I think.
I need to contact all those people and say, here's what's available, here's the sizes, let me know what you want. Get those t-shirts hopefully packed up and you know, mailed. And I don't know how long that's going to take. Maybe I'll only be able to get the information from some people and not others. I don't know how fast that's going to be.
All right, Unsalted Skies is putting himself on the line here. He says, bring up this person, says it's a comparison to Phil. You got to judge it. Unsalted Skies is a dent or not dented. Does this look like Philip? Well, that's not a very big picture. I apologize. I don't want to ruin the game here. Does this look like Philip enough for you? Unsalted Skies career is on the line right here. Not undent. Weston Evans says undent. Bojangles says dented. No, not at all. Uh-oh. Unsalted Skies. The tide is turning. All right, let's go. I kind of see it, but
the videos I have these private videos that I'm going to be making for, I think it's about 10 people who pledged enough to get their private videos. So I need to get the question.
10 people got the private that's 10 times 50. Nice.
From them first of all once the Patreon clears, and then I need to make the video. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time on Thursday probably making.
Now we get to hear how busy he is because of Patreon, which he's getting over $1,000 to do, and you asked for this, sir.
These private videos for the people. In addition to all of that, my taxes are coming up. Taxes are due in early April. And that means I have to file my taxes. And as you guys know, I've been just so incredibly busy between the launch of the Patreon, business as usual, making montages, selling my statues. There's so much going on that I haven't had really a chance to even sit down and look at my taxes. What I need to do is dig in my closet and find all my tax records from last year, all my receipts.
All right, no one cares. We got the point. All right, March 2nd says, as the best of February 2015 montaging codes, about to take a pic of the Project 7 shirts to show the options to patrons who qualified. Fred Fuchs, that's not really Fred Fuchs, by the way. KG Galleon Wood is the response there. I don't know what that's about, but let's keep moving on positively. March 5th, cost to ship a t-shirt to the UK or Australia is $23.50 each. Yeah, it's that crazy expensive. That's why I had it as a $40 perk at first. Meaning, I'm guessing that it was 40, but he moved it to 30 before it went live, because when we saw him announce it, it was 30. So, yep, those postage costs are ridiculous. Hey, did you get my Patreon message and see your vid? So this is one person that got the private Patreon video from Philip. Let's see what they're doing on Twitter these days. Come on, girls. I don't get what they're talking about. TV show, The Block? All right. They seem fairly normal-ish. I don't know. Next. Nothing hype here. All right. So they got t-shirts. You got to do the t-shirts. Next up, we are in Minecraft time. We're not going to watch much of this.
Information in the question.
Here we go.
All right. Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to something a long time in the making. Let's put it that way. This is something that I didn't necessarily think or know that I would ever do. As you know, over the years, I've had many misconceptions about certain things, and it was actually Minecraft was one of those things that...
Oh, God. You see the joke on the bottom? Look at this. He has a joke on the bottom. Read it.
5 years ago, way back when I was, you know, kind of one of these isolated guys on YouTube. I didn't have any interaction with other YouTubers. I didn't watch any other YouTuber content.
Yes,
and
sir.
I had no idea what the hell Minecraft was. I
Whoa.
remember 5 years ago, someone in a Q&A session asked me about the game, gave me all this information in the question that basically was kind of incorrect. And I remember I slammed Notch, the developer.
Oh, yep.
I slammed people who played the game. And over
Yes.
the years, you know, I've still...
You also said the game would be a complete failure when it went from free to play to $15.
kind of brought up that I don't understand the viral popularity of Minecraft, and through basically the overwhelming amount of support from viewers, and in particular my Patreon account, which just launched last month, people said, we want to see Phil play Minecraft. It's been 5 years. Phil's never played it. He's never experienced it. He doesn't get why millions of people like this game. Now, the thing for me is, I'm going to go into this with an open mind, all right? I'm not going to come in with preconceived notions of the game or anything. I'm going to play it cold, and the bottom line is I've played games such as Don't Starve that kind of, from what I've heard, are similar premise, and I liked it. So maybe I will like Minecraft. I don't know. But finally, after years and years of me kind of putting it off, the Patreons kind of spoke up and said, no, we want to see this, and so that's what we're doing.
Good point.
Now, this is my very first session of Minecraft. I never played the game before, and I've said this on pre-stream, I never even watched...
He has the scroll of Patreon.com on the website. When you're watching a YouTube video, you can put the link in the description, brother. He put the fucking Patreon link on the scroll.
Someone play it.
Oh, yeah, let me write this real quick. Patreon.com. Hold on, I can't read the second part. I gotta wait for a minute.
So I literally know nothing. I'm like the most uneducated person on the planet about Minecraft.
Okay, got it.
Okay? But once we get started... Looks like there's a cave here. Look at this.
Look at this. Oh.
Whoa, what the hell?
Oh,
A
this game's-
cave. I can't see anything.
Go deeper.
We're inside the mountain. Look at this.
Pre-Papavera. Yeah, Papavera is not here.
How far down does this go?
This is a raw fill-up.
well, there's like
cold
dirt
turkey
here,
fill-up.
I think. It stopped.
Oh, my God.
Does this work?
It's working,
No, look.
Well, look. Can't break
It doesn't
it.
work. I think you might need like another tool to do this.
Yeah.
I don't see that it's having any effect on it, right? No. I don't think so.
Oh, this is riveting.
Oh, wait, this is cracking. Look, there's cracks appearing.
Holy shit, man.
Whoa. I can make wooden pressure plate. I don't want a wooden pressure plate. I want to build a house. How do I do this?
Yeah, get the pressure
Seeds?
plates.
Without a list of combinations, this is going to be incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult.
Yeah,
I don't
just
know.
make pressure plates. Those will be awesome for your house. Oh, let's go. Part 2. I don't want to watch part 2, but I'll try it in a second. Let's see him die once.
So, I got 2 kinds of wood. I don't know what to do with it. That's not good. I don't know if I can do anything with this or not.
Or not. Let's see him die
What
once.
the hell? A cow? Yeah. Get back here, Bessie.
Of course he kills it. Right away.
Give me some meat.
Give me some meat.
Make some burgers, some steaks.
Burger.
All right, what did I get? Raw beef. Yeah, beef. So it definitely was a cow.
Raw beef.
It's just up here. Oh,
This would be
is that
kind of
nice looking
fun.
flower. I got a sunflower. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Oh, God, it's turning night again. Oh, come on.
There we go.
Just when I was having fun exploring, now it's going to turn night and it's going to have 100 monsters after me
Oh,
again.
get on
Look at
that.
horses.
Oh, there you go. Sound clip for anybody
Little
out
horses. Look, little baby horses. The mama horse, the little baby horses.
there. I'm not saying anything. Fill in the joke yourself.
Maybe if I stay with the horses, the enemies won't try to attack me.
Not saying
Stay with a
anything.
nice friendly group, and maybe I'll be safe.
I refuse to say
Probably
anything.
not. I like how, look, you can barely see the wireframe boxes around everything. Look at the wireframe boxes around the sunflower. Sun's going down. I'm about
Dumb
to be
fuck
screwed.
Notch.
Is there a way to save this game? No, look. You can
Save?
save and quit to the title
Yeah, so that means save, doesn't it?
screen. That's it. Oh, boy. We're in trouble. The horses are making noise.
Well, I'll stay here for a second. I can't
There's
resist.
the moon. The moon's coming up. Look at that. Pixelized moon.
What do you want it to
What the
be?
hell do I do?
Real
I'm gonna
moon?
get eaten up here, I think.
Stay with the horses. Stay with your original
Monsters
plan.
are gonna come. You know, I'd love to build a shelter, except I have no idea how to do anything in the game.
He has wood blank. He has wood
So I guess I'll
already.
just be out here naked again. I got an ox. What the hell? There's environmental effects in the game? It's raining. I didn't even know that it existed. There's environmental effects.
There's... Oh, Holy shit, this rain. Notch, you're onto something. You're onto something, Notch.
Oh god, a spider! Are you serious? There's a fucking spider. Why does it come for me?
Why do you
Why
think?
does it come straight for me? Why doesn't it come for the horses or something else, man? Get the fuck out of here.
Come on, horse.
Fuck you.
Oh, not horse. Come on, spider.
Dude, I'll take all my health.
Come on, spider.
String.
God damn it.
String.
All right, this is wasting time. This is definition of wasting time.
The fuck is that? Is that a zombie?
All right, I'm moving on. I got to. A little bit more here. Why does he have that frame on at the end? Why is that frame a part of it? What? All right.
All right, hello everyone, and
Hello,
welcome.
everyone.
Sorry, I'm trying to position my cursor here to the weekend preview. Today is Sunday, March 8th, 2015, and we had a fun week this past week. We've got another really fun week queued up here. But before I get started, you may notice a little something different in the video. Per my promise, as I said when I was doing this whole Patreon campaign during the month of February, that those who pledged $1 or more were going to get their names showing up in my vlog style videos. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I've lived up to that promise.
All these people are on many different lists right now. Look at them here right there. All these people, half of these people are incarcerated right now or on watch lists.
And above, I would like to say very special thanks to everyone's name who you see scrolling there. They all, pledged to my Patreon, and you're a major reason why I'm able to keep doing what I'm doing. And I very much appreciate
guitar player.
that. Okay?
Any famous ones here?
So
Let's
that
see.
being said,
hey,
a lot of stuff in this video will either be related to Patreon, or I'm going to be talking a little bit to the Patreons, because unfortunately I've tried to talk to them via the website Patreon, and it seems like a lot of them either aren't getting my messages or I'm not getting their messages, so I'm going to be talking a little bit about that. But of course, primarily I will be talking about what else is going on this week on my channels, and in addition to all of that, some
all right.
We just recently mailed all those Project 7 shirts out. Half of them were international. And just to give you perspective, to mail a t-shirt out that does not even weigh like a quarter of a pound costs $20 to mail it internationally.
Whoa.
So can you imagine if you had like a 4-pound box of soap and you're trying to mail it out, how much that's going to cost?
Yeah, definitely.
So that's why right now she's only doing it domestically within the United States. Check it out. I think you're going to like it. Even if the site just gets a few views, it's better than nothing. But I'm hoping that some of you will try it out. We already had some great viewers who have placed orders. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. And we're hoping to build up a customer base, because that's another business that helps me and her. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't it be funny if Kat did that? Like if Kat opened up... Oh, Super Blind Man's there? If Kat opened up a soap shop, like people would buy it just to troll Phil. You know what I'm saying? Like I know the joke is I would buy it. I definitely would. But other people would buy it to like troll Phil somehow. You know what I mean? Like all the reviews would be trolls. Every single review. Like it's not possible for Philip's significant other to have a business anymore.
It just isn't. Watch my content.
Even though they would get a lot of money from it for at least a month. It would die out quickly. But
Patreon pledges and the Black Current, which is her business. I'll obviously put a link in the description of this video to the business so you can check it out, and I hope that you'll at least give it a look, whether or not you buy it.
Okay, don't care. Same thing.
Interruptions here or there, but for the most part, it's going to be me playing the hell out of a ton of indie games on stream, and I hope that you enjoy that for helping me hit my top goal for the month of February.
What was it?
On Patreon, all right?
What was the top goal?
In addition to that, some people have been asking, Phil, wasn't there a middle goal on Patreon where you're supposed to be doing a playthrough for patrons, one that they pick? Yes.
I heard. Okay, cool, got it.
Things that I thought I would be able to start this year, like a vlogging show about movies. Eventually, I am going to start rebooting Project 7 more towards the summer, but I haven't gotten to that.
I am going to start rebooting Project 7 in the summer, all right? Next up, Spaceballs is still up there in my ranking of top comedy greats. Shit, I quoted it in Project 7. Many don't realize that. All right, I've never seen Spaceballs. I did that song about Spaceballs, but never saw the movie. Is it a comedy great? Anyways, we can preview
King of Hate vlogs. We had the return of the hamsters, ladies and gentlemen. That's right.
God.
After months and months of them not being around,
I decided to do a hamster vlog. So check that out if you were interested in
I decided to do a hamster vlog.
pets, and they've been gone for a long time, and now you can catch up on them. Okay.
Great.
In addition to all of that, ladies and gentlemen, this is an important one.
Oh, important.
I finally took the time this week, as you can see, to update my Patreon page.
All right, so, oh, yes, okay, please get to the goals here.
For the month of March. And what that means is if you were to pledge to my Patreon right now, you will actually
Scroll down, bitch, scroll down!
Alert 1. You will actually be contributing towards this month for these...
Okay, sweet. So the stretch goal at $1,250 per month is DSP improves it. Sound quality, all right? So if he hits the sound goal, if he hits that goal, he will get a new microphone. So to get a new microphone, he needs $1,250. Oh, soundproofing as well. So we need a new microphone and $1,000 and soundproofing. Okay, so that's what we need. I've got many suggestions for new equipment, but it's a bit pricey. So if we hit this goal, it will be a major help in this department. Thanks.
Perks that are listed, it's the same perks as last.
All right, so there we go. I don't see Das Bodent anymore. Did he dip out? Anyone recognize any of those avatars there? I do not myself. Oh, no, I do. That John Cena is somebody, isn't it? John Cena. Okay, someone knows in chat who that is. I know that's somebody, isn't it? That John Cena.
All right. Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate that.
That's Sammy Samosa. Yes, that's a deep fucking cut there. Deep cut, Soup GG. Yeah, that's Sammy Samosa. He would like debate with the SOK at times. He was very humorous. He fit the definition of what we call Phil fans. Absolutely. All right, next up. May 27th, we're working our way through the year. If you are an April patron and you're going to lower your pledge, please do so ASAP so we can see how close we are for May. 4 days left. Thanks. I don't get this. He's so worried about like if you're going to lower your pledge, do it early so I know how much money I'm going to get this month. I don't know why. But there we go. 4 days. If you're going to lower it quickly, guys. All right. I don't know what that helps. Okay, unboxing. Hell yeah. We reached the goal, I guess. So here's our upgrading our sound.
Hello, everyone.
Nice smack. Hang on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special video. Thanks to patrons of mine in the month of March who contributed to my Patreon account at patreon.com/darksidephil, shameless plug. We have raised enough funds.
Yeah. I guarantee he already bought it before he got it.
In order for me...
Yeah, look at that giant painting right there. That's easily $300 minimum, right? Hey, I love this. The Lost King of Hate clock. This one, everyone knows the Office one, but did you know there's a secret one in the dining room?
Dramatically improve my audio setup. This is going to include audio voiceovers for videos. It's going to include my commentary during streams and gameplay videos. Basically everything, okay? It arrived today, and I want to show you exactly what it is that you get, show you all the items that I got in this kit that I ordered. And it's going to be a cool unboxing video, special unboxing.
Will it?
Content, because I am going to attempt to use this shortly for my content and see how it sounds, all right? So first of all, to show you exactly what it is, here it is right here on Amazon. I opened it on my phone. It's an audio...
Oh, big ups, dude. Thanks for this. This is some good work here on YouTube. Let me open up my phone to show you what I got and then film it. This is like old school DSP, camera of a screen.
Technica AT2035 large diaphragm studio condenser microphone bundle with a gear bag, pop filter, shock mount, XLR cable, and a polishing cloth. And it was $169, okay? Let's take a look at all the things you get for $169. First of all, here is your carrying case called the Gator case. I guess it's the name of the company. All right?
We're not watching all this.
They make all kinds of things. You have to look at their tag here. Look,
I wish I could watch all of it because it's always funny when he has tech. But
lighting and music, all kinds of actual... cases that they make for various different things.
Those are marketing materials, sir. Let's get to when he's holding this. Let's see. Some technical side, Philip.
And it comes with a shock mount, which I'm going to show you guys. We're going to unbox that. Look at this. A nice little leather-bound case, which you can put the microphone and accessories in. And let's look at the accessories it comes with.
Hell yeah, accessories.
So this is, I believe, what they call the shock.
We got profits. It only took him 10 years to figure out how to use it. Yep. 2015 this is, so just under 10 years to figure out how to use it.
Okay.
Oh, big ups. Look at this.
Fastener right there that I dropped.
Oh.
And this is what you would attach to the end of your arm or your stand. So I actually have an arm that I purchased that's going to go on the edge of my desk like this, going to mount on, and the arm's going to be coming down, and so the microphone's going to be supported by this shock mount. It's going to hold it in place. All right, and then I'm going to have the pop guard, this guy, pop filter.
Oh, that's the motherfucker.
The arm back.
That's an attractor, because that pop guard takes up too much space. When you get the wrapped one, it's way better.
Pop guard, this guy.
That guy, what a detractor right there. That asshole ruined his content for many years, as you know. All right, moving forward positively, we got to move on. April.
There we go. That's a lot more like it, huh? Misclicked there in the intro.
What?
There we go. That's a lot more like it, huh? Misclicked there in the intro. Hello and welcome everyone to the Weekend Preview. This is the very first time that I'm doing the Weekend Preview with my new microphone in my new setup. This is really the same setup I had, only the difference is I'm using a completely different program to do it. So I would ask that you guys are patient. If there's any technical difficulties or whatever,
oh God,
please be patient and please let me know in the comments of the video what's going on. But as you can see, we still got the patron crawl at the top for the month of March patrons. And speaking of which, this is going to be a fun week. We're going to be full of brand new content for you guys. We're going to be continuing on with some patron rewards and stuff like that. Let me explain to you exactly what that means. But before we get to that, now is the time, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a week and a half left, and it's the final crunch. So I need to start, after 2 weeks of kind of laying off of it, promoting again my Patreon account for the month of April. So let's explain. If you go to patreon.com straight, you see me do a Indie Games mini marathon. You see me start up a now new DSP Classics montage series, which is a big hit. Within 2 days, I've got over 10,000 views on my very first.
Yes.
A bunch of t-shirts went out just this past week again, and now we got to talk about the month of April. Okay.
Big ups for midnight.
Excuse me. So let's talk turkey a little bit about a month of April in two regards.
Turkey
Number
burger.
one, the perks. The perks for being a patron of mine are still the same for the third month in a row. Meaning for $1 you can
get to the goals. That's what he calls them, goals. The perks are the perks. What are the goals? Here we go.
Goals, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, give me
the
the goals.
month of April are live, and they are pretty good in my opinion. So first of all, the first goal is to continue on with the patron.
Oh, nice dented scroll. Look at this. Shout outs to Myron and Tan. That doesn't get his name fully out because we dented the scroll. See that on the left side?
Patrons choose it DSP playthrough, meaning you, the patrons, if you become a $5 patron in the month of April, are going to determine, do you want to see me continue to play Persona 4 as I've been doing for the past week and a half to 2 weeks, or do you want to see me completely drop it and do something different? Or do you want to see me maybe continue to do Persona 4 a little bit, but do a new 4-week series of a Patrons Choose It game? That's going to be your choice if you become a $5 patron. You're going to vote on that, okay?
Whoa.
In the month of early April, the month of early May, excuse me, once the April pledges go through, you're going to be able to control that.
This is awesome.
In addition, the second goal level is for the continuation of DSP Classics. So I'm going to continue doing Heavy Rain for about another week to 2 weeks. At the end of the month, when this happens, the patrons are going to determine, do you want to see Heavy Rain continue and conclude? Do you want to see me stop that and do a different playthrough? Or do you want me to conclude Heavy Rain and then start a different playthrough? And what will that playthrough be? What playthrough of mine and from the classics from back in the day do you want to see me do a DSP Classics montage kind of series on? And what I'll do is I'll take everyone's suggestions for the month and make a poll, and we'll do all that, all right? Again, $5 patrons, you guys are going to get the majority of control over that. I will take feedback from other sources, but usually it's going to be the patrons that are going to control that, okay?
All right, got it.
And then the big goal for this month, the $1,250 goal, which is the big level that I always have, is another Indies Marathon. Where I like to
so the top level now is Indies Marathon. That's the only information point I need. All right, so the top goal is still not Project 7. We have not said anything about Project 7. So let's go to... Oh, good question here. Why do I plug the question from...
It's from AKFMN.
AKFMN, big question here. I don't know how he's going to handle this one.
And he says, why do you plug Patreon so much? Well, It's quite obvious. The reason I plug
Great question. I was wondering that same thing.
Patreon so much. It's the same reason that I plug products left and right on all of my streams. As you know, I constantly interrupt my content in order to ask for subs and donations, and for you to buy my t-shirts and to buy my book and to buy my hat and to buy, buy my underwear. And I'm constantly just shilling things nonstop during everything that I do.
That's
so it's
true.
Because I just care about money. That I just can't help it. I'm so just enveloped in greed and
it's a classic. This is a Sword Hogan clip for sure right here. Hold on. We're hearing another classic line here.
Constantly just shilling things nonstop during everything that I do.
Here we go.
Because I just care about money. That I just can't help it. I'm so just enveloped in greed and money. I need money. I need money.
Yeah, we got there, boys.
It's a stupid question.
Second of the day.
The bottom line is I don't plug.
Oh, what? I heard something.
It's a stupid question because the bottom line is I don't plug Patreon so much. In
5
fact,
today.
Usually in the first couple weeks of a month, I don't even mention it because I don't even have anything
Stuart
set
Burnell,
up for people to pledge towards until, say, the middle of the month when I have goals set up. Why do I talk about Patreon? Let's see. What has Patreon done for me this year?
Correct, Augie.
Just from the very beginning. It allowed me to play Minecraft, which I never did before, and get a whole new mindset on the game. It allowed me to play Persona 4, which I never played before. I love it. It's actually one of my favorite RPGs that I've played in the past several years. Regardless of the fact that the viewership isn't high, I'm still able to play it. I don't have to worry about my business going out of business. I was able to buy this new microphone. Very shortly, you're going to be seeing soundproofing foam going up all around my office, right? I was able to take time out to work on a green screen setup, which I kind of messed around with, and people seem to be loving this week, right?
What? Okay, well, is that going to be used, or it's just going to sit in the garage? If it's in the garage, it doesn't mean anything.
To do an indie games marathon that was completely out of my comfort zone and people absolutely love. So it's like positive, 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 and then maybe a couple streams a month, a week or two. In the pre-stream only, I mentioned Patreon. I think that's a fair trade-off. Seriously, I think it's a fair trade-off that I have to plug something, 10 times, 12 times a month, and it works out that everyone benefits. Like, do you not watch television? Do you think that things are on TV for free? No, there's advertising. You do the streams, and you watch the streams, you like the streams. And I'm not trying to insult videos to do the streams, and you watch the streams.
Oh, wow. This is dented right here.
It's not rocket science. So that I can make the monies to get the equipment, to make the videos, to do the streams, and you watch the streams, you like the streams. And I'm not trying to insult this one particular
guy. Yes, you are.
There's people
Too late.
who sometimes when I'm doing these Patreon plugs and stuff on a pre-stream, which isn't part of the gameplay, oh, Phil's just plugging this again. Oh, again? Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's life. Like, what? It's like 1 + 1 = 2. I make video content, I talk about Patreon, get some funds, plus the ad revenue equals I make more videos. Like, how does this not, why is this a question? Like, huh? Like, for anyone, it just seems to me like there's people on planet Earth, I want no advertisement, I don't have to ever spend money, I don't ever want to see an ad, but I want everything to come to me for free. Right? I want you to bring me food, bring me delicious plates of hors d'oeuvres, bring me naked women to sit on my cock and spin, and bring me television entertainment programs, bring me everything. But I'm not paying for it, and I don't want to hear advertisements. Okay, maybe there's some person on Earth where that happens. I'm not that person, so I have to live like everyone else, and I have to find a way to make money. Patreon is one way for crazy good improvements to my content, plus me to make a little money to pay my bills.
Crazy good improvements to my content.
While I'm still able to provide free videos for you. That's why I plug Patreon. That's the answer. That was silly. All right.
That was silly.
Next question. And incidentally, the next question is actually a pretty intelligent question about Patreon, which is why I ordered the questions like this. This
what a
one
legend.
Is from Wanglord.
What a genius.
And he asks the Patreon, which is
who asked the question?
I ordered the questions like this. This one is from Wanglord, and he asks the following. He says,
Wanglord!
With YouTube increasingly become a battlefield between publishers and content creators, with publishers now wanting a piece of the profits from everyone who does a gameplay video.
Let me see if he talks about Project 7.
Do you see that Patreon will become the future for content creators? We've even seen known faces from various gaming sites like IGN and Destructoid breaking away from their traditional media to focus more on their own personalities. And they've been incredibly...
I don't care. No Project 7 mentioned here. Wesley H says, oh, Leanna had to sit and spin on him. Makes sense. Oh, definitely. Sit and spin. Oh, hell yeah. Great cut there. All right, we're in May here. We're getting closer.
Ha-ha!
Did he do it again? Oh, Wangler was a former forum mob. Big ass Frog Machine. Same mistake. Same mistake.
Ha-ha! Oh, my hair's really screwed up today. What's up, everyone? DSP here. It is Sunday, May 10th, 2015, as I record this. I don't know when you'll be watching it. Welcome to the Weekend Preview.
All right, so what?
And you may be noticing something missing from the top of the video.
Uh-oh.
And,
what happened?
Yeah, as you guys know, for the past several months since I started using Patreon, what I've been doing is anyone who donates $1 or more to my Patreon account has been getting their name featured in the Weekend Preview. However, I tried to do it for this video, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I guess sometimes success, the growth of success, ends up coming back to bite you.
Why?
We've got so many people who were pledging to my Patreon in the month of April, over 150 people, that this doesn't work anymore. It glitches out and doesn't list everyone.
You know, you can make two of them, actually,
and, like,
sir.
starts overlapping.
Uh-huh.
It's really
Yeah,
messed
that happened last month, too. You just didn't see it.
up. Let me show you. The only thing I can really do, I'll show you quickly here, is I know how bootleg this looks.
Any funny names in here? Sons of Kojima. Oh yeah, they were patrons, by the way. They did do that. I remember Fred Fucks talking about that. Sons of Kojima there. Anything else? Anyone notice still any names here that ring a bell?
But this is
Popsicolo again. Popsicolo's there. I don't see anybody else.
a list of all of the patrons for the month of
Eric Miller. What? Oh, Sammy Samosa. Big ups. Guitar player. I can't search it, so K Galleon, yeah, K Galleon's there. Eric Miller, oh yeah, now I see it. Eric Miller, hell yeah.
of April. And I really
Kevin Styles is in there. Oh, Das Shit still there. Nice.
apologize to you guys.
Oh, Sean Murphy.
I
There
cannot
you go.
show your names off the way I used to, simply because it doesn't work. The plugin, the basic text plugin for OBS, which is the streaming and capturing software that I use, only supports up to a certain number of text per line, and then it starts to glitch and overlap.
You know, you could do two of those, you know.
Scrolling text for over 150 names.
Yeah, can't do that,
Or
right?
if you use OBS and you know a good plugin, a recommendation of a plugin for OBS that may solve the problem. If you could please let me know in the comments of this video, or email me at darksidephil.
All right, that was the only point of this. Got it.
You too.
Oh, look at it. Oh, great. Great.
I'll do the gratuitous plugs for the day.
Oh,
And then we'll
please.
get started. So please, I ask you to be patient. Everyone does gratuitous plugs. This is how you pay for the bills. You know what I mean? So
No, not the
everyone
way
does
you do it.
Gratuitous plugs. This is how you pay for the bills. You know what I mean?
Right.
So gratuitous plug number one. Just so you guys know, my Patreon account goals have been updated for the month of May.
Okay, please explain them, sir.
All right, if you check it out at patreon.com/DarksidePhil, you have just under 2 weeks left to pledge for the month of May. And what will you get if you pledge? It all depends on how much you decide to pledge. You can get your name.
All right, this might be one of the worst I've ever seen. That's a screenshot right there. What is going on here? This is one of the worst I've ever seen. I know it's a low bar, but holy shit, man. What's this? What do you know what's going on here?
Written out in a video. You can get your name verbally shouted out in a video. You can get exclusive access.
Highest level Chatham right there. 6 Gout Crystal Foil Chatham. That is the highest level it gets. Random poster. Don't put that on eBay. I better not say that on eBay. That's the highest level possible.
To my forums where you
Oh,
get
that was
not only a
yours?
premium area
Oh, so you're just trying to troll with shitty ones?
shouted out in a video. You can get exclusive access to my forums where you get not only a premium area to post in, but you can vote on certain things. For example,
Holy shit, Be Awesome One! Oh my god, this is legendary. This is the fan art that got the channel got him to take down the channel. Oh my god, Be Awesome One. This belongs in a museum then. Holy shit! This is it! See ya, Prophet. Yep, that being said, it'll be on 3:30 p.m. So, as you see, BAO, that's Be Awesome One. And that was right here. So, hell yeah, dude. Awesome. We are witnessing history right there. Nice. And it's so shitty, too. Like, it's the maximum shitty.
video, you can get exclusive access to my forums where you get not only a premium area to post in, but you can vote on certain things. For example, in the month of May, if you are a patron, come June, you're going to be able to vote on several things. Number one, you're going to be able to vote on what is the next game that I'm going to be working on for my DSP Classics series, which looks like it'll be concluding around early June with Heavy Rain. You're going to get to be able to pick the next game for that. In addition, you're going to be able to vote on what kind of marathon you want to see me do in the month of June. And the choices right now are a classic Sonic the Hedgehog games marathon, Crash Bandicoot, or Banjo-Kazooie. Some of those. Pretty good. In addition to that, we've also got a new playthrough that should be starting in June as long as I can reach the funding level. It's Yakuza 4. It's the latest Yakuza game. It's been a long time since one's come out. I played Yakuza Dead Souls years ago and loved it. People were like, Phil, you should play the mainstream Yakuza games. Those are the good ones. They've got massive amounts of plot, character development, lots of fun stuff in them, and you should check it out.
You can't just say, look at my skeletons, bitch, and call it a day.
Within a year or so, supposedly, it's coming out. A lot of people have even said it might be out before the end of this year, which is pretty neat. So I hope that you guys will check that out.
All right,
but
say
in addition,
say the goals.
If you pledge to my Patreon, you will make that happen. Because let's all be honest here. Let's all be very realistic here.
Yes, please.
Take a look at the games that I play and which ones get tons of attention and really are keeping the business going versus those that I play and don't. Bloodborne was huge. When I played Bloodborne, it was a huge game. Everyone wanted to see me play it. A lot of people were watching it just to see me fail, which I really didn't do that much, even though I did do a sufficient amount of it. It was a pretty funny playthrough. At the same time, I did pretty good. And it was a great playthrough. Huge hyped game. Mortal Kombat 10. A lot of people like to watch me play fighting games.
So you told us Patreon would take care of these worries. This is the part that makes it so frustrating about the shit. You told us Patreon would take care of all these worries, yet now we still get to hear about all the worries. So what's the point of it then? Why is this whole charade? I said charade, like Snoo did on Monday. What's this whole charade about how Patreon's going to help if we still get to hear the bitching about it?
Because I have a background in fighting games. I can go in the lab with these characters and learn stuff within 20 minutes that it takes other people hours to learn. And, you know, of course, the hilarity of me raging at the horrendous lag
and then he blames it on them, too, like they're assholes.
You know, huge views for a month. Compare that with Persona 4. You know what I mean? A game
Persona 4. You dumb fucks voted that one.
a niche game, JRPG, a game that I'm very happy that I played, but let's face it, the game did not bring in any kind of viewer attention like it did those other two games.
Okay.
And I'll be honest, a game like Yakuza 4. This is a game, again, a niche game. It's a game that I've wanted to play for a long time, and every time I put it in a poll, it gets second or third, you know? And I keep saying, I'll play it eventually, but it doesn't really have the viewer backing that's going to support a business. So Patreon has allowed me, through funding, to play these games, to play Persona 4 for 2 months. It's going to allow me, hopefully, to play Yakuza 4. That's why Patreon is an awesome thing. It not only gives you guys cool perks, but it gives me something so that I can support playing games that otherwise I wouldn't be able to take time out to play.
Okay, can we get to what's the biggest goal?
So,
what's the biggest goal this month?
That's going to be coming up hopefully in June. That's a goal. So those are the goals roughly for Patreon. Of course, my stretch goal
what's this?
Is that I want to raise enough money to buy a great camera.
A camera. All right, camera. Still not Project 7 on the stretch goal.
Already done a video.
Why is this here? All right. I don't know why it's here, but we'll find out.
Here we have my DVD collection. Now, I've already done a video of this before. Whoa. It has significantly grown since I made that video. I believe it was late last year. And I do have to give 100% credit to Leanna, who took the time to painstakingly organize this. Alphabetically and by like series. So these are more TV series, movie series. This is more like collections TV.
Someone needs to do an audit on the price of all this shit, man.
Series.
I know it's hard, but like if you could do an average on that, like holy shit, man.
These are single movies, all alphabetized, and it's an awesome collection. I've said multiple times that I was going to do a series about movies. I never got to do it.
And the perfect place for your DVDs is your dining room. I don't know if you knew that, guys.
And I would like to do it. Eventually, I probably will. With all the stuff that kind of happened this year, with me adopting new things like Patreon and all kinds of stuff, I never really had a chance.
Yeah, adopting Patreon takes time.
With me adopting new things like Patreon Patreon and all kinds of stuff. I never really had a chance.
You can do Labyrinth as your
I
first
can do,
one.
yeah, why not? So we'll see. That series may be coming, but I never had a chance. Up here, I don't know why we have Batman still here. We should put that away, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
It's just so big.
The Batman Adam West animated series, the entire series, right? We have that.
I bet that costs an easy $200.
Got the commemorative art of Schnozman and Hole Punch because we bought that DVD set. Haven't watched
Now that belongs in a museum right there.
it though because we saw all the episodes on the.
What does that message say? Creating this took a lot of. Fuck. I can't read. His camera sucks. Creating this took a lot of something. Thank you very much. See, now that's a Patreon perk right there. You know what I mean?
It's on the internet, but one day maybe
That's a Patreon perk. Write a little message.
we'll watch a marathon of that, right? So that's our DVD collection right there.
I don't know why I had this
Going
in
into
here.
the living room.
What did I say this for?
Here we've got our calendar. Nice calendar, right? It's not even ours. They say they mail it here for the previous residents, but we're like, hey, it's a calendar. I'll take it.
Free stuff.
Right? This is basically our front closet where we put cleaning supplies.
We're not doing house review as much as I love house tours. Can't do it. All right, let's go. Now we're in July, my friends.
I would like to definitely
Look at this one. I'm not lubing this horn. Come on. This fan art.
So, I would like to definitely say thank you to the patrons for the month of May that made this marathon possible. Obviously, I want to say thank you to the patrons for the month of June, because, ladies and gentlemen, big announcement.
Uh-oh.
I announced this on Twitter last night, but I might as well announce it first on stream here. Yes, we reached all of our goals again. For the month of June, we reached every goal on Patreon. Yes, and I was a little worried because I didn't really mention it near the end of the month because of all the stuff that had been going on with DDoS attacks and, the swatting that happened last week, all the negative shit that I'm going to leave in the
Swatting and DDoS attack happened.
past.
Big ups.
But because of that, I really didn't have an opportunity to talk about it much. But yeah, kind of last minute, we hit it. We hit all the goals for the month of June. Right now, those patrons are going to be charged over the next couple of days.
Okay, so just in case anyone's coming in late, Nino asks, still nothing about Project 7 after 4 months of Patreon. Well, no, sir. It was not a part of Patreon at all at the beginning. He just was something he was going to reboot. But then, when he started Patreon, he added the $50 limit, or $75, I can't remember which one. You get to play a part in the reboot of it. That was one of the goals, if you put in $50 or $75. So, while Project 7 is not yet a stretch goal, some of the things are included that are connected to that. So we do, if you get $50 or $75, you're going to be a part of the episode. Remember, he said very clearly, episode of Project 7. So,
about a week.
but yeah, those people that paid that money, they're not getting shit yet. Yeah, you're right about that.
For everyone to go through and get charged, okay? Then I'll begin working on those perks, all the rewards and perks for the people who pledged in the month of June. And then we'll see what kind of marathon we're going to be doing.
Yes, definitely.
Going forward, okay? So I just want to say, throw that out there. Really, thanks, because that's great. And, it was very successful. Excuse me. And I'm very happy about that.
All right, so you're supposed to get a camera now, right? I believe.
What else? Before I get started, I'm trying to...
Don't care. Next, July 5th.
Probably won't even make that on Patreon. Honest, once everything's said and done, 100
Uh-oh.
can't see what was wrong with it. It's bad for me because obviously I don't get the money. So you don't get the perks. I don't get the play. Where I private messaged them, no one read the messages, and now we've got some 20 people who their pledges didn't go through.
Uh-oh.
And I can't really help it. As of, I think it's tomorrow is the cutoff. It takes like 1 week, and after 1 week, Patreon will not recharge you for the month of June. So it's a negative to you if you are one of those unlucky 20 people because you didn't update your info or double check it and see what was wrong with it. It's bad for me because obviously I don't get the money. So you don't get the perks, I don't get the pledge.
Oh.
So it kind of hurts both of us, and it is Patreon's fault this month because they screwed everything up.
Oh, Patreon's
the
fault.
good news is, it wasn't a huge problem, but it was a chunk. It was like $150 of pledges that I'm not going to get now.
So
and
that's 10%.
I'll be honest, once everything's said and done and once Patreon takes their cut and the credit card charges take their cut, it probably won't even be the top goal, which was $1,250. I probably won't even make that on Patreon. However, being that this is some kind of an extenuating circumstance, the fact that we had over $1,400 in pledges and the reason that some of these didn't go through is because of a stupid error, I'm going to go ahead this month, for the month of July, I'm going to say we hit all the goals for June, even though technically it looks like we probably didn't, and I'm still going to move forward as if we did.
Oh, what a saint. Oh, my God. Oh, you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. What an angel. Oh, how can we breathe the same air as you? Sir Philip, you are so generous, sir.
Because it's no fault of anyone's who pledged, and I don't want.
Instead of $1,400, he gets $1,250 for doing an extra playthrough.
I want to punish the viewers for some stupid clerical error on Patreon's part
that
they
a legend.
didn't freaking figure out, and
Thank
now people
you,
didn't
sir.
get pledges in. That's not fair to them, and it's not fair to you.
Yes.
So I'm not doing that. So
Please.
this month we're gonna act as if all the pledge levels had been hit, and I'm gonna do all the goals. So that means.
What's the goal?
Yes,
Yeah, I want to hear this.
We will be doing the best and worst of DSP Classics, so
Okay.
TV Superstars will happen. And more than likely what I will do is probably open up a poll later this month, after I start with TV Superstars, because that's what won for the month of May. And that's only going to take a couple weeks to do. It was a short playthrough. So I'll probably open up a poll and say, what's the next one that you guys and gals would like to see? So that's probably going to come later in the month, all right? I am going to be doing the DSP Plays It Patron's Choice. That
Ooh.
nominations and poll will open soon, all right? And yes, at the end of this month, there will be another marathon. This past month, we had a very successful marathon of Crash Bandicoot 1, which I completed after around 7 hours of gameplay.
Whoa!
And the patrons will again be voting this month on if they want to see me do more Crash. So do you want to see me start with Crash 2 and then go on to 3? Or do you want to see me do Banjo-Kazooie? Or do you want to see me play a classic Sonic the Hedgehog games marathon? Same choices as last month, but it was so successful, I want to do it again this month for the end of July. So what I just mentioned, all those polls will be going up over the course of July on the King of Hate forums. I want to make this clear to patrons who pledged. I have to wait another couple days just in case anything goes through with Patreon for these final 20 people, and then once that's through, this first kind of full week of July, I will start.
All right, we get the point. Still no Project 7 as a stretch goal yet. We are getting there, I promise. We are getting closer. Podcast topics would be, he says before this tweet, he said, like, I'm going to do a podcast later. He said podcast topics would be Comic-Con movie trailer thoughts, summer content, Project 7, and reminiscing about Street Fighter 4 now that it'll be retired. So we are getting there. And Air Raid Lord says August 6th would work the week after for the pre-recording if you'll be doing one that week, if I'm correct. And I'm not sure what this is about. I don't really know. I guess talking about when the podcast is going to be or whatever. I don't care. All right, here we go. July 19th. Here we go.
Okay, so that's Patreon-related stuff coming up.
Oh, let me get the...
So much, very early on in July that they want to see me do it again. So it looks like that will end up probably being what's at the end of this month. Okay, so that's Patreon-related stuff coming up. If you become a patron at patreon.com/darkside within the next 2 weeks.
What do I get now?
Okay. And for a $5 pledge,
what do I
you
get?
will be able to vote on the next Best and Worst of DSP Classic series. So it won't be TV Superstars, but whatever you nominate to be next. Okay. You will be supporting the Patron's Choice playthrough to let it continue on through August and possibly in September until the game ends. And you're going to allow me to hopefully, because I really would like to do this if I can hit my top goal, do work on Project 7.
Yes!
Which I've wanted to do for months, and I've just been so caught up in
We
all this.
got there, boys. All right, so now you heard it. Now I can share the Project 7 picture. So we finally got there. All right, big ups. All right, so we are in July 19th. Now I do have the images of this. So Project 7, again, he doesn't show it in the video, so I have to show it this way. This was in for $1,250 a month, and it is reached. As you can see, the little banner there says it was reached. It's no surprise that I've wanted to relaunch my very old series, Project 7, for quite some time. However, due to timing limitations and the fact that I needed to constantly bring in the revenue to pay the bills, I've been unable to dedicate the effort needed. If this goal is reached, I will take time away, at least 2 streams, if not 1 to 2 full days. Perk 3. There we go. Oh, show it to me, bitch. Oh, don't worry. I got it right here. Hang on. Bada bow. Bada bop, bada boom. Bada bop, bada boom. I will take time away to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7 with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Okay? So I will write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7 with the hope that I will at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Okay? Keep that in mind. Read this again. Project 7 Rebirth begins. Rebirth begins. All right? Blah, blah, blah. Reach. Okay, you got it. So that was what literally was in the Patreon page. All right? That is very important to get here. All right? And let's hear Philip talk about it here. Listen carefully to the verbiage. Oh, don't be on mute.
Slower than it was, but there's just tons of new content coming out, and I haven't had a chance to just sit down and say I want to write and I want to film and I want to work on Project 7. If my biggest financing goal of $1,250 is funded for the month of July in the next 2 weeks, then I will be taking 3 to 4 days off during the month of August where I will not be live streaming at all. I'll just be working on offline stuff and working on Project 7. If there is a month to do it, August is the month to do it because it's a pretty dead month when you actually look at the month. You've got the rare replay collection early in the month, and late in the month you've got Until Dawn. Now don't worry, there's going to be plenty of content coming up, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. What else I'm going to be doing during August, but it would be the perfect time for me to work on Project 7, but I need to basically have the funding to do it. I can't just not work and make videos or stream for 4 days. It means I'll have no income for those 4 days, and I can't afford that. So that's why I need the Patreon funding to do it, okay?
Okay.
So that's the Patreon stuff for the month of July. Please consider it. For as little as $1, you'll get a text shout-out.
$1
You'll see it this week, or at the end of this video, a text shout-out that people get for supporting me via Patreon, or you could get a verbal shout-out once a month, or you could get a t-shirt, a private video. I just did a couple private videos the other day, and people absolutely loved them.
What, they say thanks?
They absolutely love them.
They were blasting all over the place.
Will probably take us through most of August, let's face it.
I skipped the schedule segment, getting back to Project 7 talk.
There is some extra downtime, all right, during August between me hopefully working on Project 7 and everything I just mentioned. Maybe I'll try to squeeze in something else. I don't want to make a maybe Earthbound Beginnings, you know. I don't want to promise anything too much.
All right, don't care. So Project 7, like I showed you, is now officially the top goal. Relaunch of my very old series, okay? And his exact wording, look at the top level, it's Rebirth. And remember, just to be clear, the $50 Patreon goal since the very fucking start said you get to play a part in an episode of Project 7. Let's continue moving forward positively. July 26th, 2015.
Misconceptions, because there's always going to be people who complain about everything, you know, because that's how they are. That's their personality. It's got to whine.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to tell you up front how this is going to go down. Number one, it's on Xbox 360, period. A lot of people, oh, you're going to play it on PC? No. I've already explained a million times, I don't do major PC playthroughs because I don't have a PC that can run these high-resolution...
I don't care.
And so many people are of this mindset, but... I don't understand. I thought you bought a $3,000 computer. Can't do it.
What happened to that?
Because no computer can. Even if anyone had the insane top-of-the-line computer still cannot capture, stream, and play a game in 1080p 60 frames per second. It doesn't fucking exist.
Whoa.
People are like, I don't know. They think of these Phantom Zone computers. That like, wow.
Phantom Zone computers.
A supercomputer named Brainiac will come down and do this for me. No, it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter what computer I had, how much money I spent. No computer will do that.
Yep.
Okay?
Supercomputers can't do that, dude.
People who do that have two computers.
Yeah.
One plays the game and one streams and captures. I don't have a second computer that can do it. I haven't raised enough funds this year with Patreon or anything. I haven't even raised enough funds to get my new camera, which I want to work on Project 7 and stuff with. So no, it's not going to...
Yeah, actually, sir, that was a Patreon stretch goal that you already had was the camera. So we should be getting the camera already. What?
To happen. My major playthroughs will be going on consoles, period. All right? And I'm sure there'll be 100 people complaining about it. Too bad. Because that's the reality of the situation, all right? In addition, I own all the DLCs for Fallout New Vegas already on the Xbox 360. So it'll be pretty foolish for me to get it on PC, and after
here we go.
Doing streaming and gameplay, I'll be working on Project 7, writing, filming, capturing, all the stuff that I need to do, and hopefully by the end of the month I can at least have a few teasers, a trailer, or maybe even a full episode ready to go.
All right, there we go, boys. I will say it one more time. Hopefully by the end of the month, I can have, read it very carefully here, Hopefully by the end of the month, I can have
filming, capturing, all the stuff that I need to do.
Yeah,
and
what?
hopefully by the end of the month, I can at least have a few teasers, a trailer, or maybe even a full episode ready to go.
What? Philip! Philip!
A full episode, EPISODE, ready to go. Okay, that sounds pretty hype. I want to see a full episode.
I can at least have a few teasers, a trailer, or maybe even a full episode ready to go. So that, say, by the time that I get so slammed with stuff in October with new releases, I'll have had 1 to 2 episodes released, and we can go on kind of hiatus. Maybe around the holidays, I could do a holiday special of Project 7, and maybe next year...
Oh, holiday episode of Project 7, hype!
We start off the new year, I could get back to the swing of it, but you know once October comes, that's it. I'm going to have no time to work on Project 7. That's just how it happens.
All right.
So, that's my goal for the month. So I really need everyone who has not pledged yet or has not, you're thinking about pledging, but you haven't yet. Only 5 days left. Please pledge if you can. But understand, if you can't, it's cool. I'm very pleased with the amount of people that have been coming out, checking out my streams, checking out my content. Even this time, right now, it's very dead. Let's face it. Everyone was all hyped for the Street Fighter V beta. The thing failed miserably. Not a lot of people are very excited now because they're so pissed off.
He's not talking about Project 7. Let's go. So we heard it. He's gonna make a teaser trailer, maybe even a full episode. Hype, dude. On August 7th, Metroid Prime Fall of New Vegas Calls 2 and Project 7 with the release till on next week. Sounds pretty good. So this is all the things he's going to do in August, okay? Metroid Prime, Fallout New Vegas, Just Cause 2, and Project 7. Sounds good. Sounds good, dude. All right, let's keep moving here. July. Oh, it's the wrong time. July 29th. However, it won't be as soon as I have Patron's Choice plus Metroid Prime, Just Cause 2, and Project 7 to work on. We do have Project 7 to work on. Big ups. All right, keep moving forward. Now we're in August 2nd. Here we go.
Not remember, but I'll do my best to edit the funniest stuff in there and make a funny month.
And by the way, just so it's clear, we definitely did reach the funding goal, as you can see by the banner here. The funding goal was hit during that last month for Project 7.
For you. Now, in addition to all of that, I also want to start working on Project 7 this Friday, which means what I'll probably do is start brainstorming. I'll start writing down ideas. I'll script out maybe the intro and the kind of preview teasers and how I want to start this series up, because ultimately this series is going to be a combination of skits, comedy, acting, gameplay. There's going to be lots of stuff that's going to be a part of it, but I need the time to do it. And so this Friday is another part of that day. I'll be working on that, okay? This coming Saturday will be more...
Yeah, that's a good point, Nino. Haven't you started to think about it already? You talked about this in January, man. It's August right now. You had Patreon perks based on being on Project 7, the first episode. Now we're going to start with the ideas? And we need to get $1,250 for this?
For Godfather, as I said, and then this Sunday, so a week from today, we'll be up in the air. Will people want to see maybe Rare Replay? Will they maybe want
don't care. Next.
We'll have to see what happens. But
hype schedule segments.
That is the new schedule. So plan appropriately. You now know what I'll be playing, and I hope to see you. I hope you'll join me for August for the more downtime stuff going on. Hopefully I'll have enough time with those 4 days to work on Project 7 to release.
Oh, it's hype 7. Just got the 7 in the calendar. Hype. This guy's cool.
A few teasers and/or hopefully I'll have enough time with those 4 days to work on Project 7 to release a few teasers and/or maybe an episode or two that I can kind of...
Hey-o! Teasers and/or an episode or two. Whoa, we got 2 episodes maybe now. Hype.
Project 7 to release a few teasers and/or maybe an episode or two that I can kind of spread out throughout this time frame.
I really don't understand. How the fuck was he going to do an episode himself? Like, how? He can't function by himself. He did almost nothing for the first one. How's he doing a full episode? Like, this is a illusion of grandeur for sure. How could he make an episode? How could he make an episode? How could he make a trailer? All right, next up. Golden Triangle Gaming has this. Big ups Golden Triangle Gaming. They have a video that is I could not find on his channel anymore, but it's still in the timeline here. We are correct in the timeline here.
I think those goals are going to be great. Okay, what the dilemma is
here we go.
In a moment, but let's get to it. Okay.
Now we're about to enter the negative zone. You're about to enter the whole negative zone, boys. All right, here we go.
So, I don't know.
So August 6th, as you can see, we're still in the timeline. We're still in that just about, I think, a day after what we just saw, literally.
What to do in the next few weeks? Do people want to see me play Everyone's Gone to the Rapture? Do they want to see?
Oh, wait, let me make sure of that. I just want to, for my own sanity here. So this
time with
video,
those 4 days.
This video was released on August 3rd. Yeah, as you can see, this is August 3rd. This video we're watching now is August 6th. Okay, we are good.
Me play the Dragon Age Inquisition DLC. Would you rather see?
And this video is not on his channel. I don't know why it's not there anymore. Maybe it's because of you, Be Awesome One. Uh-oh! He's waking up! Oh, no! Uh-oh! You know what that means. Here come the lies.
Me play Batman? Would you rather see me play Splatoon? Would you rather see me play Just Cause 2? Or do you just want to see me focus on Fallout New Vegas? What do you really want? Because I only have 2.5 weeks left until Dawn comes out at the end of this month, which we're going to talk about the new release schedule tonight, so we will get to that. And after that, I'm going to be busy the next week with Metal Gear Solid 5 and Mad Max, and that's it. After that, every week there's new releases until the end of the year. So I have no opportunity, really, to do these things unless I do them now, but there's no way. How could I possibly do all these things? You know what I mean?
You promised them, sir, so take a sip.
And now, quite honestly...
Uh-huh.
Again, I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, why start now?
I don't know what to do regarding Project 7.
Uh-oh,
so allow me...
huh? What? This is a perk. You had this included in your perks for 9 months now.
To talk a little bit about it, ladies and gents.
Huh?
My whole intention, right, when I started early this year, I said...
Okay, it wasn't Be Awesome One. Not taking credit for that one. But this video's just not on his... I can try to find it, make sure I didn't miss it, but...
This year, I would really like to take some time to work on Project 7. This is a series that I've wanted to get off the ground, again, since it got canceled in 2012 for the past 2 years. And I always said, I'm going to do it. Last year, I was going to do it, but I didn't because I moved across the country. So really, the summer was kind of shot for me. And by the time that I got readjusted to working again, it was already the hardcore gaming season. This year, I said, this year, I'm going to do it. I'm going to work on Project 7. I'm going to get this series going.
I'm going to get this series going.
And now look what's happening during the summer. And I'll be honest, if people were saying to me, coming to me and saying, Phil, we're bored. We don't like your content. You know, we don't want to watch. We'd rather you dropped everything and worked on Project 7. I would say, okay. But that's not the feedback I'm getting. What I'm getting is people...
It doesn't matter what the feedback you're getting. You said this.
People want to see me play all these things that are coming out. They want to see me play these episodic releases. They want to see me play these DLCs. They want to see me play these new kind of indie games. They want to see that. So if that's what you want, I can give it to you. But then what's going to happen exactly? Like, what's going to happen with Project 7? That's the question that is at the tip of everyone's tongue, right?
Oh, definitely.
So this month in particular, ladies,
it's on the scratching the surface of the iceberg.
Ladies and gents, I've already announced this. I'm going to reiterate it right now. 3 to 4 days this month. Tomorrow, a week from tomorrow, which is August 14th, as well as a week from that, August 21st. Those 3 days, I am not live streaming at all. My goal is to work on offline projects for you so that I can have some variety of content, and it's not just about me live streaming gameplay every day. So tomorrow I've actually got a segment for an upcoming Hate Live podcast that's pretty unique, and I'm going to be working on that tomorrow offline. I'm also going to be working on the best and worst of June and July montage for everyone. And yes, I'm going to be working on Project 7.
Whoa!
I'm going to be brainstorming ideas on what it would look like to bring it back, to do maybe a kind of a teaser trailer and get some ideas of how to
All right, now we have downgraded, okay? So this is official. We have downgraded from, remember, 1 or 2 episodes we said. Now we're downgraded to the trailer, okay? So now we are in just trailer mode.
It would look like to bring it back, to do maybe a kind of a teaser trailer and get some ideas of how to restart that series, okay?
So this is what he remembers, as we're going to hear later, I'm sure. But he just kind of forgot all the previous times he mentioned. Kevin in the house says, I can say it in the way you expected, I thought. This is what happens when you prepay a contractor.
In addition, I'm also going to be working on some Patreon stuff tomorrow. My goal is that within the next couple of days that I take off, hopefully I'm not diverted, you know, I have that more focused attention on Project 7. And so by the end of August, what I'd like to do is try to get you maybe a first episode kind of return to Project 7 kind of premise.
Whoa! No, excuse me. No, never mind. It's not a trailer. We are still working on the first episode. Hype, dude.
Attention on Project 7. And so by the end of August, what I'd like to do is try to get you maybe a first episode kind of return to Project 7 kind of premise.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what the show will be, what it will look like, and what the actual thing will entail. Versus right now, everyone's like, I don't know. Well, Phil, first you said it was going to be you playing some shitty game and this character Deathface had trapped you at your old condo in Connecticut, but then you never did it. Then 2 years later, you rebooted the series, but it was you being teleported to gaming worlds and you had all this editing, high quality editing effects and stuff.
Yeah, everyone said this.
And then now you said this isn't going to be that. What's it going to be? So fair enough. You're actually right. Like,
for once, you're actually right.
I can't. You don't even know what to expect
from
what
you guys
Project 7 will be. I have all these ideas in my head. I need to solidify them. I need to see what is rational for that I can realistically do. Because keep in mind, this time around, it's a one-man show. I'm going back to the way I used to do it from like 2010. This isn't like the 2012 Project 7 where we got these
when I had friends,
high-quality video filmmakers and editors and everything working on it. No, it's just me. So it's going to be, kind of the stuff I used to do, the little kind of crappy BC movie skits and that kind of stuff integrated.
BC movie skits.
With a little bit of gameplay. But the thing is, I need to get it started. I would love to get maybe 1 to 2 mini episodes, so maybe 10 minutes each, right?
All right, mini episodes now.
Project 7. That I could get out for you guys around the end of August. So
I'll take mini episodes. That'd be pretty hype.
At least have an idea of what exactly Project 7 is going to be. And maybe then you could say, wow, this is something great and we'd like to see this continue. Or, we don't really like it that much. Maybe it was a good idea in 2010, but now 2015 it's not. I don't know. I need your feedback on that.
That's the truth, but...
So, ladies and gentlemen.
I think you're right, big guy. It does sound like he had just no clue of what to do. He just knew Project 7 was a hype word to include in his Patreon, I think. Like, that's what it sounds like to me. Because we're brainstorming. And, guys, remember, I showed you, in February, his $50 perk was you get to play a part in an episode of Project 7. Like, he said that himself.
What's going to happen?
It was on this page.
Is I am going to, like I said, at least 3 times, if not 4 times, in the month of August, be taking a day off from streaming to work. Hopefully by the end of this month, I have...
saying the quiet part out loud here. I'm going to take days off from streaming to work.
In the month of August, be taking a day off from streaming to work. Hopefully by the end of this month, I have examples for you. Hopefully I'll release the examples, you'll watch them, I'll get feedback on whether I could continue the series or not. Now, there's another factor in here. Something that I'm going to be transparent about, because you know me, I'm transparent. I'm not going to hide anything. One of the things, since I launched my Patreon earlier this year, for a perk level goal, the highest perk level for people who pledge a certain amount of money is that you can actually be a part of Project 7 or another project in the future.
Yeah, you did say that. I showed that already to everybody here. Hope you're not going to take that away.
Sure. So, let's say I do this Project 7, I work on it all this month. By the end of this month, 1 or 2 episodes is out, and people are like,
1 or 2 episodes are out?
I do this Project 7, I work on it all this month. By the end of this month, 1 or 2 episodes is out, and people are like, it's not very good. Well, then those people who did pledge that amount have the opportunity to be part of 2 different specials that I'll be doing this year. I've already decided in my head, because I looked at my gaming calendar, which we're going to go through, and this year I am committing to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm committing to it.
Well, why start now? Why start committing to stuff now?
There will be a Thanksgiving special, and there will be a holiday, meaning like Christmas special this year. Oh my God. Last year, I did nothing.
This is huge. Holy shit, this is huge. Call Kotaku on this one.
For those holidays, because I was busy.
Holiday specials?
With family and other stuff going on. This year, those dates should be free, and I'm committing to it. I'm going to be doing something special for Thanksgiving and something special for the Christmas season. And so, if Project 7 falls through, and I work on it all this month, and it doesn't come out very well, and people aren't...
I work on it all this month. He said 3 days.
Pleased with it. Then people who did pledge can be a part of those specials, and I'll get them involved, okay? Because I did commit to this. I'm not going to be a jerk and say, well, fuck them. They already took their money. I hate to say it. Some people do that. I mean, how many people criticize people who use Patreon? They promise things and they never come through. I'm not going to be a jerk and say, well, fuck them. They already took their money. I hate to say it. Some people do that. I mean, how many people criticize people who use Patreon? They promise things and they never come through. I'm at least going to say, no, I'm committing. I'm doing...
Well, good thing you're committing not to do that. I really would hate if you did that.
2 other specials this year.
That'd be fucked up if you did that, dude. I hope you don't.
And if you did pledge, yes, you will still be a part of those specials if you wish to be so. Okay?
If you wish to be so.
So, ladies and gents, That's kind of how I'm approaching it. So here's the deal. I need your feedback on multiple fronts. I need to know, number one, what do you want to see me play this month? Because I can't play everything, right? I just mentioned, off the top of my head, everyone's going to the Rapture, the Dragon Age DLC coming out next, Splatoon expansion game, and maybe give it a... So that's 5 things. Give my honest opinion on the game.
Looking at his hand to make sure he did the right number of fingers.
Or Just Cause 2. So that's 5 things.
There it was. He did it. He always does it.
So I can give my honest opinion on the game. Or Just Cause 2.
Watch.
So that's 5 things. Out of those 5 things, realistically, how many can I do by the end of the month?
Dude, his eyes are going nuts. Maximum lie mode right now.
By the time Until Dawn comes out in 2.5 weeks. Probably maybe 2 to 3. So you're going to have to pick and choose.
The wider the eyes, the harder the lies.
And right now, to be honest, my honest opinion, but you just may not be what we go with, I'm thinking Dragon Age Inquisition at this point is kind of dead in the water. I skipped the first DLC, played the game,
right.
So maybe pumped to play Just Cause 2, but now it's a full game versus maybe me focus on this game next week. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of what I'm thinking. For the way that I'm going to be doing anything else that I did not mention. That's out of control.
Oh, take a sip.
Want to see me play by the end of... And I know you can't give me my opinion, any opinions now,
yeah,
but I'll let you know I'm working on it this month. I'll maybe even give you some teasers and things.
Oh, here we go.
Number 2, what should I do about Project 7?
Yeah, what should you do?
I know you can't give me my opinion, any opinions now, but I'll let you know I'm working on it this month. I'll maybe even give you some teasers and things by the end of the month, and hopefully I'll have something for you by the end of August that I can present, and then give me your honest opinion on it. If it's okay, we'd like to see you continue, then I'll try to continue, and people are like, eh.
So I want to make sure we get the wording right here. Hold on.
By the end of the month, and hopefully I'll let you know I'm working on it this month. I'll maybe even give you some teasers and things by the end of the month, and hopefully I'll have something for you.
Teasers and things by the end of this month, but he also did say 1 or 2 episodes
by the end of
and mini episodes.
August that I can present, and then give me your honest opinion on it. If it's okay, we'd like to see you continue, then I'll try to continue, and people are like, eh, well, then whatever, right? But those patrons who did pledge that level, who wanted to be a part of it, will be a part of my year-end either Thanksgiving or Christmas holiday specials. I'll find a way to fit them in, okay?
Okay.
So there's your transparency, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know what's going on with me over the next month. So now let's talk, well, actually, before we get to that, let's just say very quickly, for the rest of this month, what to expect. I just told you what to expect for the next few weeks. Side Phil here.
I do not care. All right, we're getting to that video in 1 second. That's almost our next video there. That's August 14th, so that's only 8 days later from right now. Real quick, a few things from Twitter before we get there. I'm hoping to get both the June and July montage done and work a bit on Project 7, but I'll settle for just a montage. But now it's dinner time. Mr. L Media said, God forbid you miss another 3,000-calorie 2-lard burger, one hidden behind the camera, Gout Fest, you call dinner. Nice. Nice. All right, a little bit more Project 7 here.
Work on Project 7. I was actually going to work on Project 7 tonight, and then I wasted an hour. I screwed up filming this weekend preview the first time, wasted a whole hour, and now I don't even know if I'm going to have any time to work on it tonight.
All right.
But here's the deal with
He messed up recording this. Okay.
Project 7. I explained this fully on the podcast last week, but I will very briefly summarize right now for you guys.
Yes, I want to hear it.
I'm going to be trying once a week. This week it's going to be Friday. Next week it's going to be Friday. And
date here, August 9th. That's important.
One more day before the end of the month to work on Project 7. What I'm going to try to do is at the very least, when September hits, try to have some teasers or promos or an idea and be able to release some...
At the very least. All right? At the very least.
Try to have some... at the very least, when September hits, try to have some teasers or promos or an idea and be able to release something to you so you know exactly what Project 7 is going to be or was going to be originally way back when, okay?
What?
I mean, keep in mind, Project 7 was something I started in 2010, and many of you may be watching this weekend preview and say, I don't even know what Phil's talking about. This was a video series in 2010.
Oh, God.
Something very different. Not gameplay, but it was suspenseful, kind of a mystery. It was
suspenseful?
Captured in my condo in Connecticut and locked away, and I couldn't escape, and I was being forced to play a shitty game, but I never told you.
I agree, this year has been rough on him. I mean, this was a rough year, to be honest.
The shitty game was because the series never...
Yes, so he started accepting money in January, has not done anything at all. He does not. He's still working on ideas. He did buy the microphone, which with the money he got for his stretch goal. He did do a few of the marathons. We don't have a new camera yet, and Project 7, well, we're getting there now.
Never get off the ground. And then after doing like 3 little mini snippet episodes of this back in 2010, in 2012 I rebooted the series completely differently with big effects and everything because I had other people involved.
Yeah.
Now we're kind of going back to its roots, back to what the show originally was going to be back in 2010.
Here's the thing, I don't have friends anymore.
So I want to get some at least teasers, trailers, whatever you want to call it, for Project 7.
All right, so now we are saying, at the very least, by the way, here's what we want to do for at the very least.
At least teasers, trailers, whatever you want to call it, for Project 7. Done for you, okay, by, say, mid-September. That would be nice. I don't know if that's realistically going to happen, but it would certainly be nice to have that for you. And then what I want to do is release it and say, here it is, what do you think? And people are like, it's now 5 years, the hype for this has kind of died out.
Oh, shit, Hermit, is that true? Anyone know about that? That's above my lore level.
I think you should just focus on the new games and stuff for the hardcore gaming season and maybe do something different, creative in the future. Or if people say, wow, this is great. We've been waiting so long. Wow, Phil, we're happy you're working on it. And we saw it. And we actually like the humor. We'd like to see you work more on it. And that's going to determine whether or not in the future I do more work on Project 7, say come 2016, and I actually put significant time into it to do a series of it. Or if it kind of goes away forever and we say, okay, let's focus on other stuff moving forward.
All right.
Okay. So that's what's happening with Project 7 this Friday. I'll be working on it, and we'll see. Maybe I'll even give you teasers and snippets and stuff as I work on it, and I have more information about it. And don't worry, I know that there were people who pledged to my Patreon this year, who pledged to the highest category, and said you have the opportunity to be a part of either Project 7 or another project in the future. If
big ups, Howard. Nice pull.
Project 7 doesn't work out. It's always...
Ooh. Tevin did a video about it a long time ago. Phil bragged about how the Patreon money helped him buy new things for the house, and he listed his new plants as one of those things. Oh, thanks to your Patreon money, I got new plants. Oh, big ups.
He said that as that goal level, or that perk level, excuse me. Well, it still holds true. If Project 7 ends up happening, those people will be a part of it. If not, well, I have a Thanksgiving and a Christmas special that are being planned and will happen this year, and maybe those people can be a part of that.
Green screen right on time. Big ups.
To be, okay? So, no worries to patrons. I will come through on all of my perks and promises as I have since the beginning of Patreon, okay?
Have you, sir? All right, well, definitely. Thank God we're going to start filling through those promises. I want to hear this one more time.
As I have since the beginning of Priest to Patrons, I will come through on all of my perks and promises as I have since the
I will come through with all of my perks and promises as I have.
Beginning of Patreon, okay?
All right, sweet.
Games, I'll be working on projects. So, Friday, no.
Oh, yes. Is he doing pulls, not Champions pulls, Supercard pulls, right? I believe? Or is this the break from Supercard? I'm not sure of the timeline of when he started.
I'll be working on Project 7. Saturday.
This is after... This is in between, right? In between... This is in between Supercard and Champions, right? I believe that's the time.
I will return with the Godfather cooperative playthrough with Leanna.
All right, don't... Oh, Godfather. That's a good playthrough. All right, updated schedule, boys. August 14th. We got... Here's the updated schedule. Tomorrow I work on Patreon perks and Project 7. Get caught up on the playthroughs while you can. So we're working on Project 7, boys. Hell yeah. All right, next. August 14th, same day. Good night. Tomorrow I'll be working on Patreon perks and Project 7, but I'll keep you in the loop. Thanks for a fun day. I don't know why we had to do that tweet again, but this is from the same exact day. Okay, good big ups. Okay, and we have another tweet. If things work out the way I'm thinking, today I may have an announcement regarding Project 7. A huge reveal of what is was to be. That doesn't sound too positive. August 14th. Just recorded a long video about Project 7 that reveals tons about the idea and what's going to happen with it. Upping that after dinner. Someone says, "Thank you, you fucking worthless humans, for the money." Well, you know where we're going, don't you? Now uploading the Project 7 reveal update vid. It's long as it covers a lot, but so be patient as it may take a while to go live. Same day. All these are from the same day. Oh yeah, after 5 years, this vid reveals the game referred to in Project 7, why it's that game, and even info on me once playing it. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Seems like it may be a better course of action. I can't wait to see Cloud cross-dress in current-gen graphics. Oh, okay.
Up and away.
You'll get a chance at that not too long from now, actually. It's that they might not even do the cross-dressing section. It's a remake. Tons of changes. Don't hope for it. Nice. Oh, I'm awfully hoping for it. Many of you...
Oh my God. Does this ever end? Are you
excuse me. Before I tease that tweet. Here we go. Project 7. History, the game revealed, and its fate for now. So there's no need to watch about the idea, all that shit. We're going to get to its fate, all right? We're going to focus on the its fate part. All right? So, here we go. Let me make sure I get it good spots. Okay. Okay, I think this is a good place to go.
Of August for me to take all this time off to work on Project 7. And
Yes.
I also know that for patrons who pledged a certain amount of money, it was one of your perk levels that you possibly could be a part of Project 7 or another project.
Not possibly, you
right
said
now,
it.
I'm going to be honest with everyone.
Uh-oh.
At this point, I'm taking the Project 7 thing off the table.
What?
So if you did pledge to those perk levels on Patreon, you still can be a part of a project. I've already announced this. I'm doing both a Thanksgiving and a Christmas special this year.
What?
And they're going to be different. I think Thanksgiving is going to be more gameplay oriented.
Huh? Wait a second. This was promised. If this goal is reached, I would take time away, at least 2 streams, if not 1 or 2 full days, to record, and work on the renewal of Project 7 with the hope of at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. What? We're already a month past that.
Christmas is going to be more of like a holiday special like I used to do, where there may be a skit or something involved in it, and I'm going to try to get people involved in helping me with that. So you have opportunity to be a part of either of those if you did pledge to that highest perk level on a Patreon. So don't think that I'm going to renege on my commitment or anything. No. I said from the get-go it would either be Project 7 or something else. Right now I'm just telling you officially it's not going to be Project 7 because it's not happening now. The earliest I would even consider working on Project 7 at this point would possibly be next year, okay?
All right, so Project 7's not off the table.
Now, I'm going to go one step further. I could easily say that's it and end the video. But no, I feel bad. I genuinely feel bad that Project 7 isn't happening. And so, because I had a goal on my July...
No, Twitch is over. Now he's just YouTube right now. He lost his Twitch
Patreon
earlier this year.
That was $1,250, right? That I was going to take time off this month to work on Project 7, which never happened. I never took the time off, right? But there was $250, so the goal below that was $1,000. So there was $250 there.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be to make up for the days that I wasn't going to work. Well, now I'm working on those days. So I'm not just going to pocket that money like these other people who use Patreon or Kickstarter or whatever, and then they never
I like how this
come
is how he justifies it.
through with their promises. No. That money is going to now be reduced from my future Patreon. So this month, the month of August, right, I have goals right now on Patreon. And right now, as of the moment you're watching this video, I want to let you know I have reduced those goal levels by $250. So you already gave me the money last month. I didn't come through with Project 7 as promised. So that goal level, that money, is being applied to August now. So the top goal level now for August is not $1,250. It's $1,000. If I can raise $1,000 on Patreon, I'm going to be doing an indie marathon, okay? So that's the way for me to come through and not...
That's not coming through. That is not coming through. And uh-oh. Oh, no. Top left, the rarest. He's waking up. He knows where we're going. This bullshit can't go on forever. The rarest one, top left.
Easily just say I'm a dick and pocket the money like some of these people fucking do.
You are pocketing it, though, and you're not giving it back.
But I can't. I couldn't live with myself.
Interesting.
I understand that I want this to be a working relationship where you guys watch my content for free and enjoy
it. Working relationship.
I get to have a living doing this. You pledge to my Patreon, you get cool perks. I have goal levels and cool events and things that I give back to you, but I also get that money for funding and constant improvement and things, right? So I am not going to just pocket that money. It goes towards now August. So all the August goals have been reduced. That money went from July and got taken away from July and placed towards the August levels, okay? So understand, I apologize if you...
So that's how he took the money from that month and moved it to a different month. Okay. It's like some interesting accounting style.
You are very disappointed. You were dying to see Project 7 right away. I'm disappointed too. You know what?
Are you?
I'm going to thumbs down this video on YouTube. I'm going to personally thumbs down my own fucking video because I'm disappointed that shit didn't turn out the way that I'd hoped. But that's life. And, we move forward positively. So I want to say thank you to those of you who were interested. If you
$250, but don't worry, guys. He's going to thumbs down the video.
you weren't interested in Project 7, this is certainly good news for you because it means there's going to be at least 2 full more days of content in the month of August, including Splatoon coverage and other stuff.
What?
There's going to be at least interested. If you weren't interested in Project 7, this is certainly good news for you because it means there's going to be at least 2 full more days of content in the month of August, including Splatoon coverage and other stuff, and that I'm going to not be so stressed out and pulled apart and focused on other stuff. I'm going to be focused on the gameplay content that people have been asking for. Okay? So, in summary, Project 7 is something that I think could potentially still be a successful project in the future when I have the means to do it, meaning the right equipment, the right funding, and the time.
The right funding? You already got the right funding. You decide how much the funding was, and you got that.
Now, unfortunately, even though I wanted it to be, is not that time, and I'm making the executive decision to not make project...
to totally ignore the goal I set for you and that you reached. That is my executive decision.
Project 7 and produce it now because I don't want to rush out something that I don't feel would be up to the quality standards that you deserve and that I want to put out. I don't want to rush and put out a turd. I want to work on it and put out something good, but I can't do that right now, especially with the very limited amount of time that I have between now and being incredibly busy with new releases.
So you are, as you said, reneging on your promise. Got it.
In the future months.
Got it.
I apologize I couldn't come through, but there will be more gameplay footage. I'm listening directly to your feedback, which is why I'm doing this.
Oh, now we're blaming us for this. Cool.
And like I said, I'm not just taking patron funds and pocketing them. Those who did have the high patron goal level hit, you can be a part of the Thanksgiving or Christmas specials, which I'll be talking about soon, and I'll be giving you information about what those specials will entail so you can decide which one you want to be a part of.
Okay.
If you did pledge to my Patreon in the month of July, and that goal level was $250, that money's being applied till August, so I'm reducing those goals. So again, I'm not pocketing anything. It's all, trying to be kosher and transparent here. I'm very saddened that I couldn't come through for you.
So you didn't come through and they got the money.
What the project is, you understand the work that it would entail to do what this is going to be. I hope you understand, and I hope that hopefully in the future it works out and eventually I can do Project 7. So I actually feel better. I feel better now that I've made this video and I got it off my chest and I was able to publicly reveal to you. Because it was stressful. These past 2.5 months, I've been stressed the fuck out, man. Because I'm like, man, people want Project 7, or I keep saying I'm going to do Project 7, and it never works out. It never works out.
Why does it not work out, though?
And I really hope, I hope that it will work out in the future, but I want to put out something quality, okay? Sorry it didn't work out. I hope you appreciate the honesty.
No one does.
And now that I kind of came clean about everything that's going on.
Yep.
And, that's that. Now we can focus daily on gameplay content again, and the stuff that you've been asking me to do, we can get to.
No, they asked with their dollars, and they gave you enough dollars for you to do the thing you promised you would do. If you got that many dollars, which you did, they talk. People speaking in your comments don't mean as much as the people speaking with their dollars.
Than worrying about me taking time out to work on this Project 7. I know people will be upset. Thumbs down the video. Let's get the world record for thumbs down on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's it. Thanks, everyone. And I'll see you for an awesome, hopefully, hardcore gaming season that now will be a lot less stressful because I don't have this kind of weight on my back. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it's tough holding on to lies, isn't it? How were the comments in this? I don't imagine they were pretty positive. If you're not going to do it, just upload the footage you saved. Yeah, there's no footage, so that's not going to happen, brother. I would love to see this project finally finish out, and that's not happening. You did give people a refund, right? Nope. That's not going to happen. Oh, did he respond to people? Oh, he responded to some people, did he? Nah. Wow, give Phil a break. He's one of the most hardworking and honest YouTubers out there. He delivers gamer vids on time, even with his schedule. If the man has an opinion, think back and remember everyone's not the same. God, look at the dented people. How did this video already have more dislikes than likes? I wonder why. Oh, man. All right, well, we're not done, though. We got a little bit more. Many of you have seen the Project 7 status vid and are disappointed, upset. Fair enough, I am too. Hate that sometimes stuff doesn't work out. Did he specifically promise Project 7 on Patreon, or did he say a creative project? He specifically promised Patreon. For perks, it was either Project 7 or a future project. The goal met was to take time to try to get some Project 7 work done. Correct. He said an episode or 2. Jesus, this person going nuts. Stealth Blade. Stealth Blade's going nuts with the responses. All right, a little bit mention here.
Because
oh, geez, it's already 2 o'clock? All right, I can't watch this one. Let's go to the money shot at the end to kind of wrap it up thing. Hearing all the crap this week is because I couldn't produce Project 7 is I planned to this month and raised $250 to do so. Don't know what that means, but all right. It's karma, Phil. You promised Project 7. No, that's why I lost a few Patreon pledges this month. Shutting down my business, that's sociopathy. Sociopathy. All right. You know what we have to see, right? You know what I have to show you. So December 9th, 2015, I need help. A lot of shit's going bad. Need help.
Logging activities and my...
Oh, that's the day after the strikes be awesome one? You mean this? Oh, the strikes. Okay, gotcha. Big ups be awesome one. Thank God you're here. So this is after he got the copyright strikes and things are going bad. So then he releases this gem. This one. A few months after that, our things are going so horribly. I'm having a lot of trouble. What's this here for?
Successful. They didn't expect it to be that successful. And so it's hitting this week. Now, here's my dilemma.
What?
Because I want to give you a perspective on what to expect for the rest of the month. Next week, we've got the conclusion of Life is Strange. We've got the conclusion of Tales from the Borderlands. And I believe there's a possibility, it's rumored, but it still has not been confirmed by Telltale yet, that the first episode of their game, the Minecraft Story Mode, might come out next week. It's rumored. It might not come out, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, definitely.
So that's 3 big year and all these attacks.
Here we go.
And they want to allow me to continue to do this in the long term, despite all these ridiculous setbacks that I've had this year and all these attacks. Patreon.com/DarksidePhil. Consider giving a couple bucks. Anything you give will qualify you for a cool perk. People today I'm going to actually have these September patrons. They're going to get their thank you text crawl at the end of this video. So check it out. And that's the third and final way really to support me through all this bullshit. All right. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep pushing ahead positively. I'm looking forward to this week. And now let's get to it because I need your feedback this week with a...
All right. Don't care. You know what we have to show now. It's debunk time, boys. Hell yeah. Come on. Not that. Oh, mention Project 7 again.
All right. One more question. And
before the debunk.
We'll end this part and we'll take a quick break and I'll do a part 2, obviously.
Yes.
Oh, this is a good one because I can actually pretty much answer this one in a nutshell.
All right. Please, in a nutshell.
From Bruticus Maximus. Some people, this has been a hot topic on their mind, and other people don't give 2 shits about this question.
Hot topic for us.
Here we go.
Please go.
I have a short question regarding Project 7. I've seen some YouTube comments asking if...
Reminder, this is July 7th of the next year.
It would be okay to use Project 7 for other projects outside of your creation. That is, some people want to make a fan version of Project 7. Would it be okay for fans to use Project 7 or some variation of that name in their own video projects, or do you still plan to do something with the name? Well, first off, I don't even understand what would people make out of Project 7. Project 7 started as a little mini video series that I did by myself in 2010.
Oh, we've made a lot of stuff with Project 7 assets, sir.
That was terrible.
I'll show you one right now. Hang on. Hang on, sir. Here's one. On the right side of your screen is an asset. Is an asset made from your Project 7.
Edited. It was supposed to be just a joke. I worked on it for 3 days and then completely dropped the idea and never went back to it. Then I revived it in late 2011 when I found some filmmakers who wanted to do something with me and see if they could get their name out there and get some popularity off of it. And the series ended up being pretty much a success, but then those filmmakers didn't get out of it what they wanted and said they wanted out of the project. So
yeah, I didn't pay them either, so...
That's exactly what happened. And after that, I never went back to it. Now, I had ideas of maybe reviving the series and doing different things with it over the years.
Yeah, what happened?
But it never came to fruition. So
How did it not come to fruition?
I understand, what would you do with Project 7? I mean, I want to do my own Project 7. Then do it, but don't call it Project 7 because it's not. It's your own show. So create your own show. It could be similar to the premise of what we did, right?
Project 8.
It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but do it by all means. You just, no, I would say you don't use the name because that's biting off of someone else's idea. Wouldn't you rather...
Don't bite off my ideas.
Call it something different and do something creatively different than doing the same thing that we've done and just doing it your own way. Do something new.
I would do the same.
It doesn't have to be called that. And honestly, Project 7 wasn't even a good name. I don't even understand why people like that name, because I thought it was kind of cheesy.
Okay, you're angry. All right, anyways, that was it for that. Future of the series?
So that's number one.
Number two,
number one, no, I wouldn't be okay with someone just making a new video series called Project.
Don't care.
I don't think it necessarily is a couple people in YouTube comments. I think you might be talking about a particular group of people.
Oh, who?
I don't think it necessarily is a couple people in YouTube comments. I think you might be talking about a particular group of people.
Who's that?
And if it's who I think it is, no, I don't want them redoing Project 7, and they don't have permission to do so.
That's okay.
Number 3, right now, I have absolutely no intentions of doing anything with Project 7. All right?
Huh?
Why? Well, a couple of reasons.
We gave you money for that.
Because I don't have the means. I am not an independent filmmaker. I don't have professional camera equipment.
Remember, he knew all this stuff when he started his Patreon. He knew all of these facts he's about to list off. This is all true when he started the Patreon.
The means. I am not an independent filmmaker.
Okay, you knew that then.
I don't have professional camera equipment.
You knew that.
I certainly don't have the editing know-how to put together anything good.
You knew
and
that.
Last year, I had this idea that maybe I would revive the series, and I killed that idea for the simple reason that I know that whatever I put out would not be good enough. YouTube of 2016 is very different from YouTube of 2009 and 2010. Back then, you could fucking take a shit on a fucking piece of paper and film it, and it would get 1 million views.
Low-key making fun of himself here.
Now, you actually have to put some effort and skill into stuff for it to actually get noticed. I know
that's why it sucks. Bottom left, Corner Demon. He's watching Project 7.
Firsthand, because KO Gaming, my new YouTube channel, when I started actually sitting down and I got better editing software and I fucking focused on getting better audio quality and editing stuff together nicely, now my edited videos are finally starting to get some attention. Great, because previously I was doing them and they weren't as good and they were getting like no attention. I was putting in all this time and effort into something that wasn't worth it.
Okay.
It's the same thing here with something like Project 7 or any other edited series. The problem is I don't have the time, the money, or the resources to do a series like that by myself.
Okay, the time and money part was taken care of with projects with the Patreon. What's the skills? Who was the last of the three?
I don't have the time, the money, or the resources to do a series like that by myself.
Resources.
If I had
well, that's what you have Patreon for. Don't worry.
Group of people working with me, maybe it would have been possible.
You can't buy friends though. That's the sad part.
No. So right now, I have zero intentions of doing anything with Project 7, especially this year. In particular, when you take a look at how things have been going, my balance of live streaming and raw gameplay, balance with the edited stuff on KO Gaming is working splendidly. The business is doing well. I've got 4 consistent months of awesome performance. There's no reason why all of a sudden I should say, well, now it's time to take time off and start working on an edited series called Project 7 again.
You promised this for your Patreon, for your patrons, sir.
Half the people who watch me will be like, what are you doing? Well, I don't even know what that is. Why are you wasting your time with it?
Then why did you have it as a patron goal, sir?
Right? The final thing.
Yeah, what's the final thing?
Is, I'm not saying that Project 7 will never return. I'm saying right now I have no plans for it. But there's, all this information. Final Fantasy VII is coming back, ladies and gentlemen. They're redoing the game as an episodic current-gen release and all that. Who's to say that once that game is released that I won't decide to do an episodic series based on me playing Final Fantasy VII and call it Project 7? I don't know. There's a lot of opportunity for stuff in the future. All right.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say, oh, well, just go ahead and do whatever you want with the name Project 7, and the next thing you know, I want to do something with it, and I can't. I'd be an idiot.
Oh, that's a good question, Lux. Did the Christmas and Thanksgiving events get canceled too? Because then, literally, those $75 patrons, the highest tier, that were promised a spot on those events, literally got fucked. Got nothing for $75.
Well, the bottom line is, I have no immediate plans for Project 7. It wouldn't make sense to do anything with Project 7 right now, because everything's going well and people are liking what I'm doing.
Doesn't matter. You promised it.
But that doesn't mean that in the future there won't be anything in regards to Project 7. And no, do not steal the name and try to make a show called Project 7.
Okay, please steal the name.
That would be very unwise, and I don't condone it. If you're going to do a show with the same premise, go for it. Call it anything else, and I don't care. You can do whatever you want. Okay?
Project 700. All right, boys. We'd get here. This is going to be one of the last videos. We have 2 videos left, this one and one more. The second one's really short, so this is going to be the last one. You know what it is. 2019, debunking 7 years of slander. This is the payoff we're waiting for. Here we go. Let's enjoy.
3 part-time jobs, and give all this up. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
But some of the biggest misconceptions about this is that when I ask for help, that I go and I blow money on stuff, and that's not the case at all. Everything that I've ever asked you guys for has gone exactly towards what I've said it was going to be. All right. So the first time around, we got to talk about this one, because this one goes years back too. Phil stole fan donations that went towards a Project 7 reboot.
Yes. Okay, correct on all counts.
Phil stole fan donations that...
Well, I disagree with the use of stole. I would say they did not get anything for their donations.
Went towards a Project 7 reboot.
Yes.
Every statement in that is false. All right? Besides maybe my name. Stole? I didn't steal anything. What they're...
That's true. He didn't steal, but he just didn't give people what they were promised.
We're talking about is a Patreon goal level that was hit for 1 month in the summer of like...
That's all it had to be hit, though, sir. What? All it has... This is hit. The banner is there. That blue banner is reached. This is going to happen.
2015, maybe it was 2016.
I mean, yeah, it is stealing. I know the meaning is the same, but, you know, that's the only thing I would could argue is not the right word, but you know.
But I'm almost positive it was as far back as 2015.
Yeah, 2015.
Not stole. It was raised legitimately via a Patreon goal level.
Yeah, you didn't like walk in their house and steal it, but I mean, big ups, Toxic Cherry Juice. Who got it? Who got it?
All right.
Huge bomb. Big ups, dude. Thank you.
Fan donations.
Nino.
They weren't fan donations. They were Patreon contributions. That's different.
Okay.
That went towards a Project 7 reboot.
Yes.
Wrong. It wasn't for a Project 7 reboot.
Okay, let's show this one more time. If he says it's a rebirth, then I'll laugh at it. But how many times did he say reboot, guys? How many times? We heard 1 episode. We heard 2 episodes. Mini episodes. You said reboot. Re-fucking boot.
It went towards a Project 7 reboot. Wrong. It wasn't for a Project 7 reboot. It was for me to take some time out that month to do a Project 7 reboot trailer.
No. You heard? Do we need to watch it again? It was for a Project 7 trailer. Okay, you tell me what part of this says YouTube trailer, all right? We're going to go through the first part. I'm going to read it slowly. It's no surprise that I wanted to relaunch my very old Steelers present for a long time. Oh shit, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here, you. However, due to time limitations, got to pay the this goal is reached. I'll take time away at least 2 streams. I have 1 to 2 full days to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7 with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. And in his own words, not just on that Patreon goal, he said many times, I'm working on an episode. And also, if you give $75, you'll be a part in that episode. Episode is the key word there.
Trailer.
No, episode,
a trailer
sir.
that was probably going to be 30 seconds long.
What?
Okay?
Okay, you're adding new stuff here now. You said 1 or 2 episodes.
So, for years, I've been slandered, being told that you stole money from your viewers for a Project 7 reboot.
Yes,
and
agree.
none of that statement is true at all. What really happened was when I used to do Patreon more heavily, because I was more heavily into YouTube videos rather than streaming, I would have these goal levels set on Patreon.
Yeah.
And so it would be like, if we
They're basically all bullshit.
raise $200-something this month, I'll do this. If we raise $500 this month, I'll do this. If we raise $850, I'll do this. And one of the goal levels that month was I would take time away from doing gameplay for a while, probably maybe 2-3 nights a week, to work on this Project 7 reboot trailer.
That's what you said, yes.
And,
excuse me. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yes,
digestion.
Thank you. Thank you. Good time for that.
If I remember correctly, it was like a tier 3 goal, so we had already hit 2 goals below it.
Yes, it was tier 3, $1,250.
So it was probably something like, and I have no idea if this is actually what it was at this point, so please don't take this as a fact. I'm going to estimate it was like, the goal was from $450 to $800. So if we raised those...
Incorrect, sir. $1,000 to $1,250. That is a massive difference.
I'm going to estimate it was like... The goal was from $450 to $800. So if we raised those $350 extra dollars, I would make the trailer. So essentially what you're saying is $350...
There is no mention of a trailer anywhere.
$50 raised to pay for my time that I'm not going to be making videos, to make up for those lost videos, because I raised it via Patreon. I'm going to work on a Project 7 trailer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Good point.
So
He
essentially,
said,
that's what was supposed to happen. It didn't happen. And the reason it didn't happen is because 2 reasons.
Okay, let's hear how it's the viewer's fault.
Number 1, because that summer, there was a lot of other stuff going on.
Okay, that's irrelevant to our conversation of whether you stole money or not.
And people actually knew there was a very busy gaming season coming up that
People actually knew.
fall with lots of hot new releases they wanted to see me play. But during the summer, there were other games that had been coming out that people wanted to see me play and complete before the fall season hit. And I actually publicly asked my viewers, do you guys want to see the Project 7
They told you what they wanted by giving you $1,250. That is telling you what they want.
trailer?
It doesn't give a shit what people say in the fucking comments.
From Patreon, or you would rather see me do all this other stuff. And publicly, the consensus was do the other stuff. We don't really care about the Project 7 trailer.
Definitely. We definitely don't care about it. We just gave you $1,250 for it, and multiple people gave you $75 a month for the privilege of being on Project 7.
Then I used to struggle, because every month I was struggling. I need 2-3 goals for Patreon. I would just pull shit out of my ass that sometimes people didn't really care about.
All right, now we're getting to the truth. All right, cool.
And honestly, that Project 7 trailer was really one of them. In fact, I would be...
He keeps saying trailer. Do not let that go. There was no mention of a trailer at all, except it was one of the things he's working on to work towards an episode.
Sometimes people didn't really care about. And honestly, that Project 7 trailer was really one of them. In fact, I will be very honest with all of you.
Go ahead. Why start now?
Okay. I'll be very honest with all of you. Out of all the people that were big adamant fans of mine back then, there was one guy who was very upset with me.
How do you know?
One guy was so upset.
One guy wrote an email, but there's probably many more that didn't write anything. You know? Many more people that were probably big fans don't want to piss off Daddy, so they don't say anything. So one guy felt strongly enough to say something, and that affected him.
I mean, he said, I'm not going to watch your content anymore. You told us you were making a Project 7 trailer, and you didn't do it.
Yes.
And therefore, I'm not going to watch you ever again. I know who he is to this day.
Who is it? And by the way, we can factually prove that he did take a hit for this, however slight it was. So let me show you here. This is the graph. Look at this graph. All right, so this graph on the right is the Patreon stuff. So that it just does. I mean, look. So June, July was I think it was July was the.
All right. Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate it.
Big ups, Mr. Extravagant. So July was the one where he said if we get to 1250, we're going to do Patreon, and he was kind of worried about that, so he definitely hit it. But then he said, I'm not doing it. Now watch this dip. So 171 paid patrons, paid members. Then it goes down only. That's a minor dip, but it goes down to 151. So only about 20 people said bye. But still, that's a significant number. But as you see here, this is paid members. I'm looking through members. The highest amount he ever got was this 1,474. There was never a time higher than that. And all of these bumps you see are, oddly enough, after crises. So this crisis here still only netted him less, but this was after, he said bad things are happening, please support my Patreon. This was the massive one in 2016, and it all happens after I need real help, guys, come on, help me. So it does work, but the last time it worked was 2016, and then after then, it's been the downward crawl to the lowest it's ever been now, which is 33 paid members. 2021 could be Save the House month, People do answer the call, as they do. They are dense after all.
My sister's not being abused.
Big ups, Mr. Extravagant. Says, big ups, WPIG. Wish I wanted to show my appreciation for this wonderful content. It's very meaningful to me. Big ups, dude. It's very fun for me, too. But there you go. So there was a little bit of a kickback. Not much. But, and then he did get, when he calls for remember, this is just our first episode of Patreon. We're going to continue on the future years of Patreon. Next week, we're going to get into part 2, which is after this until the next scam of Patreon. So that'll be next Thursday. But let's finish this real quick before we say goodbye.
All right. And it actually hurt me because I was like, man, I let people down. There was someone who actually really cared about this trailer, and I let him down because he really wanted to see it. But outside of that, no one else cared. All right. Now, what I did...
20 Patreons said bye.
Just say, oh, here's $350 extra. Let me just pocket that. No, what I actually did is the next month on Patreon, I lowered all the Patreon goals by $350. I said, instead of having...
Gin Brain, $250.
Tier 1 goal... At $250, we're just going to do a special goal just to start. And the next goal will be like...
That never happened.
$150.
His minimum goal was always $500, I believe.
The next goal is $400. So I lowered everything by $300, $350. Again, these are not correct numbers. These are just numbers I'm pulling out of my butt. I'm just giving you an example, okay?
$250.
So that it would be fair for the next month people were still getting fun stuff. Now, of course, you're absolutely right. I didn't make the trailer.
No.
I 100%.
You didn't promise a trailer either. You promised a reboot of the series. Just want to make sure that's very, very clear.
will tell you, I didn't make the Project 7 trailer. I never made it. But
You promised much more than a trailer and didn't even pull through with the trailer.
it was because my viewers at the time were telling me not to. That it was a bad goal. I should have never done it. I should have been doing other stuff. That's what they wanted to see me do. So I did what my viewership told me to do. And to this day, people still tell me I stole money and didn't do Project 7 again, even though none of that was promised. It was
Yeah, this is one of the worst debunks because it's not a debunk.
a 30-second trailer. No money was
Yes, you're right.
stolen, and I actually gave it back kind of the next month via lowering all the goals. Now, the
I gave it back.
other thing is, all right, the other thing is
Yes.
that
You promised people appearance in a special event or Project 7.
some people said, why didn't I just refund all the money? You can't. The reason being was there's no way to tell who pledged on Patreon just to see Project 7.
The
It's
$75 tier you could have.
not like a crowd-funded, it's not like a GoFundMe. You know, when you go to a Kickstarter and you want to finance a campaign, oh, I paid you $5 because I want to see you make a video game, right? That's not how it is. People give me Patreon money because just in general, some people just like the content I put out. Some people are actually directly pledging to get a perk level, a reward level. Some people want a goal to be hit. So they're all pledging for different reasons. You can't specifically say, okay, well, I had 1,000 people who pledged to my Patreon this month. Gee, I wonder how many actually pledged just to see the Project 7 reboot. How do I refund them specifically their money? You can't. It's impossible.
You can't.
It's just a stupid thing
Debunked.
that kids would suggest is like, oh, see, Phil didn't refund any money, therefore that's why he stole the money. You can't refund the money, dumbass, but that's the thing. They'll say that stupid shit just to make me look bad, okay? So the whole Project 7 thing was complete nonsense, all right? But
From your own words, you said you did not deliver on a pledge that you people paid for. From his own words. I mean, that's I call it like I see it. That's what he just did. From his own words, he did not deliver on even the lesser goal he's trying to put on you now. You know? He's lessering it than what it was, and he still didn't even do the lesser one. That's the part that's amazing. It's like, let's pretend he did make a trailer. Like, that's still fucked up because it's not what he promised. But at least that would be, okay, I did something. We can't even do that. We can't even do that.
in regards to the recent things that have happened with me raising tax funds, there were two specific times.
We're not going to that. Last video of the day, my friends, before I let you go. There's a video from DSP Tries at Memology, which is a great one. From 4 years ago, 2019.
You don't do that. You don't publicly ask for help and then not do that. You know what I mean? Like, just think about how much shit I got into for a few $100s when I was going to do the Project 7 trailer how many years ago, right? People were clamoring for me to reboot Project 7. One summer I said, it's something different. Maybe I'll reboot Project 7. Let's make a trailer.
Okay, let's just repack the lies there. It started in January when he talked about rebooting the series. Remember, that was his first Patreon goal in February. Then he finally made it a stretch goal. And he still, the wording he used was not trailer, we're going to make an episode, okay? Let's just make sure we're totally clear on this.
Project 7. One summer I said, it's something different. Maybe I'll reboot Project 7. Let's make a trailer. And let's see if people would like the trailer that I made. And if they did and they saw the quality, they're like, oh, that's cool.
No, that was one video. You kind of said a dented thing about how you're going to give us something to judge, but you said mini episodes. You said maybe 1 or 2 episodes.
Then I would consider redoing Project 7 entirely.
Oh, God.
Okay. But the truth of the matter is...
Oh, here, yeah, finally,
it never
finally.
came to fruition.
Because,
number one, I got super busy with gameplay and other stuff.
Okay, so too busy to deliver on your promises. Got that.
And
What's
most people
next?
didn't care about it.
Most people didn't care about it. Most people didn't care about it.
The whole thing happened, and I raised the money for it, which, by the way, was only a couple $100, because my way my Patreon worked back then was there were levels of categories of reward, and so this reward was basically, oh, you know, if you hit another extra $200, I'll make the Project 7 trailer for this month or whatever.
Never said trailer. I showed you the entire perk. I'm not going to show it again.
So, in that regard, it wasn't a big deal, and most people did not give a shit. In fact, one person who was a huge fan of mine was very upset that I didn't do it, and he vocalized his basically his anger at the situation. And Because
I
of
said,
that, we
fuck
kind of had a
him.
falling out, and he never watched my stuff anymore. But outside of that one single fucking person, no one else cared. In fact, everyone else preferred that I didn't do this stupid trailer. And so what I did is I made it so that the next month on Patreon, everything was much, much, much lower to obtain. Like normally,
much lower to obtain.
did is I made it so that the next month on Patreon, everything was much, much, much lower to obtain. Like normally it would have been, I don't know, I'm just guessing because I don't remember. But let's say normally it would have been like $500.
It was actually 1,000, sir. 1,250 is what you're trying to mention here, not 500.
Oh, so I only made it like $200.
Oh,
to
okay.
account for the fact that there was money that had already been given. I didn't really come through on my promises. Okay.
It's funny how when we're talking about things he needs, the money always gets rounded up, but it's money he scammed people out of, the money it gets rounded down. Very cool.
So this is literally over $200. Okay.
$1,250, sir.
That I basically made up for, and no one had a problem with. To this day,
No one had a problem with. You already told us about one person that stopped watching you entirely because of it.
Hey, my haters still bring this up and claim that I scammed the viewers out of Project 7, and I scammed the pages, and I scammed everyone, and what a horrible person I fucking am, and all this. That's the thing with crowdfunding, guys. I'll be very honest with all of you. That's the thing with crowdfunding.
What?
You don't know what kind of a person you're giving to. You may be giving to a really honest person who cares. You may be giving to someone who doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, like
or you
you.
may be just giving to someone who things don't work out the way that they had promised, which is the case what I feel about with Project 7, what happened.
So you are admitting that you did scam people. I'm not sure of the point here.
You don't know. And once you give that money, it's gone. You have to understand that. You gave the money, it's gone.
Yes.
There's no guarantee anything's going to happen. There's no contract. You can't sue that person for it. You gave that money, really, it's done. There's no, oh, he stole, no. You gave it. You actively chose to give. Therefore, that money is now going to that person, and hopefully you're trusting that person to do what they said or make the right decision, and that's that.
So are you saying you did that, or no? What? I don't know what the point of this was, but okay. Well, okay, cool. Big ups, everybody. That'll do it for this stream. But, of course, music will start on the other side of the outro, and that'll take you all the way to, that being said, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you enjoyed it. Next week, we'll continue our Project 7 saga into our next scam, because don't worry, we're not done with the scams. You know what I'm saying? The scams never end. Scams never end. We'll see. I won't do the full outro. I'll just get the song rolling, and we'll get you started on the next stream. See you, everybody. Bye.